Chapter 1, The Summoner. Earth 199,999, The Marvel Cinematic Universe, 2008, New York City, Manhattan Island, Clinton, USA. The Clinton area is commonly known as the Hell's Kitchen. On a commercial street near Clinton Park, an 18-year-old Asian teenager hurried into the alley, pulled out a bunch of keys from his jacket pocket, and opened the back door of a small shop. This normal-looking, ordinary-looking Asian teenager has a golden tattoo on the back of his right hand. The tattoo is a 5-pointed star with a size of 5, which is exactly the same as the 5-star red flag of China. After entering the shop, the Asian American boy, suspected to be Chinese, quickly locked the back door, turned around impatiently, and went straight to the basement of the shop. After the boy locked the door again, he quickly walked to the center of the basement, unloaded his backpack, and pulled out 6 apple-sized crystal from the bag. One of the precious ones was placed on the floor, watching him. Careful posture, like these crystal balls, is related to his life. If you look closely, these 6 colorless and transparent crystal are all the same size, but they are all different. There are a variety of golden 5-pointed stars in the interior, from 1 star to 7 stars, among which there are only 5 stars missing. After placing the crystal ball, the teenager opened his arms with excitement and shouted, "Come on! Dragon! Realize my wish!" There was a breeze blowing, nothing happened. Don't care about the details that there is no wind in the basement. After a stunned face for a while, the teenager slammed his head, squatted down, put his right hand with a 5-star tattoo on, together with 6 crystal balls, and shouted again, "Come on! Shenlong! Realize my wish!" This time, his voice didn't fall, and the electric light above his head flashed suddenly and suddenly. After a few flashes, it finally went out completely, and the entire basement fell into darkness. The next moment, in the darkness where 5 fingers were out of reach, 7 bright white lights suddenly lit up from the floor, and I saw that the 6-pointed crystal ball and the 5-star tattoo on the back of the teenager's hand were illuminated at the same time. It glowed and turned into 7 dazzling light spheres. Then, these 7 light spheres rose into the air, and they became one in a blink of an eye, forming a snake-shaped beast full of light. The glowing beast looks alive, like a snake, horns like a deer, scales like fish, claws like a phoenix, and palms like a tiger. It is the totem of China, the dragon. So small. Faced with the legendary beast, the young man turned his lips away and said to himself, "It's only a few meters long?" In the Dragon Ball animation, the body of the dragon is of the planet level. Shenlong ignored the boy's mumble, suspended in midair with a raised body, raised his majestic head high, and spoke mechanically with a mechanical tone, "Speak your wish, any wish can be achieved, but only there is one." The youth was energized and asked with hope, "Can any wish be fulfilled?" "Wu Shenlong, of course." "Great!" The young boy shook his fist vigorously, with an excited look on his face, and said, "Shenlong, please send me back to my original world." "Wu Shenlong, sorry, I can't do it." The young boy was dumbfounded, only half a while before recovering from the state of petrochemicals. And angrily burst out his swearing words, "Sleep. Then what are you bragging about? Can't any wish be realized? Wu Shenlong, your body belongs to the Marvel world. I can't send it away, but it can be done only by returning the soul." Su Vinian said. The young man raised his eyebrows and regained his spirit. Then, "Well, please send my soul back to my original body." "Wu Shenlong, sorry, I can't do it." Fighting against his vigorous anger, the young boy squeezed 3 words out of his teeth, "Why? Di Shenlong, in the original world, you are dead." The young boy countered with persuasion, "So what, isn't your resurrection a good show? There are no dead people in Dragon Ball world. Di Shenlong, however, you are not from the Dragon Ball world. Only under the rules of the universe of the Dragon Ball world, can I bring people back to life? The young man remained silent for a long time, still not reluctantly asking, so if you just send my soul back, can I occupy a dying body like when I came to the Marvel world? Shenlong, no, your soul is already integrated with the 5-star Dragon Balls. If you want to send it back to your original world, you must forcibly separate it. This will cause great damage to your soul and be damaged. It is impossible for the soul to occupy any body, but it will eventually disappear as time goes by. The boy is completely desperate. Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com, banged on both knees, murmured in a collapsed dog posture, I can't go back. I can never go back. Dad. Mom. Son is not filial. The young man cried loudly and cried. His original name was Gurun. Not only was he in this world, but even the Marvel world and the Dragon Ball world, for him, it was a fictional world from film and animation. One day, he will bring the 7 Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball world to the Marvel world as a soul. Gurun, who was born and raised in China, crossed the Marvel world and directly sailed across the ocean to the capitalist base camp of all evil. Fortunately, the body occupied by the soul is still a Chinese, although it was not very good at first habits, but after getting part of the memory of the dying original owner, he quickly adapted to his new identity due to Saint Li, a second-generation Chinese, whose parents were killed in a plane crash, leaving him with a room in New York. Little Chinese restaurant. Gurun, or because of Saint Li, at the beginning, he thought he was still in the original world, but only traveled back and forth 10 years ago, until he saw a Captain America promotional video, and an article about the lace news of Tony Stark. He was shocked to find that here, it turned out that heroes walked on the ground, and villains like dogs. The United States, who lives in the Marvel world, is already dangerous enough. It's dead, because Saint's home is still in New York. New York. How many tragedies have happened in New York because of the Marvel plots that Saint knew? Iron Man vs. Iron Overlord, Hulk vs. Abomination, Captain America vs. Winter Soldier, Shield vs. Hydra, Avengers vs. Aliens, Defenders vs. Fighters Union, and so on, countless. Chapter 2, Sun Wukong's Lifetime Knowledge. After knowing that he was going to live in New York City in the Marvel world, because of Saint's desire to die, he accidentally found the 5-star tattoo on the back of his right hand. Then he remembered that he who came to this world with him also returned. There are 7 Dragon Balls. In the legend, as long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls, you can fulfill any wish. In the process of marching into the Marvel world, because the soul of Saint and the 5-star Dragon Ball are fused with each other, regardless of each other, so in fact, as long as the 6 are gathered, relying on the close relationship between Dragon Ball, because Saint has experienced thousands of years after much hard work, it took more than half a month to find the other 6 Dragon Balls scattered nearby, and finally summoned the dragon. However, it turns out that Incent is still too naive. In the center of the basement, Saint knelt down to the ground, thinking of her parents who are separated by a whole world. There is no day to see each other in this life. At this time, the dragon, which has been completely forgotten, once again said stiffly, "Speak your wish, any wish can be realized, but only one. Achieve your MMP." Disappointed because of Saint, when he heard the phrase "any wish can be fulfilled," he was suddenly stimulated, and the whole man was furious, and he fisted his fist fiercely to the dragon, "Go to death. You only a wasteful dragon that will brag." This mini-divine dragon looks no different from reality, but in fact it is just an imaginary energy body. Because Saint's fist is punched in the air as it passes through without resistance, it is forced too hard. There was a cricket at my feet, and I almost fell to the ground. Shenlong did not respond to this, just retelling, "Speak your wish, any wish can be realized, but only one." Oblivion, in Saint, who turned around, his forehead was bruised, his teeth grated, and when the violence was ineffective, he had to use cold violence. "Shut up. Let me be quiet. Wu Shenlong, speak your wish, any wish can be realized, but only one. Yin Yin calmed down a bit, no longer paying attention to the repeating dragons, and began to seriously think about what wishes should be made. In any case, life still has to continue. In the Marvel world, nothing is more important than the ability to save lives. Natural power has become the first choice. Because Saint has considered it for a while and tried to make a wish, Dragon, please give me the power of the Super Scion. Wu Shenlong, sorry, I can't do it. Although I hadn't reported much hope, because of Saint, I still couldn't help but swear it again, Waste Dragon. What can you trademark do? Shenlong, according to the rules of the Dragon Ball world, strength can only be cultivated and cannot be obtained out of thin air. As a creator of the Dragon Ball world, I cannot violate this rule, but I can let you have Seiya without changing the shape people's constitution. It's good that Santa has begged his lips and it's not possible to grow a tail. Do nt worry about becoming a violent giant ape, but what makes scions strong is their bottomless potential and cheating. Increase the speed, if you do nt practice methods, this constitution has an egg. However, since we can directly change our physique without changing the shape. With his eyes brightened, Yin Yin said to Shenlong, please give me the constitution of the magic Bu. Demon Bu, the ultimate boss of the Dragon Ball world, at any glance, it will be immortal as long as there is one cell left in the whole body. Can survive even in space. With this abnormal constitution, the Marvel world is like a cloud. Don't be afraid of the destruction of the earth. However, Wu Shenlong, sorry, I can't do it. Because Saint was already unable to vomit, he was too lazy to ask the reason, and directly changed to a low-profile version, so, what about the physique of Sasha? Wu Shenlong, sorry, I can't do it. Yin Yin was relegated to another level, the king of Frisia's constitution. 3 transformations, survival in space, as long as his head is still alive. Wu Shenlong, sorry, I can't do it. Because Saint rubbed his sore head, and then downgraded, there will be only the Nami-kissed physique of Big Devil Bick. Although he has a good regenerative ability, it is a bit weak. Comprehensive in comparison, he is not as good as a scion. He thought about it seriously and asked in a different direction, if I want to acquire a person's lifelong knowledge, can I do it? Wu Shenlong, it's very simple. Yin Yin sneered at the corner of Sheng's mouth. He now sneered at what he said, and he felt that this abandoned dragon was bragging. Shenlong, please give me all the knowledge I have learned in my life. I said, because the saint stared at the dragon, and waited for it to say, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Unexpectedly, Shenlong nodded, your wish has come true. www.yuyuganshu.com. Because Saint raised a brow and watched it openly. After Shenlong's words, the dragon immediately split into 7 streamers, one of which fell into his right hand, and the remaining 6 were scattered and passed through without hindrance. After reaching the basement wall, he disappeared into his sight. Obviously, it is like the rules of the Dragon Ball world. After fulfilling his wishes, the dragon will redifferentiate into 7 Dragon Balls and become stones scattered around the world until sufficient energy is absorbed. Before turning into Dragon Ball again. Where is the good knowledge? Quinn's eyes widened and he didn't feel his change at all, and said to himself with a doubt, really gave it to me. I tried to close my eyes and immerse my mind in my mind, because Saint Tenet immediately noticed the difference. The most obvious difference was that he felt Qi. Qi, the life energy contained in all living objects, can be described as the foundation of the Dragon Ball world. From daily practice to the destruction of the planet, it depends on the Qi of the human body. Obviously, it has won the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world after Sun Wukong had all the knowledge. Yin Sheng immediately learned the most basic breath practice. In addition, Sun Wukong's extremely rich combat experience was also accepted by Yin Sheng. Of course, what he can use at present is only fist and fight moves. With his fighting 5 slag level chi, mo say the famous turtle school Qigong, dance Kong Kong, king fist and even momentary movement, don't even use the simplest Kui Xian Lu Wushu without practicing for 10 days and a half. After drooling with her eyes closed, Yin Sheng opened her eyes and looked at the grey 5-star tattoo on the back of her hand. She couldn't help saying to herself, that dragon waist is a bit waste, but it's still quite reliable. I do nt know when I can make a wish again. Chapter 3, Tekken Danny Rand. Due to the fusion of the soul and the 5-star bead, due to Saint's instinct, in the Marvel world, the recovery time of the Dragon Ball is directly proportional to the speed of absorbing energy, unlike the rules of the Dragon Ball world, which is fixed for a year to recover. That is, if you get high-quality energy supplements, Dragon Ball will recover soon. Without supplements, it will never recover. Fortunately, the 5-star beads are really in his hands. Even if the 6 dragons scattered all over the world do not fall in energy-rich places, Saint S can also actively seek energy for the 5-star beads to absorb. 7. The Dragon Ball is one body, the energy obtained is automatically divided evenly, and one is restored, and all are restored. I think it's too early to think about these things. Now, the first thing that lies before Incent is that he has no money. In the half-month that Santa got through the Marvel Universe, all his thoughts were on finding Dragon Balls. Not only did he not do anything, he also took out a large amount of beautiful knives in order to trade the Dragon Balls that were picked up by others. I thought I could return to my own world, but I didn't have any idea to save money. The deposits were burned out, and I was about to run out of food. I want to grab the bank. Because Saint Teo pulled his head, he walked out of the basement listlessly. Of course, what he said was frustrated. Although he gained Sun Wukong's lifelong battle experience, with his current ability, playing 2 or 3 small gangsters with knives is not a problem. With live ammunition, you have to kneel in minutes. After thoroughly rummaging through the boxes, searching the Chinese restaurant storefront on the 1st floor and the living room on the 2nd floor, Instant found a total of $135, plus a few banknotes in his pocket, all belongings, that's $242. Looked at the closed shop door, as Saint started to consider, should he reopen? The question is, if there are few Chinese customers in the Chinese restaurant, after half a month's closing for no reason, will there be any business coming? Cultivate for a few days before talking, I'm too weak now. Because of Saint, he shook his head anxiously. Although it is only 2008, the news of the Hulk raging news has not yet occupied the TV station. Thor is still a good prince in Asgard. Captain America is still quiet. Sleeping under the Arctic ice, the entire Marvel world seems very calm, but because Saint knew in his heart, it is still just a super dude's Tony Stark, which will be in a month of this year. On the face of the world, he was crowned a superhero Iron Man. Although I don't remember the specific time, because Saint knew clearly that from that day on, the Marvel world began to become more and more dangerous day by day. Superheroes and supervillains all sprang up like mushrooms. Even all kinds of aliens have landed on the Earth in various postures, leaving him time to strengthen himself, only a few months at most. Quite afraid of death, Yinsheng decided to retreat immediately. He looked to the direction of the restaurant kitchen and said to himself, there is almost a bag full of rice, and there is still a lot of meat in the freezer. God, I'm not worried about eating. After 7 days. Gui Yinsheng looked at the bottomed rice bag and the empty freezer. And wailed in the sky, I'm not a scion. Why did it become so edible? During the retreat practice for 7 days, a large amount of food was consumed, and in exchange for being a scum, it was promoted to be a scum. When I stayed home, I was starved to death. Instant took the wallet decisively and went out. With the last $242, I bought all the noodles and ingredients, and then cleaned the Chinese restaurant inside and out. Once again, I intend to let Li's Chinese restaurant reopen. This Chinese restaurant inherited by Saint is located at the intersection of 10th Avenue and 54th Street in New York. In the Clinton area, which is known as the Hell's Kitchen, it is already a good location. The crime rate is not too high. A novice-level street hero, a good place to level up and fight. At this time, he was penniless, and he had already figured it out in his mind. If the business was bleak and forced, he could only cover himself at night and go out to rob the rich and the poor. Robbing a few rich people on the street, save him as a poor. Yin Sheng shook his head and shook off those messy thoughts. When everything was ready, he hurriedly opened the store door that had been closed for nearly a month before the noon lunch, and put a newly made signboard on it. In front of the store: starting today, the store will start to provide Kung Fu barbecue. This gimmicky signboard was just released for a while, but it really attracted guests. Just listening to the ding bell, a handsome young man with blonde hair and curly hair pushed in the door. "Welcome." Inspired by the spirit of Saint, facing the first visitor, he took all his efforts and greeted enthusiastically, "Sit down, what do you want to eat? We highly recommend our restaurant's latest dish, Kung Fu barbecue." It was completely unexpected by Saint. This little blonde curly hair coming into the door, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, is obviously a typical European race. What emerged from his mouth was fluent Mandarin. "Boss, do you mean Kung Fu means chi? Can you use chi for barbecue?" Sui was so surprised that he replied in Mandarin, "The guest's Chinese is very good, and he even knows chi, which really surprised me." "Haha." Hair blonde curly smiled proudly, and stretched out her right hand. "Hello, I'm Danny Rand. I have lived in China for 15 years and have just returned to New York recently." "In St. Lee, nice to meet you, Mr. Land." Because of the name in the Saint newspaper, he shook hands with Danny Rand. On the surface, he remained calm, but his heart was stormy. If he guessed right, this one, but the heir of the Rand Group, is not only he is a billionaire, and is also the strongest force developed by Kunlun in the territory of China, Immortal Iron Fist. In the future, he will also become one of the 4 defenders of the Defender Alliance Tekken. Although it is unlikely to be wrong, because of caution, Saint decided to confirm his conjecture and quietly turned on the breath induction of the new society. Sure enough, Danny Rand found a lot of the powerful chi, and compared with the chi learned from the Dragon Ball world by the Saint, the two are clearly different, but they have many similarities, like a pool of water from the same source, created 2 streams with their own characteristics. You can't be wrong. This is definitely the Iron Fist of Kunlun in China. It's no wonder that you are so familiar with chi. It's all innocently stupid. Chapter 4, Amazing Turtle Fairy Martial Arts. "Boss Lee, you haven't answered my question just now. I'm so surprised to be rude." He heard that, because Saint returned to God, and after apologizing, he generously nodded and admitted, "Yes, I can use chi for barbecue." Danny Rand gave him a dubious glance, and asked tentatively, "If you can I see it for myself?" "Of course can." Gui Yinsheng pointed his head slightly and pointed to a dining table in the store. "Sit down, this dish was originally made in person." "How much is it?" Danny Rand sat down like a good stream, picked up the menu on the table, and ordered using traditional Chinese customs, 2 pounds of beef, half a pound of white wine, and a stack of side dishes. "Wait a moment, come immediately." Yin Yinsheng went into the back kitchen, cut half a catty of raw beef, skillfully sliced it, smeared it with fat, sprinkled with seasonings, put it on a plate, served it with white wine and side dishes, and walked back with a tray. Danny Rand couldn't help but ask him if he didn't take the charcoal fire. "Boss Lee, how can you barbecue without fire?" Because Saint smiled, put the plate with raw meat on the table, and said with a deep voice, "Mr. Land, you should be very clear about the power of chi. It is better than flame. Nothing less." Danny Rand was startled and was about to ask a question, but saw that instant stretched out his right hand and placed it over the plate of raw meat. As he moved, the air under his palm suddenly twisted. Immediately afterwards, the soft sound of zi sounded quietly on the dining table. In Danny Rand's astonished eyes, a piece of raw beef on the plate was turning yellow and curled up at a rapid speed, and a rich flavor, the aroma of the fragrance, spread out and rippled in the air. Because Shank retracted his right hand, in a few blinks of effort, the plate of raw meat under his palm has magically become cooked food. This incredible ability is the most basic of the Kuei Xian Lu Wuxia. The basic skill breath release simply releases qi from the body to generate high temperature in the form of releasing energy. Wow! Danny Rand felt a wave of heat rushing into his face, and could not help but exclaim with an exclaimed exaggeration. His eyes widened and said, "This is incredible. Please enjoy." Because of the goodness of the saint, it took him only a week to master the breathing out. He was naturally very proud, although, because his own qi was too weak, he gave out qigong. Distance can only be calculated in centimeters. "Stay here!" Danny Rand yelled at Incent, who was about to turn away, stood up from his chair, and performed a fist solemnly. Apparently because of his unique skill, he had won his respect. Disrespectful reintroduction. In Lower Danny Rand, Kunlun's immortal iron fist. Kunlun. Yinchengd, who had long guessed his identity, pretended to be surprised, returned a boxing ceremony, and compiled a history for himself. Zhu Yang Diaming. Disciples under the Kuei Xian Lu, Yinchengd. I've seen contemporary Tekken. Turtle Fairy Stream. Danny Rand certainly could not have heard of the Turtle Fairy in another world, and his face was quite embarrassed for a while. "Li, brother, I am ignorant." "You're welcome. You just call me because of Saint." Yin Sheng waved his hand, and lied in his mouth for a long time. "In fact, we are like Kungxian Lu, just like Kunlun. Normal, don't care. So, please call me Danny." Danny Rand nodded in understanding, and asked with respect, "Because of Saint, you are so young, you have already used the qi to be enchanted. Are the people of Gaixian Lu such strong?" No. Qin quickly shook his head and truthfully said, "Danny, you have misunderstood. My qi is actually very weak. If you summon the indestructible Tekken, I will not be your opponent at all." The implication is that if Danny Rand does not call Iron Fist, saints can still fight. After all, the difference between their qi strength is because Danny Rand has Kunlun in his body. Tai Fist given to him. If this factor is excluded, the gap between the two should be small, and the strength is at least evenly matched. After all, although Saint is still weak, but when it comes to the development and use of qi, Dragon Ball the world is really too much ahead of Kunlun. It is no exaggeration to say that Incent, who has obtained the lifelong knowledge of Sun Wukong, stood on the shoulders of giants from the beginning and was able to win by weakness. That is a matter of course. Danny Rand didn't hear anything at all. He looked at the barbecue on the table, and said unbelievably, "Because of Saint, you are too humble. I consciously practice for another 10 years. I can't do what you just did." Yuuganshu www.yuuganshu.com. If it weren't for Sun Wukong's knowledge, I wouldn't be able to practice for another 10 years. Yin Sheng murmured in his heart and said, "Not modest, I might be better than you in terms of technique, but from the perspective of my breath induction, if you count Iron Fist, the qi in your body, total it's 10 times more than mine. This is a strong skill and it can't bridge the gap." Breath induction. Danny Rand's eyes brightened, and he was about to continue talking, just listening to the dinger, and a guest came. Gui Yinsheng made a sorry gesture and turned to greet the guests. "Welcome, what would you like to eat?" A white fat man with a big belly was about to start an order. Danny Rand rushed forward and shoved him $100 bill and said, "Sorry, this shop is closed today." The fat man glanced at the beautiful knife in his hand and saw the numbers above, enough for him to eat 10 meals, and immediately turned away neatly, leaving without looking back. Danny Rand closed the store and hung the closed business sign, turned and looked at Insanti, who looked bad, and handed a black bank card. It's offensive, please don't mind, I have something to ask for and delay you a little bit. For this reason, I am willing to compensate you for a month's income. Book that. Amazing to be rich. Because Saint narrowed his eyes, rolled up his sleeves, reached out, took the bank card, and politely brushed a whole $10,000, handed it back to the bank card, and said, besides, you have to help promote my barbecue. No problem. Danny Rand nodded his head quickly, and then continued to ask, excuse me, what do you mean by breath induction? Chapter 5, Colleen Wynne. So-called breath induction. Instant groaned for a moment, pondered the language, and briefly explained, any living thing has its own chi, and breath induction is a kind of concentration. The technique of exploring the breath is like a biological radar. It's our unique technique of Kuei Xian Lu, and I can only tell you so much. On hearing that, Danny Rand nodded thoughtfully, silent for a while, and said frankly, in fact, I left Kunlun without permission, and did not complete the training required for Immortal Iron Fist. A lot of chi knowledge is not very clear. If you can, some common knowledge is not private. Can you tell me more? Quinn Saint thought for a while. For the price of $10,000, he asked, what do you want to know? Although Danny Rand was a bit clueless, at least he still knew the phrase the word is not transmitted to others, the law does not transmit 6 ears. Seeing that Saint did not refuse on the spot, he was overjoyed, and immediately asked, I see when you use chi barbecue, it can be retracted and released very smoothly, but it always takes a long time for me to communicate the chi in my body, and sometimes it even fails. I want to know if there is any what can I do to increase my control? Have. Quinn Saint possessed Sun Wukong's lifelong knowledge, and theoretically, of course, he could not be stumped. In Danny Rand's expectant eyes, he calmly spit out 2 words, battered. Battered. In the face of Danny Rand's questioning, Yin Shang shrugged with 2 hands, the more you are beaten, the faster you will be able to defend your luck. In the end, you will become an instinct and use your instinct to control your chi. Naturally very smooth. That's it. Danny Rand showed a reminiscence expression and murmured to himself, no wonder Master Kun Lei always hit me. Ahem. With a cough, Saint Wake woke Danny Rand, pointing to the dining table where the barbecue was placed. Danny, let's sit down and talk. What else do you have to ask? It is good. Danny Rand sat down again, grabbed a piece of barbecue directly with his hands, chewed it in his mouth, and raised a thumbs up at INST, it's delicious. Thank you. Quinn Sant also sat down, looking at the opposite Danny Land, and seriously reminded, don't forget to help me advertise. For sure. Danny Rand wiped his mouth and continued to ask, about the recovery of chi. Restore chi. The 2 questioned and answered one by one, chatting while eating, and it was said that it was dark, and Danny Rand finally stood up and left, because Saint sent him out of the door and looked at the extra $10,000 on the account. Hay smiled, sure enough knowledge is wealth. $20,000 talked about not much, not too much. With this money to rescue the emergency, because Saint finally did not need to wear a hood and went to the streets to rob the little gangsters. But, accidentally met Kunlun's immortal iron fist, because Saint didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. He is still very weak and does not want to attract the attention of all parties. Originally, for a long time, he planned to be a low-key person. At least, he would have to wait for the second time to collect Dragon Balls and make a wish before he could be a little bit brazen. Now, Danny Rand has blended in, and his Kung Fu barbecue, which was originally a gimmick, will definitely be regarded as real Kung Fu from the minds of the people. Hand in hand. When Yin Yin thought of Kunlun's deadly opponent, an endless army of ninjas appeared in front of him. With the impetus of a sense of urgency, he said to himself, it seems to be working hard. Although it was a meal at this time, because Shank had no intention of doing business, he closed the shop without hesitation and went straight to the living room on the second floor to continue his retreat. The next day, Yin Sheng got up early, but instead of rushing to open, he practiced until noon, which opened the shop door just before lunchtime. I do not know if it's Danny Rand's ad. It's already promoted. Lee's Chinese restaurant's business today is extraordinarily good. Because Saint's only opened for 10 minutes, 3 tables of guests have arrived. Not a regular customer. One of the tables ordered a Kung Fu barbecue, and after seeing the magical skills of the saints, the other 2 guests also said they would add food. Honestly, because of the special Kung Fu barbecue, the taste is not good, but it is not the best. It's amazing how Qigong cooking with his performance is really amazing. The signature dishes were conquered, and they all called for friends and friends. After a while, the seats in the shop were full. Within a short period of time, there were even people lined up at the door. I was caught off guard by the saint, a person, and a chef. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com service, cash register 3 positions, busy working around, and finally managed to get through the meal, but also had to work part-time again. After cleaning up the shop, I just wanted to sit down and take a breath. The door was ding again. Actually another guest came. I have to hire someone to help. Because Shank gritted his teeth fiercely, I stood up helplessly, just wanting to say that the shop was closed, and my dishes hadn't been washed yet. I couldn't help but look at them. The guest who entered the door was an Asian woman of about 20 years old, with a petite figure and uneven texture. Under the smooth black long hair, she had a fair and soft and delicate face. Judging from the Chinese aesthetics, absolutely it's a beautiful. Because Saint was a bit surprised, she immediately recognized the person. This is a long-time regular customer of the Li Chinese restaurant Colleen Wen, a mixed Chinese and Japanese. He has lived in China for several years and also lived in Japan for a few years. She came to the United States in her 10th year and later settled in New York. Don't look at her small and inconspicuous. In fact, she is proficient in Aikido and Bushido, and she is an extraordinary teacher. She is a teacher at a nearby Japanese martial arts hall. Wait a minute. Sun was suddenly surprised that this person set up, seems to be a little familiar with hurrying. Correct. Colleen Wen. Don't you think about the future female ticket of Tekken Street Hero Daughter of Dragon? And, her master Batu is still one of the 5 fingers of the council, but for a long time, she did not know this. Instant, what are you doing? Colleen Wen frowned, and gave Instant a strange look. Why don't you seem to know me? Yin Yin returned to God, and laughed. Hee hee, how can it happen? Colleen, you are so beautiful today, I am stunned. Chapter 6, Instant's first actual combat. Colleen Wenqiu raised her eyebrows and looked quite surprised. She was a frequent visitor to Li's Chinese restaurant when her parents were still alive. Although she hadn't had much contact, she got along with Instant for a few years. Yes, this boy of Chinese descent, 1 year younger than her, is obviously a bit shy. She has never been so bold as she is today. She praised her for being good-looking, and curious. She could not help asking, Instant, why has your store been closed for so many days? Is something wrong? Gui Yinsheng stepped forward and answered half true and half false, it's nothing, it's just that my practice has reached a critical juncture. I've been practicing retreat the other day. Practice? Kelly Wen was more surprised and asked suspiciously, is your Li family a martial arts family? Why don't I know? Because Saint shook his head and took out the set of words he had dealt with Danny Rand yesterday. Turtle Fairy Stream. Corinth Wen Rao gave an intriguing look at INST. So strange, is it a martial art in Chinatown? No. Qin Saint shook his head again and asked, do you know Kunlun? When I heard the word Kunlun, Colleen Wynne could not help narrowing her eyes, thinking of Danny Rand, a weird man, and nodded, "Have heard." Because Saint had deceived Danny Rand once yesterday, and today the lie became more and more smooth. Our Coaxian Liu, like Kunlun, is a hidden school. I had a chance when I was young and I met a member of the Gui Xianren who joined the WDO. He accepted me as an apprentice and taught me the practice of qi. Immortal. Corinth Wen has half of Chinese ancestry. Although she has been living in New York for a long time, and the Chinese language is very rusty, the weight of the word fairy should not be forgotten. A good breath. Gui Yin shrugged his shoulders, bragging about not drafting. He can fly, it's no exaggeration to say that he is a fairy. Can fly. Colleen Wen took a cool breath. You mean, through the practice of qi, you can make people fly? Yes. Wu Yinsheng nodded. It is a fairly advanced form of qigong, called dancing kongshu, but my current qi is still very weak, and I am not qualified to practice in a short time. Wu Vinian, Colleen Wen with a disbelief in her face, questioned, when did you know the so-called fairy? I think you were deceived. Quinn smiled indifferently, and did not argue with her. It's true and false. You will know it later. Sooner or later, I can fly. Come to my martial arts hall when you have time. Colin Wen Xiaomei raised her eyebrows and expressed her dissatisfaction on the spot. I'll see if you have learned real Kung Fu. Quinn Saint wanted to find someone to practice, try his own qualities, and eagerly replied, I'm free now. It is good. When the two of them hit it off, Colleen Wen turned sharply and did not plan to eat. Let's go. Yin Yinsheng took off her work clothes, locked the shop door, followed Colleen Wen over half a block, and soon came to her little martial arts hall. Colleen Wen walked to a corner of the martial arts hall, picked up 2 wooden knives, and asked Yinsheng, do you use weapons? No need to. Yinsheng waved his hand, I can only fist, but even if you use a knife, it will be unfair to you. What? Colleen Wenkai laughed anxiously, never thinking that she would be underestimated by Saint, and decided to teach him a hard meal. She came forward with a wooden knife, staring at Inst Hum. This is what you asked for. Yin was inevitably a little nervous because of Santa's first actual combat, but thanks to Sun Wukong's lifelong combat experience, he quickly calmed down and put his hand in hand. Come. Drink. Colleen Wen uttered a coquettish voice, and the wooden knife in her hand cut across it quickly, but she saw instant stride in the direction of her sword and took a big step to the side beyond her blade. Then, a fierce elbow was handed to her. Good poisonous fists. Colleen Wen's eyes narrowed sharply, and she quickly raised her left hand and pushed the side of Incense's elbow. The whole person took a step back to the side by this force, but did not wait for her to stand firmly because of a side kick from Saint. He followed him like a shadow. How could it be so fast? Colleen Wen was shocked and unavoidable, so she had to hold a wooden knife in her hands and stop Yin Sheng's foot. She only heard the sound of gala. The wood blade was broken from the ground. After breaking the wooden knife, because of the strong force of Saint, he did not follow the trend and kicked on Colleen Wen. Instead, he took a step back and made a gesture of acceptance. You reading book www.youcanshu.com. Colleen Wenqiu raised her eyebrows upright, walked to the corner of the Wukan without saying a word, took out a samurai sword with a sheath from the box next to the wall, pulled it out with a brush, and held it in her hand to dance with a sword flower. It is obviously to recognize instant strength, and she needs to go all out. Yin Yin Saint looked at the cold sword flower, and his heart was inevitably cold. With his current qi, he could not stop the sharp steel, and he was stabbed with a knife. It was bound to see blood. I shouldn't provoke this crazy woman. Because Saint only knew the regrets at this time, it was obviously too late. Colleen Wenli blade was in hand, and she immediately attacked. Because Saint did not dare to grow up, stepped on the broken steps carefully like walking on thin ice, and kept avoiding the knife. At the same time, he has also been looking for opportunities to counterattack. The so-called Ju Shao must be lost, because after Saint escaped a dozen swords, the pace at his feet was unavoidable. The whole figure was stagnant. Colleen Wen saw this opportunity, and her big eyes were almost bright. Jiao drink, it is a knife. Under the blade, because Saint is covered with cold hair, he desperately suppresses his instinct to dodge. He does not move backwards, straightens his right arm, separates his palms, and points at Colleen Wen's towering chest. He yelled, "Guess the fist, cloth!" In the sealed martial arts hall, there was a sudden strong wind. Colleen Wenming saw the palm of Yincheng, more than 10 centimeters away from her breast, but only felt as if she had an invisible big hand, and pushed her towards her. The strong wind pressure blows her long hair first, fascinates her eyes, and then, the two rolling hemispheres on her chest are pushed by an invisible force and squeezed at the same time. Both of her legs left the floor involuntarily, and the whole person rose into the air and flew backwards. Chapter 7, Guess Boxing, Stone Scissors Cloth. Colleen Wen, who was in the air, quickly overcome the confusion in her heart, adjusted her limbs to find a balance, landed on both feet steadily, and stepped back and forth in 3 steps. After she released her strength, she covered I felt it with my chest. I was surprised to find that she was severely hit and everyone was pushed away, but she was not harmed. Except for the first chest, I felt a little soreness. 2 points that stand out, feel a bit numb. After Saint pushed Colleen Wen in the air with a volley, she just felt flabby. She couldn't help but press her knees with both hands, and bent down deeply, panting heavily, and seeing the embarrassed Colleen Wen raised her katana again and quickly raised her arm and shouted, "Stop! I'm out of energy. Give up." Corinne Wen put down the knife, hummed from her nose, could not restrain the curiosity in her heart, and asked, "Just that one, is the turtle immortal qigong you learned?" Yin Sheng wiped the fine sweat on his forehead, straightened his waist hard, and nodded, "Well, that trick is called cloth, it comes from guess fist, stone scissors cloth, this is our Gui Xian Lu for entry, stone means boxing, scissors means gong, and cloth means gong. Guessing boxing, cloth releasing qi from the palm of your hand into a force of energy that can only be used to push away the enemy at first. After mastering it, you can flexibly pull or even restrain the enemy. Although it is an introductory move, compared to the simpler basic skill of breathing out, guess boxing, cloth has a process of transforming power and energy, and the consumption of qi is much more horrible. Therefore, you will be so tired that you will not be able to stand. It is precisely because you use too much force, you almost completely exhaust the qi in your body. Is it just an entry move? This turtle fairy stream is really powerful. Colleen Wen raised her hand subconsciously, rubbing her sore chest, and did not notice that her unintentional movement made Yin Sheng's eyes straight, and she felt dry and anxious. "Shout, let's go! Let me do it!" Because Yin Sheng exhausted his great perseverance, he looked away and coughed, "Cough, now believe that I learned the real Kung Fu." Colleen Wen poked her lips, secretly said that this is not really Kung Fu, so what do I learn? On the surface, he asked calmly, "Can anyone learn the qigong of the turtle fairy?" Qin Saint thought for a moment and answered ambiguously, "Theoretically yes, but it is difficult, you must fully develop your own qi, and I have only recently grasped a little fur." Colleen Wen Sui has not been unfamiliar with qi since the Kunlun rebellion. Her eyes are bright and her character is very strong. Of course, she is very interested in such powerful qigong. Do you think I can learn? Should do it. Qin Saint glanced at her, "Your qi is actually stronger than me, but you will not use it at all, so your strength and speed will not be as good as mine." Corinth Wen raised her mouth and asked with a smile, "Can you teach me? Or do I have to worship?" "You don't need to worship so grandly." Yin Saint waved his hand, and in the eyes of Colleen Winman with a wish, the tone suddenly changed, "Be my girlfriend." The smile on Colleen Wen's face froze, and she stared at Yin Cheng fiercely, and pointed at the door with her knife. Go. Quinn smiled hey with a disapproval, and walked very obediently toward the door. Before leaving, he turned and waved to Colleen Wen. See you tomorrow, Colleen. Cut. Colleen Wen watched Yin Cheng's back disappear out of the door, and she pursed her lips, and then suddenly snapped and smiled. This boy has become more interesting than before, and the way to reject people is quite special. I didn't go to eat with him. Well, forget it, it's all here. Let's eat it at night. On the other side, after getting out of Colleen Wen's Wuguan pavilion, Yin Cheng went straight back to his restaurant, then went into the back kitchen, put on rubber gloves, and started washing dishes. I want to hire. By the time Saint Yin finished washing the pile of dirty dishes on the hill, the man was exhausted and died. He wiped his hands casually, and ran a non-stop job advertisement, and posted it directly on the shop door. This shop recruits general laborers. 1. A waiter, can provide food and accommodation, the salary is negotiable. At this time, it was already close to the evening meal. Because Shank couldn't take a rest and started to prepare, he just heard the ding bell as soon as the side dishes were finished, and some guests came. Welcome Light. Gui Yinsheng stepped out from the back chef, and before saying a word, he asked with a look of surprise, why are you here again? Will I speak? I can't come to dinner. Corinne Wen, who was hungry from noon to the present, reading www.yuyuganshu.com came into the door angrily, and then suddenly turned around again, pointing to the job advertisement on the shop door and asking, you recruited anyone? How can it be, it just took a while to post it. Yin Yinsheng stepped forward and said jokingly, what? You plan to close the military hall and come to work for me? Colleen Wen first muttered you want to be beautiful. Then she straightened her face and said, I have a student in a martial arts hall, an orphan living on the street. Although she has a case of theft, she is actually good boy, just bad luck, can you let her come to you as a waiter? Okay. When can I come to work? Yin Yin promised, what a joke, let alone a harmless thief, at this moment, as long as someone comes to help him wash dishes, he dare to accept the murderer. Just tonight. She has experience as a waiter, and she can get a job directly. I'll call her now. Colleen Wen saw the eagerness of Saint, took out her cell phone, walked away and made a phone call. She walked back again soon, raised the phone in her hand, finally, she'll be in a while. Come. Great. It helped me a lot. Yan Yin stepped forward with enthusiasm, come and sit, I invite you to dinner. Colleen Wen waved her hand, it was you who helped me. It's okay to eat. I still want to give the money. Uncle Li and they. After leaving, you are not easy. No need to. Quinn waved with his big hand, my economic situation is very good. You don't believe it when you tell me something. You met a rich man who was too rich yesterday because he offended me and had to compensate me for a month of income. Chapter 8, Polaris Lorna Lancel. Super rich, for a month. Colleen Wen thought about these two keywords, and always felt a sense of acquaintance. After a while, her eyes widened and said, you said, won't it be Danny Land? He heard that, because of Saint, he was startled, hey? How do you know? He also offended me the other day, and compensated me for 3 months of rent in the martial arts. Because of Saint's silence for a long time, Hate said with a gritted teeth, 3 months? This who is Light and Light? It only compensated me for 1 month. Colleen Wen looked at Yin Cheng for a while, startled at his strange attention, and didn't mention money in her mouth. She sat down at a dining table and said, hey, do you want to don't invite me to dinner? Of course please. Yin Yin returned to God and asked, or the ones you often eat? Or, try my new Kigong barbecue. Okay, then try. Come. Coming soon. Yin Cheng quickly brought a large plate of cooked raw meat and roasted it with qigong in front of Colleen Wen's face. Although he had already seen guessing fist, cloth in the martial arts, he faced a completely different breathing out. Colleen Wen still couldn't help wondering, great. What is this trick called? How did it happen? This is actually just basic skills. It's called breathing outside. The principle is very simple. Qi is a kind of life energy. The release of energy will generate high temperature. Roasting meat in this way is also a practice. It will allow me to have more fine control of qi. Qin Saint explained briefly and handed the knife and fork. Try it. I'll start then. Please use it. I have to greet the guests. I won't be with you. Go, leave me alone. With the arrival of meals, the restaurant was filled with guests one after another, and Saint began to get busy again. Fortunately, after noon, he prepared in advance this time, reducing a lot of work. After finishing the barbecue, Lin gave him a handle very righteous. Then, a 17-year-old girl with short hair joined the ranks of help. Because Saint looked in her eyes and knew that this was Colleen Wen, said the apprentice of Wu Guan. Looking at her skilled appearance, obviously the job of waiter is no stranger to her. With the help of two people, it was much easier for Saint to get through it. Unconsciously, she had already finished the meal. After sending away all the customers in the shop, Saint hanged a sign to stop business and greeted Colleen. The gentle short-haired girl said, "Don't be busy, just sit down and talk." The three of them sat opposite each other, because Saint looked at the short-haired girl and said, "Hello, I'm Saint Li, an old friend of Colleen." The short-haired girl is a typical European race. The delicate features look a bit like Germanic, with a thin face, a slender body, and pale skin. The whole person looks like a candid person, but his eyes are full of indomitable strength, giving people to a contradictory beauty, and even more strangely, her short shoulder-length hair was black that was totally incompatible with her race. She looked at instant with a pair of big green eyes. At a glance, Xi Zirujin introduced himself, "Lorna Rachel. Can I call you Lorna?" After a tentative question from Saint, after seeing Lorna, Lanschel nodded. This continued to say, "Lorna, I can give you a salary of $1,500 a month. Working hours are 3 hours each at noon and evening. Provide free board and lodging. By the way, because there is still a lack of handyman, if you are willing to temporarily replace this job, I will add a subsidy of $8 an hour, you think about it and see if there is a problem?" As an orphan, Lorna Lancel has been crawling on the streets for a long time, knowing that for a job as a waiter, the treatment offered by Saint is quite good, not to mention, because her back in the case of the theft of the police, no one was willing to hire her, and immediately nodded and agreed, "No problem, I accept this job, and I am willing to do more work and earn extra money." "Okay." Yuan Yin nodded and turned to Colleen Wen. "Colin, what do you think?" "I have no opinion." Colleen Wen smiled, and said jokingly, "I don't dare to bully my students." "Oh, that's it." Yin Yin laughed, and then stood up and solemnly extended his right hand to Lorna Lancher. "Lorna, welcome to Li's Chinese restaurant." Lorna Lancel froze for a while, then stood up, shook her hands with her fingertips and assent, "Should I call your boss?" "Anywhere." Yin Yin shrugged indifferently, "We are a small shop. There are not so many rules. You can call me the boss or you can call me Li, and you can call him Yin Cheng directly." Lorna Lancel was silent. "You read the book www.yuuganshu.com." crooked his head and said, "I'll call your boss." "Okay." Yin Yin nodded and hesitated and asked, "Lorna, do you live outside or do you?" He heard that. Before waiting for Lorna Lancel to speak, Colleen Wen rushed and said, "Instant, she has no place to live, you have to arrange her dormitory." "Sensei." Pronunciation of Japanese. Lorna Lancel turned her head a little embarrassingly and said to Colleen Wen, "I live outside and I'm fine, I can protect myself." "No. Colleen Wynne stared, living in an abandoned building, it's fun to be stabbed by the police? Do you still want to add a case of illegal invasion to yourself? I was exposed by her one after another, and Lorna Lancel's face was completely unstoppable. She stubbornly avoided her head. Sensei. Where I live is my freedom. You can't make decisions for me. You know how to call me sensei. Cough. Colleen. Don't worry. Seeing that the scene was a bit out of control, Santa quickly coughed and hit the round. Lorna, so. I will arrange a room for you on the second floor of the restaurant. You can use it as a lounge for the time being. As for whether you want to live as a dormitory, how can you slowly decide later? Lorna Lancel nodded silently, glanced at Colleen Wynne with a ugly face, and evaded and walked away in 2 steps. Boss, there are still a few tables unpacked, I'll go to work first. Go, after you finish packing, wash the dishes, and then you can go to work. It is good. Chapter 9, Powerful Miss Polaris. When Lorna Lancel walked away, Saint looked at Colleen Wynne a little strangely, and whispered, What's going on? Colleen, is your reaction too big? This is not at all like you. You don't know. Colleen Wynne poked her lips, and there seemed to be something inexplicable. This child is special. It is too dangerous to live alone, and you will be targeted if you are not careful. This is true. Quinn Saint thought of Lorna Lancel's exquisite face. It was really amazing, agreeing with the echo. So beautiful girl, it is easier to get in trouble. That's not what it means. Colleen Wynne shook her head anxiously, hesitated a little, and reached Instant's ear, whispering, She is a mutant. Mutant. Lorna Lancel. Yin Yin felt a hum in his head, and subconsciously said to himself, No. Seeing his reaction, Colleen Wynne frowned. What do you mean? In my impression, you have always sympathized with the mutants' encounters, so you are willing to tell you. No, you misunderstood. I have no intention of discriminating against her. Quinn waved his hands and thoughtfully said, I just suddenly remembered a mutant with the same surname Rachel. Eric Lancel, the famous magnetic king. As long as there is metal, he is like a god. However, this is not possible. When Saint first came to the Marvel world, he had already conducted a detailed investigation. Although there are mutants in this world, it is completely unclimatable. There are neither X-Men nor the existence of mutual brotherhood. In fact, under the ubiquitous surveillance of the Shield Bureau and the unrelenting suppression of the Sentinel Secret Service, it is impossible for the mutants to form a decent force. In this case, the leader of the Brotherhood, Magnetic King, shouldn't exist. Otherwise, with Lao Wan's unruly character, how could he not get into trouble? Well, under such circumstances, where did the youngest daughter of Wan Si Wang come from? Is it just a coincidence? Quinn Saint didn't believe this statement himself, and curiously turned on the breath induction, and went to Lorna Lancel. The next moment, in the eyes of Colleen Wynne's surprise, inexplicably started the instant staying, and suddenly she was shocked, and a lot of cold sweat dripped on her forehead. What happened to you? My God! Good chi! Because of the shock in Santa's heart, even Colleen Wynne's inquiries were ignored, and in his induction, Lorna Lancel, a delicate and weak girl, had a body in her body. The chi is completely different from ordinary people, and the intensity of this chi is 50 times his own. If you say that ordinary people's anger is 1, because of Saint's anger is 2, and Lorna Lancel is 100. With her strength of 100, she is indeed the sister of Miss Polaris. What are you talking about? Colleen Wynne's brows frowned, and she pushed in Santi hard. What's so strong? Yin Yin stiffly swallowed, with an unspeakable glance, silently glanced at Colleen Wynne, and said in her heart that she was crazy. You are innocent mortals, you know nothing about true power. Still worried that Lorna would be in danger? She can hit you dozens of them. Colin, you worry more. Lorna is very strong, very strong. Ordinary people cannot be her opponents at all. I heard that Colleen Wen showed an expression of "Are you an idiot? Nonsense. She is a mutant. I am not worried about her being injured, but she is hurting. Once a mutant awakens, it will immediately acquire very powerful abilities, and due to sudden changes in the body, it will naturally be difficult to adapt. Basically, all mutants will lose control of their abilities to varying degrees when emotionally excited." When Saint heard it, she understood for a second. "Oh. Are you worried that her ability will be out of control and even cause casualties, and will be wanted by the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Sentinel Secret Service?" "S.H.I.E.L.D. Colleen Wen frowned again. "I know the Sentinel Secret Service. What is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Howard." Spoiler. Because of this, Saint remembered it. Unlike the Sentinel Secret Service on the bright side, the S.H.I.E.L.D. is known for its stealth. Ordinary people cannot know it at all. He didn't know how to answer for a while, and he just pulled out that Stinky the long name, perfunctively explained, abbreviation for Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. "What round?" Colleen Wen was fainted, and blinked suspiciously. "Isn't it yours?" "Ha ha." Yin Yin smiled with a playful smile. "It's true. I can only say that people who take this name really want their short name to be spelled S.H.I.E.L.D. God, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com is weird." Colleen Wen poked her lips and pulled back to the topic that was already on the horizon, and pulled back again. "Speaking of business. You have to let Lona live here as soon as possible. She is alone on the street. I really don't worry." "Then you are not afraid that she will lose control and tear down my shop?" Quinn rolled her eyes, and although she was a bit reluctant, she didn't say a word. "I'll do my best, but in my opinion, she is like a temperament and you dare not pack tickets with you." "What is the same as me? It's redundant." Colin Wen also returned to Yin Sheng with a white eye. "I'm back at the Wu Guan, you can do it yourself." He nodded because of Saint's characteristics, watched Colleen Wen leave, found a bunch of spare keys, and threw it to Lorna Lancel. "This is the key in the store, the big one is used to open the front door, the small one is the back door after you finish the work. Remember to lock the door. Oh, by the way, it will start at 11:30 tomorrow, don't be late." In spite of that, regardless of being a little dumbfounded, Lorna Lancel went straight up the stairs because of St. and went to the living room on the second floor of the restaurant, but she didn't mention accommodation at all. Colleen Wen knows that she must be in a hurry with him. What a weird. Lorna Lancel watched as Saint's back disappeared at the entrance of the stairs, and could not help but frowned. "Don't you be afraid of me stealing." Because of the theft of her body, Lorna saw more people who used her as a thief. Even if some people didn't say it on the surface, it was not as nervous as Saint. You know, she saw it clearly. There are hundreds of dollars in cash at the restaurant's checkout counter. However, Yin Sheng not only did not guard her at all, she even gave her the key in the store. Chapter 10, Dragon Ball recovering too quickly. Is this a test? Lorna Lancel glanced at a pile of banknotes in the cash register, and walked away 2 steps away from the scorpion, wondering for a long time, still puzzled. Where did she know that Yin Sheng was scared by her huge and unmatched chi? She was hiding in the room and shocked at the moment. In fact, because Saint was frightening himself, the shock of breath induction was so strong that he didn't figure it out for a while. Lona's chi was 50 times stronger than him, not representing strength. It's 50 times his time. Now she is still a teenage girl, North Star. She should have been awakened for a long time, and her ability to control her ability is still very young, not as strong as he knows in the future. When he was shocked, Saint finally reacted, thinking of his second life, and was scared by an 18-year-old girl. He couldn't help laughing at him. He got up and walked out of the master bedroom, and began to pack the 2 second bedrooms on the other side of the living room. He intends to use these 2 vacant rooms as staff quarters, and have to clear out the personal belongings inside. After finishing the finishing, Instant called Lorna upstairs, let her pick one in the 2 bedrooms, temporarily used it as a lounge, and then handed her a white A4 paper and a black mark pen. "Well, write your own name and stick it on the door." Lona took the blank paper. After a while, she looked at the door with her name on it, and suddenly realized that it was the first time that she had marked her name on something. "My own room." Lona gritted her teeth gently, forcibly suppressed the desire in her heart, and said to herself silently, "You are a mutant, there is no place in this world, it will be your long-term shelter." "Boss, is there anything else? I haven't finished washing the dishes." "It's okay, you go." I watched Lorna quickly walk down the stairs, and Fran frowned because of Sant. At the moment, he obviously felt that Lorna's chi fluctuated sharply. As soon as the mutant's emotions are agitated, his ability is easy to get out of control. This is a well-known common sense. Because Saint could not help but start to doubt again, can he really hold Miss Polaris? In the heyday, if she did not lose to the existence of Wansa Wang, if her ability explodes completely, she can tear down his shop in minutes. "Why do you think so much? It's time to cultivate." Yin Yin shook his head vigorously, shrugged off the thoughts of worrying people, turned to the quiet room transformed from the study, and continues his practice today. As long as his own ability is strong enough, any difficulties will be solved. Too slow. 3 hours later, because Saint got out of the quiet room, he was very dissatisfied with his spiritual progress, and made up his mind at the same time. The next time he gathers Dragon Ball, he must make a wish to Shenlong, so that he owns the Scion. He doesn't expect to be able to improve his strength like a rocket like Sun Wukong, but as long as he can double it now, he will be very satisfied. Thinking of this, Yin Sheng lowered his head and looked at the tattoo on the back of his right hand. Then he was surprised to find that actually 1/3 of the pattern had changed from grey to gold. You know, since his last wish, it's only been 10 days. Doesn't this mean that as long as there are 20 more days, the Dragon Ball will be full of energy and can summon the dragon? Because of the surprise of Saint, before he was completely full of energy, he could not rely on the 5-star beads on the back of his hand to sense the position of the other 6 Dragon Balls. He could only guess wildly, it will be so fast? Shouldn't it? One of the dragon happened to be near the energy source? For example, the 6 most famous treasures in Marvel's world, the 6 infinite gems with infinite energy. According to Saint's knowledge, there are 2 infinite gems that exist on the earth today. Among them, the time gem known as the Eye of Agamotto is located in the hand of Extreme Mage, Ancient One among the magical sacred place called Kamatage. The space gem in the form of Cosmic Cube is sleeping together with Captain America somewhere under the ice in the distant Arctic. It won't really be so coincident. Because Saint's mouth was drawn, if that was the case, he could not run to the North Pole, and dug out the Dragon Ball from under the ice with a thickness of meters. As for the Kamatai covered by the magic enchantment G, in theory, is blocked by the magic enchantment, Dragon Ball should not fall there. It should not. Don't. It's no use thinking now, just wait until the energy is full before you look at it. Because of the ominous foreboding of Saint's happiness, he went upstairs and walked downstairs. He inspected the shop and saw that all the tables had been cleaned up. A pile of dirty dishes were stacked neatly in the disinfection cabinet after washing, and the front and rear doors were checked again and found to be locked. As for Lorna Lancel, who has done all this, she has long disappeared, and must have returned to her own dwelling. According to Colleen Wen, it looks like it is in an abandoned building. Aha! Yun Yin Sheng yawned, covering her mouth, and drowsily went back upstairs. Busy all day, it was time to rest. In the early morning the next day, because Saint woke up on time, went out to buy a new batch of ingredients, put it in the freezer in the restaurant's back kitchen, and went to the quiet room on the 2nd floor. The alarm clock rang, so he walked out of the quiet room and went downstairs to open the shop door. It was only 11:10 at this time, and there was still a short break from the lunch break in a broad sense. However, because Saint opened the front door of the store and just turned around, he just heard the ding bell and someone pushed in. Already. Quinn Saint still had a lot of preparations left, and turned around and said, "Sorry, we haven't started business yet." I'm not here to eat." He walked into the door as a thin, 15-year-old boy. He looked at Vincent, who was no more than 2 years older than himself, and hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, are you the owner of this shop?" Quinn nodded somewhat strangely, "I am. Are you doing anything?" "Hi, my name is Peter Parker and I want to apply for a job as a handyman." Sun suspected that something was wrong with her ear, and she was silent for a long while, and asked earnestly, "What's your name?" "Peter Parker, sir." Chapter 11, Spider-Man Peter Parker. I trademark "Don't believe it." In the face of this young man who claimed to be Peter Parker, because he didn't say anything, he directly turned on breath induction, then nodded with satisfaction, and secretly said in his heart, "Well, the chi of ordinary people seems to have the same name. Just the same surname." Let me just say that, aside from the old acquaintance of Colleen Wen, I only opened the store for 3 days. On the first day, I came to Iron Boxer, and the next day, Miss North Star also appeared. If another Spider-Man comes up on the 3rd day, is that ridiculous? Wait a minute. It may also be, he hasn't been bitten by a spider yet. Insanely. After thinking for a long time, because Saint finally came back to God, introduced himself first, and then asked Peter Parker, "Sir Parker, are you an adult? I don't want to recruit child labor." "Of course." Peter Parker nodded quickly, and took out a document from the bag behind him. "Master Lee, just call me Peter. Look, I'm 16 years old." Quinn glanced at the documents and looked at Peter's bag again. "Peter, you are a high school student, I don't plan to recruit part-time." No. Peter waved his hand again and again, in the suspicion of instant, eloquently explained, I mean, I did go to high school, but I didn't plan to work part-time. You see, except on weekends, after school every morning, I can definitely get here before 12 o'clock, and just return to school before 3 o'clock. After school in the afternoon, I can come here at 6 o'clock at the latest, which is exactly the working time here, which is just perfect. Isn't it? This is a word. Because of an ominous premonition in Saint's heart, holding the last hint of hope, he inquired calmly, "Peter, I won't close until 8 or 9 here. Do your parents agree that you will come home so late?" "My parents have died, it was an air crash." Peter showed a sad expression, and even the words were more concise. "My guardian is Mei Yan, and I will let her sign a consent form for you. My parents died in a plane crash." "Mei. I haven't run away, this is the little spider who hasn't been bitten yet." Quinn sighed and looked at Peter with a complicated look. "I'm sorry, in fact, just a few months ago, my parents died because of the plane accident, and I can understand you." "That's it." Peter's clap with a sudden realization interrupted the words in Inset's mouth. "Let me say, you are too young as a restaurant owner." I said, seeing that Saint Gaze looked badly. Peter lowered his head, and Nana added, "Oh, this is really unfortunate, I'm sorry." Because of Saint's smirk, she patted Peter's shoulder and politely refused. "Peter, you are still young and you should stay in school more. My working hours are too long for you." "Oh no." Peter Parker made a very exaggerated sorrow, with a face full of anxiety, and hurriedly pleaded, "Boss Lee, listen to me, my grades in school are good, and my studies are not a problem at all. Please, Boss Lee, I have only a relative who is Mei Mei. It was too hard for her to raise me by myself. I have to find a job to reduce her burden. Please give me a chance. I will definitely work hard." After all, Saint was not iron-hearted. After hearing Peter's sincerity, he couldn't say what he refused. He just nodded and said, "Well, I can't stop you from honoring your elders. As long as your guardian agrees. I will accept you now." Great! Peter cheered and said, "Thank you. Thank you, boss. Do you know? I have already applied for 3 Western restaurants, 5 pizzerias, and 6 cafes. They have all rejected me, and I am almost desperate. It's..." Stop! With a headache in her hands, Yoon took out her cell phone and said, "Give me your contact information." "Right, do you live nearby?" "My phone number is XX. I live in Queens, but it's not far from here. The subway is just 7 stops away, and it's very easy. I go from the subway station to the school every day and I will pass here. The school is very close to here. It's enough to walk for 5 minutes, eh? I just found out that your boss's store is right in the middle of the subway station and the school." Stop! Because Saint felt more and more painful in his brain, he resisted the impulse to repent. "At night, this neighborhood is not very peaceful. Since you are not living nearby, you must be sure that your family may agree to work here." "What?" Peter grabbed the back of his head a little dumbfounded and thought for a moment. "I'll convince Mei Yan. I'm an adult and I can protect myself. It sounds familiar to me." Quinn shrugged. "Call her now, like I said before, and I will only accept you if she agrees." "Okay, boss, wait for me." After a while, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com did not know what Peter had made, because Saint finally got Mei Yan's verbal consent over the phone. After hanging up the phone, he nodded to Peter, "Welcome, join Li's Chinese restaurant, and when you're ready, you can come here to work." "Yes." Peter waved his fist in excitement, threw down his school bag with a bang, rolled up his sleeve and said, "Boss, I'm ready. What should I do?" In the face of this cute new man with no work experience, Yin Sheng could not bear to look straight and covered his face, pointing at the back of the shop and saying, "Pick up your school bag. Put it in the utility room. The work clothes hang on the wall over there, you should find a good one for replacement. I have something to do now. When Lona comes, you can ask her if you don't understand anything." "Boss, who is Lorna?" "Like you, this shop employee, you will know when you see her." After Saint's anger was angered, he walked into the back kitchen without looking back, and quickly began to cut meat and side dishes, which caused Peter to delay for more than 10 minutes. Now he is very close to the lunch time. There is not much time left for him to prepare. 10 minutes later, Lorna Lancel arrived on time at Li's Chinese restaurant. She just pushed in and saw a small, suspected underage boy facing a tall brown-haired woman. "Hi, my name is Peter, are you Lorna?" The brown-haired woman squinted at Peter and waved his hand impatiently. "You know the wrong person. Welcome, please sit down." Lorna Lancel stepped forward, greeted the brown-haired woman first, and then pushed Peter. "I'm Lorna, are you new? Go to the side and wait." Chapter 12, These Rich People. Oh. Peter nodded unknowingly, stepped back 2 steps, silently watching Lorna took a menu, placed it gently on the table, and said to the brown-haired woman, "What would you like to eat?" The brown-haired woman was clearly prepared. She didn't take a look at the menu and said directly, "Kung Fu Barbecue. This dish is ordered by portion, how many pounds do you want?" "Come on, a pound first." "Okay, just a second." Lorna put away the menu, walked into the back kitchen and said to Instant, "Boss, some customers ordered a pound of Kung Fu Barbecue. You came." Instant, who was chopping vegetables with his head down, said without raising his head, "I see. Have you met Peter? He is a new handyman. He has no work experience and you should teach him more." "Okay." Lorna promised, changed his work clothes first, then walked to Peter, and spoke to him what he should not do. After a while, Yin Sheng came out of the back kitchen with a plate of cooked raw meat, and glanced around the shop, headed straight for the brown-haired woman, put the plate in her hand on the table, and stood in front of her. Noodles, roast pieces of raw meat with qigong. Faced with a scene that could not be explained by science at all, the brown-haired woman was extremely shocked. Her big blue eyes stared round like beads. Her right hand gently covered her red lips to prevent herself from screaming. Very educated. Please enjoy. Because Santa got the barbecue, she was about to go back to the kitchen, and the brown-haired woman got up and called him, "Please wait. Joy Mitchum." The brown-haired woman self-reported her name and stretched out a white tender right hand to Instant, "I'm an old friend of Danny Rand." Stunted for a while, and then reacted. This is Danny Rand's childhood friend, and his net worth is also billions. He is one of the resident directors of the Rand Group and will actually appear in his own home. The shop is quite intriguing. She is not like Danny Rand from Kunlun, and her kung fu plot is not so deep. Insanely. Quinn was pinching Joey Mitchum's fingertips, and gently shook it. "I'm glad to meet you, Ms. Mitchum. Everyone, can you sit down and talk?" Of course. At this time, no other guests came, nodded because of the characteristics of the saint, and sat down kindly. "This is my honor." Joy Mitchum glanced at the barbecue in front of him and said with emotion, "Mr. Lee, just 3 minutes ago, I still thought you were a shameless liar." Yan Yin raised her eyebrows, startled at her directness, and waved her hand, "It's nothing," facing the unknown, suspecting it is human instinct. "In fact, until now, I can't completely believe it." Joy Mitchum stared at Insent with a sharp eye and said, "Perhaps, you are actually a master of magic." "Ha ha." Quinn smiled indifferently, "Ms. Mitchum, I don't owe you anything. I don't have to prove to you that Qi exists, whether you believe it or not. What does it have to do with me?" Hearing, Joey Mitchum narrowed his eyes, bit his lower lip gently, and said, "Mr. Lee, you don't seem to know who I am. I know that the well-known Mitchum family, the director of the Rand Group, has billions of dollars in power." Gui Yinsheng raised his hand and interrupted Joey's words, asking instead, "So what?" Joey Mitchum took a deep breath, barely calming down the anger that had risen in his heart, and revealed a symbolic smile, "I am rude. In fact, the reason why I will come today is because of Danny. Tell me, as long as you come here for a barbecue, you will know that he is telling the truth." After all, Joey Mitchum paused and said in a sincere tone, "So, Mr. Lee, please understand, let me believe in the existence of Qi. For me, for Danny it's really important." Because Saint now knew it, it must be Danny Rand, and he told Joey a lot of ghost words such as Kunlun and Hand Union, but there was no way to prove that in the original plot, Joey was sent to the mental hospital and locked up. At this point, Saint could not help but ask curiously, "Did he not summon Iron Fist to show you?" "I think a fist glowing from the inside out, there is nothing more than Qi explained." "Not at all." Joy Mitchum gave Instant a surprised look. "However, he did say the word Iron Fist, but I couldn't understand it at all." "That's it." Because Saint gently twirled his head, he knew that although he had been instructed, Danny Rand still could call Iron Fist as he wanted. After thinking about it, you read a book. Joey Mitchum held out his right hand and said, "Well, I'll help him again. Ms. Mitchum, through a technique called giving, I can convey my Qi to others. Give me your hand, and I will let you feel Qi for yourself." Joy Mitchum hesitated for a moment, then slowly stretched out his arm, carefully put 5 long fingers on the palm of Insent's hand. "Is this okay?" Wu Yinsheng nodded. "Close your eyes, shield as much noise as possible, concentrate, and when you are ready, tell me." After a few moments, Joey Mitchum's eyes closed tightly and said quietly, "I'm ready." The next moment, Joey Mitchum opened his eyes sharply, and the whole man froze violently. He pulled his right hand quickly like an electric shock, and stared straight at his fingertips. This is Qi." I got up because of the saint, and before Joey didn't respond, he had gone a long way, leaving only one sentence, "Tell Danny Rand that he owes me a favor." What a chic back! Because of Saint, he thought so proudly, but he only returned to the back kitchen with his forefoot, and saw that Lorna followed with a strange face, and handed him a black bank card saying, "Boss, outside the customer locked our shop door and hung a closed business sign. When I went to stop her, she gave me this card and said you can swipe it casually." In the face of this seemingly acquainted operation, Shank twitched at the corner of his mouth, muttering enviously, "These rich people. It's just 5 buckets of rice, I'm still bent." Chapter 13, Sudden Attack. Because Saint suddenly dropped the kitchen knife in his hand, took the bank card in the hands of Lorna, walked out of the back kitchen and came to the cashier, just like Danny Rand did, and brushed $10,000 equally. "Go to Joey Mitchum and return to the bank card saying, 'Ms. Mitchum, I need an explanation.'" Joey Mitchum stretched out his right hand, clamped the bank card with 2 fingers, and retracted it into his handbag gracefully. Then he said unhurriedly, "Mr. Lee, I would like to ask you a favor." "For the sake of US $10,000, I squeaked because of Saint's comment, "Tell me." "If what Danny tells me is true, then the Rand Group has fallen into a great crisis. Me and Danny alone may not be enough to deal with it. My brother Ward must be added. Everyone can work together, but without evidence, Ward can't believe our words. Please help me convince him. Ms. Mitchum, I do not like to prove myself. I am willing to let you feel chi, purely for Danny and Kunlun's sake. You lie." When Quine said half of his words, his pupils narrowed sharply, and he quickly reached out his hand, pushing Joey Mitchum hard, "Hide away." Without a defense, Joey was pushed so fast by instant, she fell straight to the side, and fell heavily on the floor. She screamed aloud, and had no time to deal with the pain. Slowly, I saw with a look of horror that the glass door that was originally behind her, broke into countless fragments, and in the sky-flying glass slag, a black axe, quickly spinning and flew to her original standing position, and pushed her intellectually hard. "This is the first to bear the brunt. Be careful!" Joey screamed with a hissing exhaustion, and then, only saw that Saint greeted the axe flying forward and quickly reached out his hand with lightning speed, and found the position of the axe handle in an almost impossible way. "Grab the flying axe firmly and hold it firmly in your hand." "Who did I provoke?" Because Saint glanced at the shop door shattered into glass slag, and then looked angrily at the door, and saw 5 or 6 young men in black suits with shaved chins and black suits, with an axe in their hands, facing the shop aggressively. Rushing over, all of them are Asian. From the tattoos on their necks, they are most likely Chinese gangsters. Axe gang? Is there a setting in Marvel? Because Saint couldn't think much, he shouted to Joey, "Don't get up on the ground, call the police," and then shouted back to Lorna and Peter and shouted, "Lorna! Take Peter to hide, go back." Anyway, because Saint threw the axe in his hand strongly, the whole person did not retreat, and rushed out of the shop immediately behind the flying axe. Taking advantage of the opportunity of several gangsters to avoid the flying axe, he punched in the punch on the chest of a person in front. Because Shank is a lonely enemy at this time, who dare not to have the slightest retention. This fist is already using the stone in guess fist, stone scissors cloth. If you have good eyes, carefully observe, you can see that there are traces of blue lines flowing on his fist, and this is the chi wrapped around his fist. The gangster hit by the guess fist, stone hit his chest directly, spewing a large amount of blood on the spot, at a faster speed than when he came. The whole person flew back, and fell to the sky, bang. The mouth is still vomiting blood continuously. Obviously, the internal injuries are not light. I am afraid that I don't know how many ribs have been broken. In a short time, it is impossible to get up. There are 5 more people. Because Saint Te silently calculated the number of enemies and increased the output of chi in the body, the blue light circulating on the fist became more and more obvious. In guess fist, stone scissors cloth, palm power cloth and finger power scissors, they all release Qigong, which is too much for him to afford at present, and the boxing stone is an enhanced Qigong, which is relatively better, as long as there is qi in the body, it can always be provide strength to the fist. Without hitting the enemy, the consumption of qi is minimal and can be ignored. In the present situation, time is obviously on the side of INST. As long as the New York police arrives, the situation is naturally cheerful. Therefore, after defeating an enemy, he not only rushed to attack, but backed up. One step, standing in front of the broken shop door, put on a posture of this road is not accessible. At this time, because Saint had already reacted, these gangsters who did not know where they came from should not be directed at him, but they were directed at Joey Mitchum, and they must not be allowed to run into the store go inside, otherwise, threatening Joey is small, and if Lorna loses control because of this, the problem will be big. The remaining 5 gangsters, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com looked at his companions who had suffered only a punch from Yin Sheng, and they were lying on the floor with vomiting blood. It was inevitable that they were all Chinese, some of them were the first generation of Chinese. At this time, all of them came out with "Woolen Master." The 4 words are all hesitant, expecting others to come out and be the first birds. Go together. After stalemate for dozens of seconds, a mobster with a mustache, waving an axe in his face, rushed to instant, and shouted in Chinese, "Cut him! You are the one!" Because Saint's eyes flashed, he turned to defend in an instant. At a faster speed, he greeted the mustache that rushed over. After hiding away from his axe, he turned his right fist and was ready to go. The upper wave was printed on the soft rib of the mustache's waist, wrapped around the chi of the fist, and broke out fiercely at the same time. The mustache could not help his feet off the ground, the whole person flew back and up, and his toes were vacated for about a meter before he started to fall downward. When the person was still in the air, he felt only his internal organs, as if all exploded from the inside. After getting started, my limbs twitched and my facial features were twisted. When I fell heavily on the ground, my eyes turned white, my nose and tears bleed with blood, and all 3 emerged from the 7 tricks, just blinking. In the meantime, the face has become more terrifying than the evil spirit. After Sheng succeeded with a single blow, he did not fall in love, and strode out of the encirclement of the remaining 4. Then he slowly stepped on the broken steps to find the next attack opportunity. Seeing the tragic condition of the mustache, the 4 gangsters still standing at this time, everyone was heartbroken, unwilling to abstain, but actually did not adjust the position in the first time, and re-enclosed the situation of Yinchenged. This piece of scattered sand, because St. Tenet's eyes suddenly flashed, the whole person rushed up like a tiger. Chapter 14, Incent. The gangster hit by Yinchenged had a scar-like scar on his face. He waved the axe in his hand in an attempt to force Yinchenged out, and he cried out loudly, "Come and help me." However, at this time, the position on the court was exactly due to the situation between Saint and the other 3 gangsters. There were 1 Scarface and 3 Scarface companions. There was no way to support the first time. With a sweeping leg of Saint, kicking Scar's face to the ground, then stood up and jumped on him to make a knife. Oh no, it was a fist. In contrast, Scarface should be considered lucky, because Santon directly gave him a punch and did not feel much pain. He passed out cleanly. As for whether he would have a concussion, that is exactly what happened. What's next? With only 3 gangster thugs, Instant suddenly stood up from the Scarface with fists, and suddenly took a step backwards, exchanging a look with each other, all from the eyes of the other party, seeing a deep fear. Who is this trademark? So vicious? After knocking people down, do you have to make a knife? Too cruel. Who is the gangster who licks the blood with the knife? The courage of the 3 gangster thugs has been vented, and all of them are resigned. If not for the 3 companions who fell down, they can't wait to turn around and run. One of the young thugs wearing earrings turned his eyes and rushed towards with an open door. Li's Chinese restaurant shouted, "Drag him! I'll catch someone!" This idea is very good, but unfortunately, The earring man forgot a very realistic situation, that is, under the blessing of Qi, because of the power and speed of Saint, it is completely beyond the ordinary person's category, holding the group, they barely have the ability to compete with them, once they leave the team, they must kneel on the spot. I could nt keep up with the two gangsters who were in the footsteps of Yinsheng. I saw that he caught the earring man in 3 or 2 steps, raised his fist and waved toward his back, and punched him directly with a punch. It's up. The studded male body fell to the ground. Wow! A great splash of blood spewed forward, let alone rushed into the store, and even the blood he spit did not reach the side of the door frame. At the next moment, the whistle of the whistle sounded in the distance, and when I heard this warning sign, the two gangsters who were still alive at this time changed their faces and looked like they were relieved. They looked at each other and acted very tacitly, shouting in unison, "Put your hands together. The wind is tight. Shout." Because Saint looked at the two who turned and ran, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and did not think of chasing them at all. After the 4 people were brought down one after another, the qi in his body was running low, even guessing, stone it is impossible to sustain it. If we continue to fight with them, we will not lose, but it will definitely be a hard fight. After seeing the 2 gangster thugs run away, Yin Sheng walked back to the shop without thinking of the other 4 on the ground or in a coma or a sorrow, shouting, "Come out, all right." On hearing the noise, Joey Mitchum poked her head from under a table. The girl was also sincere. She was hiding under the table because Santa had let her lie on her back. Quinn stepped forward and pulled her. "Ms. Mitchum, don't you go out without a bodyguard. I don't like anyone following me." Joy Mitchum took in Saint's arm, stood up, and patted the dust on the body. "Call me Joey, you are my life-saving benefactor, I can't afford a lady." "Okay, Joey." Yan Yin nodded casually, pointing at the 4 gangster thugs lying at the door. "Who are they? Why did they attack you?" "It seems to be Hong Kong's Axe Gang, I think, maybe because of business conflicts. Just recently, we, the Rand Group, bought a dock they wanted. I bought a pier." Yin Yin twitched at the corner of Santa's mouth. "What you said is like buying a piece of clothing. I don't really understand the rich world." At this moment, Lorna and Peter came over from behind the shop, with a look of shocked Peter, and said, "Oh, boss, you said that this neighborhood is not flat, but it's not a joke, eh? Why didn't I see the police? Is it, the 1, 2, 3, 4 underworlds at the door are all bosses you killed alone? Oh! God! That person vomited a lot of blood. How did you make him like this? Is it true? It's Hua Kung Fu? It turns out that you're not cheating the boss." "Peter! Shut up!" Ryan interrupted Peter's chatter and turned to look at Lorna. "Lorna, how are you? You know, because Saint is keeping the shop door and not letting the gangsters come in. Only a small part is for Joey. For more reasons, in fact, it is worried that Lorna, a powerful mutant, will be stimulated because of this. Caused his ability to get out of control and demolished his shop." "Boss, I'm fine, I just got a little scared." Although Lorna said so, you read the book www.yuyugonshu.com because of Saint's uneasy turned-on breath induction, until see Lorna's chi is stable, this relieved, but also after making a decision, you should find an opportunity to have a frank talk with her. Otherwise, it is always a matter of preventing her from acting as a time bomb. "It's all right, Peter, go and clean the broken glass on the ground." Hearing Instant's words, Joey, who stood silently, reacted suddenly and stepped forward. "Mr. Lee, the whole thing happened because of me, and I will be responsible for repairing this door." "Thank you, then, Joey. By the way, I'll call your name by all means, and you can call me Insanity." Because Saint didn't quit, he pointed at a police siren, and slowly parked at the police lane in front of the shop. "Joy, help people to the end, I don't want to go to the police station for tea." Of course. Joy nodded proudly and walked towards the outside of the store. He said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the police." The last name of Mitchum is obviously very palatable in New York police. Joey and the two patrol officers who stepped off the car, after a few words, the whole incident was defined as legitimate defense, but there was no question of defensive too much it rang, and even Yin Saint himself was not required to show up. In the police records, the people who subdued the four gangsters on the ground were just Joy Mitchum's bodyguard. Soon after, two ambulances rushed to the scene under the call of two patrol officers, and pulled away four seriously injured gangsters with a stretcher. Subsequently, the two patrol officers also returned to the car and accompanied the ambulance to the rush. The hospital. So far, this matter has come to an end. Chapter 15, Break into the Gangster's Nest. Until then, the evasive Instant walked out of the shop and thanked Joey. "Thank you, Joey. This is what I should do." Joy waved his hand and frowned lightly. "I'm sorry, because of Saint, it's all because of me, you will get into the axe. This is not your fault." Quinn Saint shrugged indifferently. "Don't worry about them. To me, they are not a big threat. Don't be careless, because of Saint." Joy straightened his face and reminded in Saint, "I know you are strong, but if they use a gun? Please be careful during this time." I heard that because of Saint stunned for a moment, her swollen self-confidence was instantly returned to its original form, and nodded humbly and accepted. "You are right, I should not be so arrogant, thank you for reminding me." Joy pouted with a grin and said, "It's time for me to return to the Rand group. We must respond to the axe attack immediately." "Okay." Quinn Saint nodded again, and before leaving, exchanged contact information with Joey. "If you need help, just call me." "Okay, then I'll go first. I'll take you to the car." After sending away Joey Mitchum, Yin Shang turned back to the store and found that there was an extra person, and she couldn't help raising her eyebrows and said, "Colin? Why are you here? What do you say?" Colleen Wynne asked angrily, pointing to Lorna Lanchel at her side. "Because of Saint, what trouble have you caused? I am beginning to doubt now and recommend Lorna to come to work for you." "A mistake. This doesn't blame me." Quine Saint spread his arms in two hands. "You should see Joey. The axe was directed at her, but I was the innocent who was hurt in conjunction." "Axe gang." He heard that. Colleen Wen frowned, and asked in wonder, "Who is Joey?" "You do not know?" Quinn raised his eyebrows and explained briefly, "Joy Mitchum, director of the Rand Group, Danny Rand's childhood sweetheart. I thought you knew her." "Are I familiar with Danny Rand? How can I know his childhood friend?" Corinthwyn rolled her eyes and complained in her mouth, "Because of Saint, you really have a long way to go. You can blend the grievances of these rich people." "Colleen, Lorna is your student, and you are worried about her safety, I can fully understand." Quinn narrowed his eyes slightly, half of what was said in his mouth, and his tone suddenly turned, "But you are not my master. I can't get you to teach me how to do things." He was so stiffly remarked by him, Colleen Wen could not help but stare. She stared intently at Instant, feeling strange for a while, unlike her old acquaintance who had known her for several years. Because Saint did not pay attention to the dazed Colleen Wen, she continued, "Lona is a member of Lee's Chinese restaurant. I will try my best to protect her. If you believe me, you should trust her. He's only 19 years old this year. Is it, because he suddenly lost his parents, he quickly matured?" Colleen Wen gave a complicated look to Instant, and nodded to him with no choice, "I believe you." "Very good." Instant then turned to look at Lorna Lanchel, and said politely, "Lorna, I have something to go out now, and someone will come over to fix the door, and you will supervise it for me." "Okay, boss." Lorna nodded strongly, solemnly indescribable, at this moment, in her mind. Still echoing the words that Saint said to Colleen when Lorna was Li Zhongzhong as a member of the restaurant, I will try my best to protect her. Quinn saw something strange, but didn't think much about it, then turned his head and called Peter Parker. Peter, go to the kitchen to get a few buckets of water, and wash the blood off the door. Oh! Peter reluctantly responded, muttering in his mouth as he walked towards the restaurant's chef. The first job I did in my life was actually cleaning the crime scene, which is not a good sign. After Saint explained to his 2 employees, he picked up his mobile phone and went out. Using Google Maps on the mobile phone, he found an address in his memory. Then he took a taxi and went straight to Brooklyn. And go. When Joey Mitchum talked about the pier, Incent finally remembered that in the story of Iron Fist, the Axe Gang did appear. Its headquarters is located in Brooklyn. Young's Co., Limited. Because Saint can think of it, thanks to Colleen Wen, in the original plot, this address was spoken by her own mouth, and the 6 Chinese words Yang's Co., Limited, but it is said that in all of the Chinese dialogues that have appeared in the entire Tekken plot, Yuuganshu www.yuuganshu.com is the only standard Chinese pronunciation. I can only say that in the original plot, Danny Rand had too many Chinese lines, which was far less practicable than the 6 words. After all, since Saint found the building where Yang's Co., Limited was located, he broke into it directly, first demonstrated his own force, and then said, "I want to see your boss." After a short while, a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face appeared before Incent's eyes, followed by 2 familiar faces, the 2 of the 6 people who had previously attacked Joey Mitchum and fled. "Boss, it's him." After receiving an affirmative answer, the face of Tung Oguo waved his hands behind him to stop the commotion of his people. He looked at Yin Cheng coldly, and said in Chinese, "Is the surname Yang, did you ask?" "Don't dare to ask." Yin Yinsheng replied with a polite phrase and reported himself, Insanity Li. Boss Yang gently bowed his head, and returned a polite sentence, "Second-generation Chinese?" Born in the United States, the Chinese language is quite standard, and the ancestors passed down the skills, but they have not fallen at all. Rare. Do NT forget the copy? Good. That's right. With a wave of his hand, Yin Yin signaled a greeting to this end, and said immediately, "Boss Yang, I don't want to say much, I'm here to solve the problem." "Oh." Boss Yang smirked and twitched his lips without saying a smile. "Oh, do you want to say next, this is actually a misunderstanding. Rather than make a fuss, why don't everyone laugh at you?" Gu Yinsheng also made a funny hee-hee, and said confidently, "Trust me, Boss Yang, when I have finished speaking, thank you for being too late for what happened today." Chapter 16, Appalling Injury Report. Postnatal. Don't be too arrogant. Boss Yang turned his face on the spot, raised his arm and made a gesture, threatening fiercely, "When you come to me, even if you can fight again, you have to lie down. Next, think clearly before you speak. If you say I don't listen, I promise you won't get out of this door." Because Saint's eyes swept left and right, when he saw that the light was what he could see, there were 7 or 8 black suits with short assault rifles. I didn't know where they came from, and all the black hole muzzles were aimed at him. Head and chest. Behind the dead end of his sight, there was a kind of uneasiness like a man's back. Obviously, behind him, there were also several guns facing him. In the face of this extremely real threat to life, Saint muscles all tightened up instinctively. He took a deep breath before dissipating the tension in his heart. The tone of his voice was smooth and said, "Good one." Dismissing Ma Wei, "Boss Yang, can they all put their guns down? After listening to what I'm going to say, if you are not satisfied, let them fire again." "Humph." Boss Yang snorted and waved his hands arbitrarily, lowering his gun muzzle, touching his upper and lower lips, and uttering a word, "Say." As soon as Saint opened his mouth, the first sentence in his mouth changed the face of Mr. Yang. "The doc you want, the reason why the Rand Group will buy it is because of the hands-in-hand inspiration. Stay back." Boss Yang, with his face full of jealousy, waved away the men who held the guns. He greeted Yincheng with respect. "I'm very sorry, I don't know your identity and didn't mean to offend." "Oh, this is really a misunderstanding." Yincheng shook his head with a smile. "Boss Yang, you don't have to be so nervous. I don't play for the hands in hand, but well, the lord of the Rand group today, Joey Mitchum's brother Ward Mitchum, that's a powerful man of Mrs. Gao." "What?" Boss Yang widened his eyes sharply, and his eyes were full of panic. "Do you mean, that Doc is actually what Mrs. Gao wants? The Mrs. Gao who is one of the 5 fingers? If it was replaced by the other 4 fingers of hands in hands, it would not be too scary for Boss Yang, but in the face of Mrs. Gao, who is also rooted in China, he can't get angry at all facing the other 4 fingers, although he is also not an opponent, he can at least flee back to China. However, if he offends Mrs. Gao, he cannot even run. There is only one dead end." "Yes." Quinn nodded in his grip. "You provoked Joey Mitchum, in fact, it's tantamount to provoking Mrs. Gao. Is this life-critical news enough to make Boss Yang smile with vengeance?" "Enough." Boss Yang showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and clenched his fists to Yincheng. "You are right, you are right, I should thank you for stopping my men, not letting they made a big mistake, and if something happened to Joey Mitchum, it would really be irreparable. If you know how much I start, I don't know if I will say so." With a weird expression, Gui Yinsheng waved his hand and said, "It's not necessary to bear the affection, just don't forget the revenge. As long as what you say is true, today's things are cancelled." Boss Yang has already believed in 99%. After all, most people can't even know the hands meet, let alone the name Mrs. Gao. What he said at this time was just a scene. I am not going to accompany you to verify the news. Come here." After a while, Yincheng, who broke into Yang's Limited all the way, was kindly sent out. Until then, Yincheng took a long breath and wiped the fine cold sweat on his forehead. TMD, the gangster's nest, it turns out to be a dragon cave. Quinn was stunned by Santa's heart. In fact, before he entered, he had already expected that he might face a firearm. But, doesn't a dozen short charge scenes appear too trademark exaggerated? The moment he was aimed at more than a dozen guns at the same time, he really felt the threat of death. As long as one sentence was wrong, he couldn't come out today. "Who?" Gui Yinsheng breathed out again, relaxed, and set out on his way home. It's finally over. However, what Vincent didn't know was that all this was just the beginning. Just as INST got into a taxi, the police chief, George Stacy, in the New York Police Department's office, looked at 4 appalling injury reports on the table, and tapped lightly with his fingers. At the table, after thinking about it for a while, he said to a police detective in front of himself, "Fix all the information about this case and report it to the FBI." FBI. Detectives repeated the abbreviation of the FBI, and hesitated to say, "This case is related to the directors of the Rand Group." UU reading www.uugonshu.com. If we delve deeper, the chief police superintendent may be very unhappy. Upon hearing that, George Stacy frowned, and said righteously, "Will the Rand Group reduce its donations as a result? This is something the chief police officer should consider. Our responsibility is to protect the people." "Safety, do your job, detective." "Yes, sir." After watching the police detective leave the office, George Stacy sighed and said helplessly to himself, "Well, what's going on in New York now? One by one, the renegades have come out one after another. As if it were a super sale." After all, George Stacy picked up the 4 injury reports and said with a pointed finger, "If you're like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, you can be safe and secure. If that's the case. But if you dare to be as discouraged as Drever and Punisher, I will take you to justice." On the other side, I didn't know that I had been followed by the police, and she stepped down from the taxi and looked at her brand new store door. As soon as Saint entered the door, she saw Lorna Lancel greet him, "Boss, you are back." "Okay." Yin Sheng responded casually and carefully looked at the newly changed glass doors, only to find out that the floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides of the store door had even been replaced with glass, and he immediately asked, "Lona, how do you get the windows? Is the glass replaced?" Lona showed a stunned expression. "It's the same as the store door, replaced with bulletproof glass. Isn't it the boss that you account for them?" Chapter 17, Lona showing superpowers. Bulletproof glass. It's next time for Saint's turn. After pulling out his mobile phone and checking the price of bulletproof glass, he calculated the shop door and the floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. The total area of the glass used can't help but secretly talk. Spend more than $10,000. "Boss, is there anything wrong?" Lona stepped forward a little uneasily. Before Saint left, she asked her to supervise, and couldn't help but ask, "Is this glass expensive?" "Quite expensive. Even the cheapest of them, it costs hundreds of dollars per square meter." Because Saint answered subconsciously, and saw Lona's grim expression, and explained with a smile, "Don't be nervous, someone sent by Joey. She must have paid for it. No need for us to spend money. I just a little surprised, she's just too generous." He said, "Look inside the St. Chow store, what about Colleen and Peter?" Lona breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "The master is back at the Wukan. Peter has gone to school. He said he will come after school." "Boss, shall we open at night?" "Open He nodded for granted. "Because of Saint Teresa, you can rest assured that I have completely resolved the matter, and no one will come to trouble again. Yes, you also told Colleen to save her from running to teach me again." "Okay, I'll call the master soon." Lona agreed, hesitated a little, and said, "Boss, don't be mad at the master. The reason why she said that is not just worrying about me, but also worrying about you." "Oh, I'm angry with her." Yin Yin smirked and looked at Lorna with a chuckle, "It seems that you have great respect for Colleen." "Master is the best person I have ever met." Lorna said earnestly, "It's not just me, everyone respects the master. For us orphans on the streets, not only has she never received tuition, but she will pay for relief, and more importantly, she gave our ability to protect ourselves is no different to us than angels." Angel. Because Saint's expression is very complicated, let alone Lorna Lancel, even Colleen Wynne herself does not even know that these orphans who teach martial arts will eventually become evil organizations. One of the members of the club association is because of her kind heart, which can make people easily put down their defenses, so she will be selected by Bozy and become a recruiter who is caught in the drum. Once a person has put down his defense, it is easy to be brainwashed. It is extremely ironic that the cult with a strong cult flavor, in the knowledge of Colleen Wen, is both by her master. The charity organization managed. Hand in hand. Charity. This is really a cruel joke. Boss. Lorna Lancel woke up in a daze and asked very keenly, "Is there anything wrong?" "More than just wrong. It's a big mistake." Because Saint was slandered in her heart, but she could not say it on the surface. If Colleen Wen knew the truth of the matter, her lifelong faith would completely collapse, although there will be such a day. However, it's not possible now, because Saint's strength is too weak today. It is too late to avoid the club, and dare to take the initiative to provoke him, only to show a helpless expression and shift the topic. "Lona, if you are fine now, stay in the store for a while, I want to talk to you about something." "It is good." I heard Lorna agree. And Saint locked the store door immediately, pointing to a table at the end of the store and saying, "Let's sit there and talk." The two sat opposite each other across the table, and Saint took the lead to say, "Your hair has been blackened for a while, right? The turquoise hair roots have been faintly visible, exactly the color of your pupils." Lona was startled, trying to explain, but she said nothing. "Boss, I Quinn waved his hand and broke the window paper directly. I know you are a mutant. On the day you were recruited, Colleen had already told me. Lorna's eyes widened in shock, and the biggest secret in her heart was revealed. For a while, her emotions fluctuated very strongly, and as her mood became more and more tense, a sudden noise of ding-dang-dang suddenly appeared. Start ringing in restaurants. Because Saint turned his head and looked around, I saw that all kinds of metal products, with Lona as the center, all spontaneously trembled violently, giving the impression that it would rise up at any time, like 100 birds and phoenixes, flying towards Lorna. Lona. Gui Yinsheng whispered Lorna's name, and said in a very calm tone, "You better calm down, if I mess up the shop, I won't help you clean up." Infected by his tone, Lorna gradually calmed down. On the table between the two, the trembling knives and forks of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com also stopped shaking, and in the shop, again there was a return to silence. Now it's right. Because Saint smiled slightly and used a ridiculous method to ease the tense atmosphere. Actually, I was just afraid of irritating you, and I still didn't say a word. If something is broken, I must take it from your salary buckle. Wu Vinian said. Lona smiled, half tentatively, half jokingly, "Boss, in fact, you are also a mutant, aren't you deceiving people?" "It's a pity, I'm just an ordinary person." Yan Yin shrugged his lips a little bit. "I think so. Once I wake up, I will become stronger immediately." "What a good thing, unfortunately it's not my turn." I heard Lona raise her eyebrows in surprise. She could definitely feel that because Saint wasn't speaking nicely, he really thought so. "What's so surprising?" Quinn shrugged. "Do you think Colin would tell me the truth if I discriminated against mutants?" "This is true." Lona first expressed her affirmation, and then said with admiration, "However, boss, you are so big, you don't even worry that I will lose control." "Who said I'm not worried? It's just that I'm intimidated every day. I'm afraid you'll demolish my house, so I'll talk to you." Quine's inner voice was screaming frantically, but on the surface, the old was saying, "That's because I have absolute confidence and can solve your problem." Bragging. Lona didn't move unconsciously, but she still didn't allow herself to raise her hope, and categorically refuted, "I don't believe it. This is simply impossible." Chapter 18, The Magical Use of Breath Shielding. Quinn Saint also did not argue with Lorna, and asked inductively, "I ask you, why do almost all mutants get out of control?" "Because of a genetic mutation." Lorna obviously did her homework and was not ignorant of mutants. When the X gene in our body awakens, the body will experience earth-shaking changes in an instant, as if it were a baby again. Toddler from scratch. That's right, and very visual. Because of the characteristics of the saint, he affirmed, and then added, "But, in my opinion, this is actually not so complicated. You will be out of control because after the awakening, the chi in your body has grown wildly, completely beyond the areas that you can control. Take you as an example. The strength of your chi is 100 times that of ordinary people, but the control is still the level of ordinary people. How can you control your own chi?" Lorna studied under Colleen Wen. Although she didn't know much about chi, she was not unfamiliar. She asked, half understand, "Boss, I didn't understand. You want to teach me how to control myself?" "Q. I can't teach you." Yin Yinsheng shook his head. "The mutant's chi is very special, and his personality is too strong. No one can teach you except yourself." Speaking of which, when Lorna poked her lips in disappointment, Yin Sheng's voice turned, "But, I can teach you a technique called breathing shield, so that you can shield yourself." Gas. Shield your own breath. Lona's eyes brightened, and she speculated inferiorly, "It means that as long as I learn this breathing shield, can I shield my mutant ability and make myself like an ordinary person? This is the most basic role." Yin Sheng nodded affirmatively, explaining in detail, "In the beginning, you can only completely shield your own chi. After shielding, just like you said, you have completely lost the ability to mutate. And after you have mastered the breathing shield thoroughly, you can adjust the degree of shielding as you wish. Why should I adjust the degree of shielding? Lona crooked her head a little puzzled. I think the safest way to do it is not to keep it completely shielded at all times. If it is a last resort, you must not untie it. You are right, but this is a cure for the symptoms, not the root cause. Yin Sheng explained patiently. In fact, through the breathing shield, you can gradually improve your control. For example, you are now 100 people strong, you can block out 99%, the strength that allows you to use yourself is only one person's strength. Although this way, your ability will become very weak, but weak has the advantage of being weak, which is very easy to control. By gradually reducing the degree of shielding, eventually, you can definitely control your own chi, you no longer need to rely on breath shielding, and you won't have the hidden danger of losing control. Lona listened earnestly to Yin Sheng slowly, and the more she heard her eyes, the harder she waited for his voice to fall. She said impatiently, "Boss, please teach me." "Don't worry, I will definitely teach you when I teach you." Quinn waved his hand and motioned Lorna to be calm and restless, "But there are some things that I need to tell you clearly, you listen carefully." Lona nodded quickly, signaled that she was serious. "Boss, you listen, I listen." Yin Sheng made a hum, with a solemn expression on his face. And instantly entered the state of the film emperor. The shielding of the breath is our unique skill of Gui Xian Lu. Although I am willing to teach you an exception, I have not received with my permission, you must never teach others, otherwise, I will take the shot myself, and even if I chase the end of the world, I will kill all those who stole learning and clean up the portal. Speaking of the last sentence, Yin Sheng has already entered the drama too deeply, and in his eyes, murderous. Lorna sitting opposite him was obviously calmed down and promised very seriously, "Boss, I swear, never teach it to others privately." "It is good." Quinn relaxed his face and stood up and said, "Follow me." The two went up to the second floor of the restaurant and walked into the quiet room practiced by Saint Tetra on weekdays. Lorna looked around with surprise and saw that this empty quiet room had no windows, except the wall is just the floor. It's a real apprentice. Gui Yinsheng sat down on the floor, pointing at half a meter in front of himself, and said to Lorna, "Sit cross-legged." I waited until the two were relatively seated, because Saint said, to learn breathing shielding, you must first sense your own chi. Can you do it? Lorna thought for a while, and was not very sure to answer. Every time I use the mutant ability, I will see a colorful light on my hand, just like the northern lights. I can clearly feel that reading www.yuyugonshu.com that light is the source of my strength. I think, is that my chi? Because Saint showed a slightly dumb expression, he said, "It's true. Can't say that's wrong, it's a bit upside down. That's just the manifestation of your chi, not the essence of chi, you know. Yes, your aura creates that aurora, not the aurora makes you angry. Can you understand that?" "Do not understand." Because Saint looked at Lorna with an ignorant face, she could not help but sigh, expecting a foreigner to deeply understand the essence of the Chinese Kung Fu, which is indeed a bit difficult. He considered it a little, thought about it, and stretched out his right hand, say, "Let's give your hand to me. I'll let you feel my anger first." After a while, just like Joey Mitchum before, Lorna stared straight at her finger, shocked and speechless. This is chi. Due to the interruption of the giving of breath by Saint, I mentioned in a timely manner, remember this feeling and rely on it to sense your own chi. This is a sixth sense beyond the five senses. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste are confused. Focus on your spirit. After a brief moment, Lorna, eyes closed, opened her eyes with frustration. "Boss, I can't do it." "It's okay." Quinn didn't expect her to succeed once, and stretched out her right hand again. "Let's do it again." After an hour, Lona, who has failed more than a dozen times in a row, started to feel a little unconfident in herself, trying to find a balance in incent, and asked, "Boss, how long did it take you to feel angry?" Chapter 19, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I seem to be, a second? Quinn Saint recalled that immediately after he wished to acquire Sun Wukong's lifelong knowledge, he felt his own anger immediately. Therefore, he had no idea that this should be the simplest step, but Rona could not get out. Having said that, of course, it can't be said to hit people, because Saint said a kind-hearted lie to comfort Lorna. It has also taken a long time. Lorna, you are not a Chinese, it is difficult to understand Qi normal, don't feel discouraged. Okay. Time passed more than half an hour. Boss. I feel it. I finally feel it. Lona jumped up from the floor with a look of excitement and said to herself ecstatically, "This is my anger, so huge." Because Saint secretly wiped the cold sweat, although the gas delivered each time was not much, but the giving of breath more than 20 consecutive times, he almost squeezed him out. Before this moment, he even had a little I wonder if Lona, a foreigner who knows nothing about Chinese culture, will never be able to sense her anger. Very good, you first familiarize yourself with this feeling. Until tomorrow, you have a deeper understanding of your own qi, and then we will start learning breathing shielding. Because of the rise of Saint, I left the quiet room to Lorna. I'm going to open the store. You can stay a little longer to consolidate this brand new feeling, wait for the meal, and then start work. Okay, thank you boss. You are welcome. Quinn Saint stepped out of the quiet room and went down to the restaurant on the first floor. After doing some preparations in the kitchen, he held the meal and opened the door. At this time, Lorna also stepped down the stairs on time, with a weird expression, came to Incent and asked, "Boss, you say that I am 100 times more angry than ordinary people. By this standard, how much is yours?" Because of Saint's long silence, she reluctantly replied, 3 times more than ordinary people. In fact, there are only a little more than 2 times. This grandson has been seriously rounded. It's only 3 times. Lona showed a sure enough expression. I still wonder if it was wrong. I always feel that compared with my anger, your anger is weak. Quinn sacrificed his lips. I'm not a mutant, of course. Lorna smiled hey, and suddenly found her confidence, looking at you like a worldly superior. I thought how powerful it was. I was not my opponent at all. Ha ha. Yin Yin sneered, threatening rather unkempt. I don't think you want to learn breathing shield. Boss, you are too stingy, you can't make a joke at all. Less nonsense. Go work. No guest has come yet. The 2 men's bickering ended with the silent defeat of Saint. After a while, Peter, who had left school, hurried in, and over time, the guests in the restaurant went from nothing to more and more. The 3 quickly fell into a tense rush, until 8:09 a.m., because of the special suspension of the Saint's sign, announcing the end of the day. Next is a calm week. In these 7 days, with the magical signature dish of Kung Fu barbecue, Li's Chinese restaurant has maintained a very popular business, because Saint's daily net income is more than $500. In the meantime, neither the Axe Gang, the Brotherhood, nor the New York police came to trouble him. And just when he thought that the storm brought by Joey Mitchum had completely passed, on the morning of the 8th day, a person whom Instant did not want to contact appeared at his shop door. No way! The middle-aged man, who was brought in by Sheng looking at the door, frowned deeply, and said to himself, "It doesn't make sense. I have been very low-key these days." This middle-aged man whose hairline breaks through the sky, a sparse black hair, a meticulous comb combed to his head, wearing a neat black suit, a gentle smile on his face, the whole person looks very harmless. However, if Int's guess is correct, this will be the biggest trouble he has encountered since he crossed the Marvel world. Because Saint quietly turned on the breath induction, and found that the middle-aged person's qi, although still in the category of ordinary people, was at least half as strong as the average, belonging to the highest level among ordinary people. Match. Hello there. The middle-aged man went straight to Incent, always keeping a smile on his face, and asked, "Will it be Incent Lee?" "I am." Gui Yinsheng stepped forward and inquired quietly, "Are you?" The middle-aged man reached out from the inner pocket of the suit and took out a black book. Opening it in the face of Saint Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com showed the document and said, "Phil Collison, FBI agent, I'm here to investigate a case. May I talk to you?" "I really are you?" "Hey, FBI? If you go abroad, will you become a CIA again? You, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., just like pretending to be a ghost." Yin Yin sneered secretly, resisting the urge to vomit, pointing at a table in the shop. "Of course, please sit down." Phil Collison sat down from the kind and looked at Incent, who was sitting opposite him, and asked openly, "Mr. Lee, 7 days ago, the director of the Rand Group, Joey Mitchum, is in your home. There were 6 attackers in the store. 4 of the attackers were subdued on the spot. I wonder who brought them down? If I say I don't know, you will definitely sue me for obstructing official duties." Gui Yin sighed, and had no choice but to admit, "I did it." Phil Collison was not surprised at all. Apparently, he had been investigating incentive in the morning. He still kept a kind smile on his face. From his briefcase, he took out 4 injury reports and put them one by one. Saying on the table, "This is the injury report of the 4 attackers. One of the least injured was also severely broken 3 ribs. The forensic doctor of the injury believed that he had been over 60 yards per hour. The car hit the chest in the front, but you and I all know that this is far from the truth. Excuse me, by what means did you subdue them?" Gui Yinsheng smirked, and in response to Collison's long discourse, Xi Jinru replied, "Fist, or Kung Fu." "Kung Fu." Phil Collison narrowed his eyes slightly, "Mr. Lee, I must remind you that if you lie during the process of obtaining evidence, it is against federal law." Chapter 20, Phil Coulson and Melinda May. "Believe it or not," Quinn stupidly said, "Agent Collison, please say something." "I'm very busy. I don't have time to circle with you." Phil Collison was not upset, and he smiled very well, "Mr. Lee, do you know foreigners and mutants?" "Mutants I know." Yuan Yin saintly lied, "The stranger has never heard of it." "So?" Phil Collison nodded, "It's troublesome to explain in detail. In short, the stranger and the mutant are awakened to humans with supernatural abilities through genetic mutations. According to the rules and regulations of our bureau, once a stranger or mutant is found, it must be evaluated for its degree of danger, and according to the results of the assessment, the arrest or imprisonment is followed, and the surveillance is monitored in light of it to ensure the stability of the society and the safety of the people." "I understand." Quinn Saint sneered, "You suspect I'm a mutant? Or stranger?" Phil Collison added something like OCD, and then said, "Mr. Lee, if you can, please prove the Kung Fu in your mouth, otherwise, I have to ask you to come with us." "We?" Gui Yin turned his head subconsciously and glanced out the door, "Are you not alone?" "Very sorry." Phil Collison was polite, threatening, "Just across the street, there is a whole team of heavily armed special agents. Of course, as long as Mr. Lee cooperates with our work, they will not rush in." Yan Yin was silent for a moment, and softened in his mouth, "Just give you proof, you won't bother me." "Of course." Phil Collison readily agreed, "Your defense of Joey Mitchum is a legitimate defense. So far, you have not violated any federal law, as long as you can confirm that you are not a stranger or a mutant. We have no reason to embarrass you." "Okay." Quinn reluctantly extended his arm, "Come, shake your hand." Hearing the words, Phil Collison frowned, looking at the palm handed by Incent, and hesitantly asked, "Mr. Lee, what do you mean?" Yin Sheng explained impatiently, the Kung Fu I am referring to is Qi. You are neither a Chinese nor a person who understands the culture of the Chinese nation. It is difficult for me to explain to you in language. The technique of breath-giving is to deliver my breath to you through physical contact, allowing you to feel Qi directly from a spiritual level. Phil Collison hesitated a little, and finally stretched out his arm and held the palm of instance air in the air. That's it. Shit. With the swearing, Phil Collison withdrew his arm like an electric shock, staring straight at his 5 fingers. This is Qi, why are you sweating so much on your hands? Yan Yin wiped his hands disgustingly, and said, don't be nervous, you are feeling normal now. This is a 6th sense that goes beyond the 5 senses. In Chinese parlance, it is called Qi. After a while, Phil Collison returned to his senses, and his expression returned calmly. Mr. Li, if you don't mind, I want to call a colleague. What if I mind? Phil Collison ignored this sentence, raised his right arm, pressed his finger on the headset and said, May, come in. After a while, an Asian woman in a black tight-fitting combat suit, cold-faced and pushed in the door, looked young, but still has the charm, a well-trained body, the body curve looks extremely symmetrical, there is a unique beauty of soft and rigid. The outside of the 2 plump thighs are tied with a pair of black automatic pistols. Against the cold steel light, her eyes looked exceptionally sharp, the whole person revealed temperament can be described as compelling. When you see someone, you don't need to guess because of Saint Guess, you know that this is Melinda May, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., nicknamed Iron Ride, an experienced soldier, spy, combatant, and the driver is also Phil Collison's old partner. Haha! Insane sneered and looked at Phil Collison, pointing at Melinda May. Agent Collison, if I'm not mistaken, this is your whole team of heavily armed agents? Phil Collison didn't answer this, and introduced himself. Mr. Li, this is Agent May, who is Chinese like you and has also practiced Kung Fu. Please explain to her Qi. Quinn Saint glanced at Melinda May and asked in Mandarin, what did you practice? 8 poles and Wing Chun. Melinda May was taken aback. Since she and Instant met, she has only taken a few steps. Actually, this has also been seen. The number of Kung Fu roads can be seen. If you reading www.yuyuganshu.com is purely guess, it was too accurate, she nodded in suspicion, and also replied in Chinese, nice, good eyesight. Because Saint has no eyesight, he is purely familiar with the characters of the plot. He waved his hand, I will not say much if you are polite. Qi is a kind of life energy, flowers, trees, birds, and animals. As long as it is alive, the body there is Qi, but there are differences in strength and personality. The essence of our Gui Xian Lu martial arts is to develop and use the life energy of the human body so as to transcend the limits of the human body. Can you understand that? You're talking about internal skills. Melinda May retorted without hesitation, internal strength is just a legend, it doesn't exist at all. That's just because you are ignorant. Quinn Saint extended his arm again, give me your hand. After a short while, Melinda May's performance was exactly the same as that of Phil Collison before, staring straight at her fingers, completely speechless. This. I did wait for her to return, and Phil Collison, who could understand the conversation between them, asked, May, what did you say? Coulson. Melinda May recovered from the shock and said doubtfully, I'm not entirely sure, but what he said is probably true. This feeling is too much like the legendary internal power, I can't find another explanation. I know. Coulson nodded and turned to Saint, Mr. Li, for the time being we believe in what you say, Qi, but please still provide us with a blood sample. After all, we have no evidence. If there is no evidence, we will also it's difficult. Has been in trouble for a long time, or do you want to draw blood? Chapter 21, Insanity. Wan Yin stared at his eyes unpleasantly, since it is going to draw blood anyway, what do you want me to do so much? Isn't it farting to take off my pants? Why not? Why didn't you ask me for it at first? Haha. Carlson gave a laugh and explained his expression slightly awkwardly, until we fully understand your situation, we don't want to act lightly. According to past experience, whether you are a stranger or a mutant, you hear the word pumping blood. We'll be very excited. Okay, I know. Yan Yin raised his sleeves and exposed his arms generously. If you want to smoke, smoke quickly. It's time for dinner. Finish it quickly and leave. Don't delay me in business. Seeing this, Carlson didn't hesitate. He immediately took out a metal case from his briefcase, which was clearly prepared. The box was a pistol-shaped blood collection instrument. He picked up the blood collection device. The gun arrived on the vein of Instant's forearm. With the trigger of a finger, a small tube of blood was collected easily. Excuse me. Carlson took up the blood sample meticulously and got up and resigned to Instant. We will send the blood sample for inspection now, and we will come back to contact you when the result is obtained. During this time, please do not leave New York. CO author, am I still a suspect now? Yin Yin's Hung murmured first, then got up to drop off, please. No. Farewell. Phil Carlson and Melinda May exchanged a look and walked out of Lee's Chinese restaurant side by side, away from the restaurant's door, and Carlson asked, May, for this Incent Lee, what do you think? He heard that, Melinda May sneered, this man has a ghost in his heart. Oh. Phil Carlson smiled playfully, why do you say that? Don't you think that all the chi he said is true? This should be true, otherwise, he would not be able to provide blood samples so happily, but his attitude is too bad. Melinda May has a sharp analysis and said, he wants to prove that he is a righteous innocent person, but he is too guilty, but it shows that he is very guilty. I think he must be hiding something important from us. Is it so obvious? Phil Carlson joked, I thought it was the only thing I could see. Melinda May glanced at him with a small smile on her face, Coulson, be careful. You don't understand. According to the legend of Huaguo, practicing Qi as he said can make people he is constantly getting stronger. He is only 19 years old now, and his strength is completely beyond the scope of human beings. What level will it reach in a few years? Moreover, he claims to be learning the Kuei Xian Lu martial arts, you know this. What does it mean? People like him are likely to have a whole martial art. Phil Coulson shrugged with a constant smile, this is not a problem for us to worry about. Write your thoughts into the report and leave it to the decision. Humph. Melinda May Lang hummed, looked back at the Lee's Chinese restaurant sign, squinted and said, I don't like that kid, whether it's pretended or not, his eyes make me very upset. What kind of eyes? As if he said silently, I can hit you 10. Phil Carlson showed a weird expression, shouldn't I remind you that you really can't beat him? Others we are not very clear, but from the injury report, the kid's boxing power, at least one level with Captain. This is what makes me uncomfortable. I really want to reward him with a bullet and see if his physical defense is at the same level as Captain America. In short, send his blood sample to the laboratory first, and we will evaluate him further after the test results come out. The next time I come to him, let's apply for a special team to accompany him. That kid's attitude is too arrogant. I don't want him to converge, I can hardly restrain the urge to pull a gun. At the same time, in Lee's Chinese restaurant, she forgot that Incent, a woman who was so vengeful, was walking back and forth, whispering to herself, why was she stared at by S.H.I.E.L.D.? What about this group of grandsons who like to play surveillance most, will they keep track of my whereabouts? Anyway, they must not be discovered the secret of Dragon Ball. Damn! This is the time. At this time, there was a hint of calmness just shown by Incent. He lowered his head with a tangled face and looked at the 5-star tattoo on the back of his hand. if you maintain this speed, it only takes 2 weeks at most. Dragon Ball. It will be fully restored. When will I find or not? Boss. At this moment, Lorna Lanchel entered the door, glanced at and sent like an ant on a hot pot, and asked curiously, what happened? It's all right. Gui Yinsheng sacrificed casually, stopped pacing under his feet, and glanced at the time and said, why are you so early today? Well. Listen to him like this. www.readwn.com. Lorna showed a proud smile, her arms spread out with a very cheerful expression. Boss, look. Why are you thinking? Kun Yin Saint frowned and looked at Lorna, his eyes swept from head to toe. What the do you want me to see? You finally started to develop? I didn't see it. After hearing that, Lorna's smile disappeared instantly. She subconsciously looked down at her chest, and then, was ashamed and waved a fist. Asshole! What the are you talking about? I am. Let me see my chi. Is chi used to see? Foreigners without culture. Yin Yin started muttering breath induction, but she couldn't feel Lorna's breath at all, as if she was standing in front of her, just an illusion. Congratulations, you finally learned breathing shield. Because Saint used a dry tone, expressing a joyless expression, and then said furiously, this simple technique, only a week to learn to fur, I really do not know what you are proud of. Boss. You're enough. Lorna became angry and glared and stepped forward. Isn't that just saying that you are weak? As long as you have revenge for so many days. Who holds revenge? Quinn rolled his eyelids. I'm telling the truth. Do you know how long it took me to learn? Less than half an hour. Bragging. Lorna turned her head completely unbelieving, and taunted sarcasm in her mouth. I don't believe it. Listen to the master, boss. You have practiced for a full 10 years before you have the current strength. 10 years. What about me? I do not think, you look like a qualified person. Chapter 22, Li Family Dinner. Guyan roared madly because of the sound in Saint's heart. I only practiced for more than 10 days. But, this fact can obviously not be told, otherwise, the story he made up would be completely helpless. Did I get it? Lorna smiled. Hey, boss, are you again angry? This time you have to change the trick, and if you threaten with do nt continue to teach me, I will look down on you. Come on, you just want to run as soon as you learn to crawl. Yin Yin sainted his lips and said jokingly, you are still very early. When can you keep the breathing shield as natural as breathing? I will teach you how to control the shielding. After getting along with each other these days, Lorna basically understands the character of Yincheng, knowing that once he talks about the business, he will never talk blindly, and nodded seriously. I know, boss, I will work hard to practice. Okay. Wu Yinsheng nodded and beckoned to Lorna, although it's still early, but, anyway, you have come to the kitchen to help me prepare vegetables. Boss, I think you are getting lazier now, and you have to help you with everything. Employees are used to crush. Black-hearted boss. After half an hour, Yin Sheng took a large plate of raw meat and a large bowl of vegetable salad and came out of the back kitchen. After putting the meat and vegetables on a dining table, he turned back to Luo Na said, call Peter and tell him that if he doesn't come to the shop again, he will miss the family dinner and he will have leftovers today. Lorna said put down a pot of rice in her hand, just pulled the phone and just dialed the number. She only heard the ding at the door. She turned around and saw Peter carrying a school bag. Parker, rushing into the store door, shouting out of breath, Boss, I'm here. Yep. Because Saint agreed, he took the lead and sat down on a chair in front of the dining table. He cooked the plate of raw meat on the table with qigong. Although he had seen this scene countless times, Peter couldn't take it for granted. Started whispering, this is unscientific, even if the boss said that it is a kind of biological energy, but a large amount of energy is released quickly in a short time, there should be an explosion. Why is it pure? Exothermic. Peter. Lorna drank softly, and awakened Peter in a daze. What are you doing? Hurry and wash your hands and change clothes. We won't wait for you. Oh. Peter was frightened, and nodded obediently, turned and hurriedly ran towards the clutter. I'll go. Sister Lorna. This poor child was eaten by Lorna. I'm afraid I can't stand up in this life, even if bitten by a spider. With a sympathetic look, Gui Yinsheng looked at Peter Parker, picked up the only pair of chopsticks in the tableware, and simply greeted Lorna, let's eat. Lorna sat down opposite instant, picked up a pair of forks and spoons from the cutlery, lifted a piece of barbecue, and suddenly asked, Boss, why do you call our work meal family dinner? Is this a tradition in China? No. Quinn shook his head and replied very headstrongly, I'm the boss. What am I happy to call it? Lorna opened her mouth silently, bite a bite of the barbecue, and when she was bitter, she only listened to Yinsheng and said, we are both orphans. Isn't it good to have a family dinner? Rona bit the barbecue in her mouth and fell to the table with a snap. She panicked the barbecue again, only a moment before she whispered, very good. At this time, Peter, who had changed his work clothes, appeared wet at the table with his hands wet. He pulled out a chair from the table and immediately complained, Boss, we can't do anything for our family dinner. Do you eat later? I have warned twice because I ran in school. I heard that because Saint was trying to say no, but she saw Lona's eyes widen and scolded Peter in front of him, Peter. Don't make trouble unreasonably. The guests will come home no later, how can we have time to eat? Sister Lorna, how can you stand by the boss? We are both employees who are exploited by him, and they should be unanimous. Shut up. Eat. Oh. Ahem. Peter, do you think you have been exploited? Okay, those plates you broke. No. Boss. I was wrong. After the three of them noisily eaten the family dinner, Lorna consciously cleaned the table, and Peter passively washed the tableware, because of the Saint. Lazy paralysis sitting and eating. In this regard, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com because of its special name, I cook, you clean, shouldn't this be? A short while later, as the first customer entered the shop, and the boss sent, he went into the back kitchen and put on a clean apron, and returned to the chef's position, always busy. It was more than 2 o'clock before taking off the apron that was already dirty, and asked Lorna, Lorna, have you been to the martial arts class recently? I haven't seen Colleen for dinner for a few days, it's always a bit wrong. Don't you know, boss? With a look of narrowed expression, Liao Na teased Yinsheng, the martial arts hall has been closed, the master has met a rich second generation, and he went to China for a vacation, it was a private plane. The second generation rich? Danny Rand. Quinn frowned and asked, when is this happening? Lorna said with a sigh, smirked and looked at Yinsheng, boss, you don't have to be so nervous, they go on vacation together, it doesn't mean anything, you still have a chance. It's not what you think. Yinsheng raised his hand with a serious face, Lorna. Stop playing. Give me some seriousness. Danny Rand is not a rich second generation. He is the immortal Iron Fist of China's Kunlun. Colleen's fierce enemy. Colleen would never go on vacation with him when he went to China with him, but it could be dangerous. Now, tell me, when is this happening? 4 days ago. Lorna was startled. After answering the question honestly, a series of questions popped out of her mouth. Boss, don't scare me, master, she is in danger. What kind of danger? Kunlun is what? What is Shaohui? Chapter 23, Colleen Win. It's been 4 days. Quinn groaned for a moment and waved indisputably, your question will come later. I'll call Colleen first and see if she's okay. It is good. Lorna nodded, watching Instant pull out her cell phone, and dialed Colleen Wen's phone number, but the other side was still unanswered. The call did not forward international calls. Gui Yinsheng turned to look at Lorna, and reasoned simply, Colin should have been back. I'll go to the martial arts first. I'll go as well. Luna had no intention of staying out of the way, followed behind INST, walked out of the shop together, and walked towards Colleen Wen's martial arts hall. After a while, Boss? Sister Lorna. Peter Parker, carrying a school bag, stepped out of the utility room and yelled twice before seeing any response. He looked at the empty restaurant and murmured with aggression on his face, What happened? Thing? What should I do? I'm going to school. At the same time, because Saint stood at the door of Colleen Wen's Wukan and knocked on the closed door. After a while, with the sound of footsteps, half of the door was opened from the inside, and a beautiful shadow appeared in behind the door. Looking clearly at the person who opened the door, Saint Tyne suddenly showed a very surprised expression, Joey? How are you? I should just ask this sentence. Joy Mitchum was also surprised. She looked at Lorna behind Incent, and asked without answer, Instant, why are you here? I am an old friend of Colleen, and have known her for several years. Gui Yinsheng replied and pointed to Lorna and said, This is Lorna, you have seen it. She is not only my employee, but also Colleen's apprentice. That's the case, let's talk about it in advance. Joey Mitchum gave way and ushered Instant and Lorna into the door, and said, Instant, you came just right. Please help me persuade Colleen that her health is very bad. But refused to go to the hospital. What happened to the master? Wu Vinian said, waiting for Sage to speak. Lorna eagerly asked, Where is she? In the back bedroom. Joey showed directions to Lorna and then briefly explained to Instant, Danny and Colleen, went to China to investigate the conspiracy of Hands in Hand. In the process, Colleen's I had a skin trauma on my arm. I didn't think it was serious. I didn't expect to hurt her enemy, but she was poisoned on the weapon, and it looked like it might be a deadly chronic toxin. He nodded because of Saint's characteristics, knowing that what he was worried about happened after all, could not help but lament the magic of fate. Because of his blend, Danny Rand was not sent to the mental hospital by Joey Mitchum. Also I did NT ask for help from Colleen Wen because of this, but I do NT know what the reason was. In the end, the two still coincided with the hand-in-hand and tracked all the way to China, though, this time, there was an additional Joey Mitchum, missing a midnight nurse, Claire, but the result is still the same as in the original plot, and Colleen Wen is dying of poisoning. As for the reason why Colleen Wen did not go to the hospital, Saint was also very clear. This was because she turned to her master Bozi and believed that he would have a way to detoxify himself, so he had to stay in the military hall, etc. In fact, there is really no good way for Western medicine to cure the poisoning of China. When Incent followed behind Joey and quickly walked into the bedroom behind the martial arts hall, only Colleen Wen, who was pale and blue on her lips, was lying on the bed with sweaty heads. Lorna said, Don't worry, I can hold it. When my master arrives, he will help me detoxify. Oh, Colleen, you look so ugly now. It's terrible. Yin Yinsheng went to the bed with a heartless expression, and made a joke that could not be colder. I haven't returned to China for too long, but I'm not convinced. You are terrible. If it wasn't for the strength, Colleen Wen jumped up and beat people's hearts. After a bit of irony, she rolled her eyes and said, Because of Saint, you won't talk well, just shut me up. Hee, there is no sense of humor. Quinn shrugged with a smile and turned to look at Joey Mitchum. Joy, why are you two here? Danny Rand. Danny went to the pharmacy to buy antibiotics. Joy lowered his head anxiously and looked at the time on his watch. It should be back soon. Instant said walked to Lorna, reached out and patted her shoulder, comforted in a relaxed tone, Okay, don't cry now, Colin can't die with me. Su Vinian said. Lorna's eyes lightened and she turned her head sharply, "Boss, can you heal the master?" "Of course, a trivial matter." Because Saint blew up the cowhide first, and then in a look of 3 very pleasant surprises, he suddenly turned. "However, until Danny Rand returns, I need to use Xiao Lao to give him Tekken www.readwn.com." All 3 were speechless. Following Colleen Wen, Lorna gave instant a white look. "Boss, can you be more reliable? You make me so unconfident." "Why am I not reliable?" Quinn Saint was arguing and was interrupted by Colleen Wen. "In Saint, who is Xiao Lao?" "Not who." Yin Sheng turned his head, put away a hippie smile, and looked at Colleen Wen seriously. "Xiao Lao is a dragon, Kunlun's immortal dragon, and has been living for thousands of years. Long." Colleen Wen opened her eyes wide and mumbled incredulously, "True and false? If you don't believe me, let Danny Rand tell you." Gui Yin turned his head, as if his eyes could penetrate through the walls, and he chirped his mouth and said, "He is almost at the door." Soon after, as if to prove to him, with a knock on the door, Danny Rand's voice came far away, "Joy, I'm back, open the door." Colleen Wen and Joey Mitchum were surprised at the same time, both with a look of ghosts, staring at Incent, and only Lorna was alone, guessing thoughtfully, breath induction. Yin Yin nodded silently, affirming Lorna, and reminded Joey, "Aren't you going to open the door for him?" Oh. A moment later, Joey Mitchum, who was hurried away, hurriedly led back with Danny Rand, carrying in his hand a paper bag with the pharmacy's logo on it, presumably the antibiotic he had bought. Chapter 24, Miracle Creator Incent. "Instant? Why are you here?" Danny Rand gave Instant a surprised look and looked at Colleen Wen on the bed. "You? It's urgent. It's a long story. You will ask again later." Quinn waved his hand and went straight to the subject. "Danny, I can cure Colleen, but I need your help. Do you know how to detoxify?" "Great." Danny Rand overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. "Say, what do I need to do?" However, Danny Rand hesitated because of the first sentence that came out of Saint's mouth, "I want to borrow your iron fist." By the way, looking at Danny Rand's tangled expression, Yin Sheng smiled and explained, "Don't be nervous, the iron fist given to you by Xiao Lao, no one can really take it. I will borrow it, just the qi in your body. For example, you are like a generator, you are only lending me electricity." "You know Xiao Lao?" Danny Rand was startled again, and in a matter of great importance, he had to carefully ask, "I want to ask, why do you borrow Iron Fist?" "Xiao Lao is Kunlun's immortal dragon. The Iron Fist that is given to you is not only indestructible. You must know that the legendary Long Yuan is the existence of human bones and bones. Iron Fist comes from Xiao Lao's dragon heart, although it can't be compared with the real Long Yuan. It is also a very special kind of existence, with magical healing power, you just can't use it yet." Instant explained a sentence, paused a little, and looked sincerely at Danny Rand. "Trust me, as long as you are willing to lend me your qi, I can completely cure Colleen." "I see, I believe in you." Danny Rand nodded, no longer wondering, "What should I do?" "You don't need to do anything." Yan Yin raised his arms high, palms facing the sky, and took a strange weight-like posture. "When you feel that I am absorbing your qi, don't resist it." I already feel." Danny Rand frowned tightly, a drop of fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Oh, this feels really uncomfortable." "Don't resist, as long as you have a contradiction in your heart, I can't borrow your own gas." Because Saint is also not easy, completely unexpected, just borrowing Danny Rand's own gas, it will be so difficult, it almost exhausted all his energy. You know, each time Sun Wukong condenses the vital bomb, he borrows the breath of countless life forms. In contrast, he simply cannot imagine, how can it be achieved? Is it because of the gap in strength? Quine has a hint of enlightenment. Sun Wukong is very strong. Every time he borrows qi, he is much weaker than himself. Danny Rand's anger is several times that of Yint. Fortunately, although the process was extremely difficult, Saint succeeded in the end. A trace of golden yellow lines visible to the naked eye, all protruded from Danny Rand's body, soaring in the air to collect the trend went straight to the top of Saint's head, and between his raised hands, he gradually condensed into an egg-sized golden light ball. As the light ball was completely formed, Danny Rand, who had been completely drained, lost his consciousness, and fell forward with a bang and fell to the floor. Danny. Boss. He. Rand. The three exclamations sounded almost at the same time, because Saint carefully held the light ball with one hand carefully, and slowly lowered his arms, while at the same time letting out a little spirit, soothing the three women. He is fine. But he is free. It will be fully restored in days. Hey, and Saint, holding the light ball in his right hand, slowly walked to the bed, and said to Colleen when lying on the bed, "Colin, lift up the gauze on your arm and expose your wound." Colleen Wengsuan looked at the light ball in Yin Sheng's hand. For a moment, she did not react at all. Lorna, who was standing in front of her bed, took the lead in reacting. She immediately crouched down and helped Colleen Wen untie it. The gauze wrapped around the arm saw that the wound under the gauze was actually seeping black blood outwards, flowing on the fair skin, which was particularly shocking. Seeing this, Lorna could not help but shrink her pupils and took a breath of cold air. She could clearly see that not only the blood flowing from the wound, but even the numerous blood vessels under Colleen Wen's skin. A trace of ominous black, like a large black spider web, is clearly poisoned, and I am afraid that the toxin has spread throughout the body. Lorna. Get off. Because Saint woke up Lorna in a daze, flipped the palm of her right hand, put the golden light ball held in her hand, and held it under the palm. When Lorna hurried to the side, he pushed through the air. With this ball of light, slowly and firmly approached Colleen Wen's arm. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com stuffed the light ball into the black wound. The next moment, in the shocking eyes of Lorna and Joey, I saw that with the disappearance of the light ball, Colleen Wen's half-arm suddenly brightened from the inside out, every blood vessel under the skin all of them were golden colored, and the score was completely revealed. With the transmission of the light, the dark blood vessels were gradually returning to bright red, which was obviously a symptom of poisoning and was rapidly improving. Colleen Wen bit her teeth tightly, but she couldn't help the strange feeling in her body, and she uttered a charming moan from her nose. She couldn't tell whether it was painful or comfortable. Her expression was twisted and hard. After holding it for more than 10 seconds, I opened my mouth suddenly, and made a hoarse growl from the back of my throat. Ah! Who? Immediately after, Colleen Wen sat up vigorously, panting heavily, gasping from her body, and the light that had passed out of her body had disappeared silently at this time, leaving only the sweating body, which proved that with the scene just now, it is not a magical dream. Well. A slight itchiness made Colleen Wen reach out her hand and touched the wound on her arm. The smooth touch from her fingers surprised her, twisted her waist and looked down, and all she saw was complete white tender skin, where there are any wounds. Oh my God! With an exclamation, listening only to the sound of bang, holding up Joey Mitchum of Danny Rand, unconsciously letting his hands loose, and let him fall to the floor again. Lorna Rancher on the other side, rounded her eyes with big turquoise eyes, unbelievably stretched out her hand, and touched Colleen Wen's arm. Isn't I hallucinating? Chapter 25, New Findings from S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this, because Saint could not help but twitch his mouth, turned to the unconscious Danny Rand, propped him to the sofa and lay down, and then turned his head, and said to Colleen Wen who was still in a bun. No thanks, I just saved your life. It was said that Colleen Wen had returned to God, and was so ridiculed by Yin Sheng, how could she not be grateful? She stubbornly poked and said, Cut. Who wants you to save? Nosy. Oh, you're happy. Yin Yin smiled indifferently, I'm leaving now. The grievances between Kunlun and Hand Union, we don't want to mingle with Gui Xian Lu. Boss. He heard that. Before Colleen Wen had time to say anything, Lorna Lancel jumped out. How can you do that? No matter how the master is. Isn't she already alive? Yin Yin's Hung turned his head and said with both hands, I didn't even leave a scar. The service is good enough? What do you want me to do? But... What else Lorna wanted to say was interrupted by Colleen Wen. Lorna, don't say it, you go with incentive. Do not. Lorna shook her head vigorously, Master, I stay to help you, I'm not as indifferent as my boss. Shut up. Colleen Wen came down from the bed and said undeniably, Lorna, because Saint was right, this is the grudge between me and Hands in Hand, not his, not yours, come on, you are not allowed to come to the Wugwan until I inform you. Master. Lorna gritted her teeth and was about to say something, because Saint suddenly pulled her, let's go, rest assured, next time your master is about to hang up, we will save her again. I bother. Colleen Wen raised a pair of beautiful eyebrows. If she had a knife in her hand now, she would have pulled it out, instant. Are you cursing me? Get out of my martial arts hall right away. Get out. Let's go. Yan Yin dragged Lorna, who hadn't responded yet, turned around neatly and left, we're off. I waited until the two left the gate of the martial arts hall, and Lorna, who had been completely fussed, shook her hands away from Incent, boss. Let me go. You better not look back. Although Instant let go of his hand, he also opened his arms at the same time, blocking Lorna's way, and persuaded his face earnestly, I know very much about Colleen's personality. If it hurts you because of her affairs, she will never forgive herself. If you really respect Colleen, you should respect her decision. Wu Vinian said. Lorna took a moment to soften her attitude, but... Boss, the Hands in Hand is so vicious, Master is very dangerous now. Relax, Colleen is not the weak. Gui Yin's Hung pressed Lorna's shoulders, turned her aside, and pushed her towards her restaurant. The object you should be worried about is Hands. Is that so? Lorna twisted her neck and turned back, glancing at Yin Cheng suspiciously. Boss, before we came to the Wugwan, didn't you say that? Silent for a while, she finally found a suitable reason. Is the situation different now? Didn't you listen to Colleen saying that her master will be here soon? Since they are already called parents, what else can happen? Sounds, but it makes some sense. Lorna stared up at Yin Cheng's face and questioned very keenly, how do I always feel that the boss you talk so badly? Because Colleen's master Batu is actually one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Union. I just didn't want to meet him, so I panicked and ran away. Gui Yin's Hung slandered in his heart, and said perfunctorily, you think you are wrong. Boss, the more you say so, the more I think you are suspicious. 26 hours later, in a building absolutely not a secret military base in the suburbs of New York. With a blood test report in his hand, Phil Collison walked to Melinda May's desk. May, it has been determined that, genetically speaking, because of St. Lee's blood is completely normal, there is no suspicious place. He is really neither a mutant nor a stranger. It is time to visit him again. Wait a minute. Melinda May raised her head and pointed at the monitor in front of her. There is new information arriving now. I think you need to look at this video before making a decision. Okay. Phil Collison raised his eyebrows, and bent his head over his head. Listen to you, this video has him. Shit. What the is that? The golden ball-shaped lightning. This happened 6 hours ago. The location is a Japanese-style martial arts hall near Lee's Chinese restaurant. Do you still think that I asked to bring a team of special agents to accompany me? Is it completely overreacted? Phil Collison watched the video silently, and made a gesture in front of Melinda May, go back. If I read it correctly, www.readwn.com, Yincheng extracted a light ball from the man's body, and then healed the woman lying in bed in an instant? After that flash of light, even no wounds left? What about the man? What happened after he fell? Was it dead? Not dead, but just unconscious. He is Danny Rand, the heir of the Rand Group, and Joey Mitchum, a director of the Rand Group, is also present. Speaking of which, Melinda May opened a new video. More interestingly, just half an hour ago, an armed convoy of 5 black off-road vehicles appeared in this military downstairs. The big men of the 2 Rand groups were picked up. All of the people who got off the car were professional fighters. At present, they have got rid of our tracking and their whereabouts are unknown. Phil Coulson frowned tightly. What about the woman who was lying in bed? Leaves with them too. Melinda May zoomed in on the video. Her name is Colleen Wen. She is the owner of the Japanese-style martial arts house and is proficient in Bushido and Aikido. Not only that, you see, the person who spoke to her was obviously the leaders of these armed men. These people are likely to be hers. Phil Collison took a closer look, nodded his approval, and asked, "What about the woman who left with Incent?" Melinda May picked up a paper copy from the table and handed it to Phil Coulson. Lona Lancel, an employee of Lee's Chinese restaurant, and Colleen Wen's martial arts hall. Student. So, your theory is that everyone who appears in these 2 videos, including the Rand Group and unknown armed forces, are all related to the division mentioned by Incent. Chapter 26, Sun Fist. Humanoid self-propelled flash. Hevinian said. Melinda May shrugged. I didn't say a word, it's all you said. Phil Coulson pouted with a toothache. What's his teacher's name? What's the turtle? Turtle Fairy Stream. What a strange name. Phil Coulson sighed and waved his hand. Let's go, let's talk to him well and apply for apply for 2 teams of special agents to travel with one of them as a backup. Okay. May, can you not enjoy your expression that much? Haha. After half an hour, Lee's Chinese restaurant was closed. Lona rolled her eyes because of St. Anthony's annoyance. You're endless? The answer is the same as 5 minutes ago. Colleen hasn't returned. There is no one's chi in her martial arts hall. Boss, do you really use breath induction? Lorna stared at Yincheng with skeptical eyes. How do I think? You are just perfunctory me? Also, here is a distance of more than 500 meters from the Master's martial arts, so far apart, can you sense it clearly? Did I say that? Within a kilometer, I will never go wrong. Insane's eyes are almost white. If you really want to know where she went, wouldn't you call her by yourself? Besides, Lorna, Colin is the master, okay? You apprentice, what kind of mind is this? Humph. Lona shook her nose delicately. Dark boss with no conscience. Do you think everyone is as cold-blooded as you? Su Vinian said that because of the blue veins on Cheng's forehead. He politely said, do you still know that I am the boss? Hurry up and get me off. I want to close the shop and lock the door. I do not. Lona Ang pouted with her head. I'm staying here tonight, boss. You said it before, I can use the lounge upstairs as a dormitory at any time. Right? You can live here, but don't bother me. Yunyan stared at Lorna and warned fiercely, I will practice in the quiet room before midnight. If you dare break in, Having said that, Saint turned abruptly, looked towards the outside of the store, then turned back, and said to Lona very seriously, we are in trouble. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not unblock the breath shield. Boss, what do you feel? As soon as Lona's problem was opened, only 6 heavily armed special service soldiers appeared at the storefront in a tactical formation. Saint beckoned Lona to signal her to hide behind her, and then she watched. Then, surrounded by these special service soldiers, Phil Coulson put on a black combat uniform and put a tactical bulletproof vest on the outside, and came in first, followed closely by May. Linda May. I saw this battle, because Saint could not help but slightly, secretly guessing, what is the situation? Don't I actually have an X gene that hasn't been awakened yet? Or, am I an alien with some alien genes? Agent Collison, what do you mean? Quinn Saint stopped in front of Lorna, and said coldly, I have always been very cooperative with your work, have I got this end? Mr. Lee, we meet again. Phil Coulson greeted him politely, pointing at the squad of special service soldiers, sorry, this is a necessary precaution, not against you. Quinn sneered, apparently half a word and didn't believe it. Try to ask Collison, if so, can my clerk leave first? She is just an ordinary person. Ordinary person. With a smile on his face, Phil Collison stepped forward and said, I don't think so. The voice of this sentence didn't fall, because Saint had clearly felt that Lorna behind him shuddered, and immediately stretched out her arm, grabbed her hand, and squeezed it gently, indicating she doesn't have an attack. What do you want? Because Saint waved the other arm, he pretended to be very indignant, why isn't Lorna an ordinary person? You suspect that I am a mutant, okay, my blood has also drawn you. After a while, you can just give me an answer, but you have come to doubt my employees again? I started to feel a little bit, you are just targeting me. Mr. Lee, don't be excited. Phil Coulson was obviously jealous of Vincent. While raising his arm, he immediately took a half step back and pressed his right hand on the holster, we have no bad intentions, we just want to talk to you. No offense. While Saint stared at her eyes, she gently pushed Lorna with her hand, silently motioned her to hide behind the restaurant, and with her other hand, pointing at the special service soldiers who surrounded her, said, then let they put down their guns. Yes. UU Reading Books www.uugonshu.com. Phil Coulson agreed first, then took out a special high-tech handcuffs, as long as you wear this, no one will point you at the muzzle again. Hearing that, Yin Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the 6 special service soldiers who surrounded him and the assault rifles they held in his hands. After more than a week, after facing the axe to help the headquarters, he faced again many guns threatened, but this time, he is not helpless like last time. Want me to grab it? Okay. Because Saint raised his arms and made a gesture that seemed to surrender, but it was strange that his hands were so close to his head and all 10 fingers were aligned with his forehead. At the same time, when he realized something was wrong, he sneered and showed his teeth, you forced me. Sun Fist. The next moment, just before the words of the word Sun Fist, a group of blazing white and intense light suddenly lit up on Saint's head. The degree of dazzling was comparable to the noon sun. 6 special soldiers who stared at him screamed and covered their eyes, all caught in a temporary state of blindness, and suddenly became a mess. Hey! Humanoid self-propelled flash bomb. Just ask if you are afraid. Because Saint showed a proud smile, facing the sun fist that turned chi into intense light energy and aimed at visually indiscriminate attacks, few people on the field survived and were blinded. And Melinda May, who was aiming a pistol at him, and even Lorna, who was behind him, were unfortunately injured by accident. The only one who resisted the negative state of blindness was only Phil Ko, wearing sunglasses. Nelson, as for why he wears sunglasses in the evening, this is an unsolved mystery. Chapter 27, Do It First, Then BB. The 6 special service soldiers and Melinda May are all well trained and well knowing that indiscriminate shooting, it is easy to accidentally hurt their companions. Not only did they lower their muzzles, their fingers were also away trigger, and when Phil Coulson, the only remaining combat power, pulled the pistol from the holster around his waist, because Saint was already like a tiger in the flock, first of all he flew to those holding heavy firepower Secret Service soldiers. Phil Coulson was jealous of his companions and didn't dare to shoot easily. He could only watch with open eyes, because Saint made a fist and turned his head against him. In a blink of an eye, 2 special soldiers were laid down. Within seconds, a whole team of special service soldiers had fallen to the ground, all of them lost consciousness. Then, when Instant got a whole team of special service soldiers and found Melinda May, she had recovered some of her eyesight. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even if she was close to me, she would be the root cause. Not because of Saint's opponent. In the case of power and speed being completely crushed, 3 or 2 strokes were handed over by Saint, and his neck was subdued in his hands. Yan Yinsheng threw away the captured automatic pistol and looked at Phil Coulson, who looked like an enemy, and said in a commanding voice, "Put the gun on the ground." Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda May in Instant's hand, and cast a mouse bogey, and had no choice but to bend down and put the pistol on the ground. Quinn stepped forward, kicked the pistol on the ground, and then relaxed Melinda May, pushing her towards Phil Coulson. "Now, we can talk about it." Quinn sat down at a table with a big grin, pointing to the opposite chair and saying, "Please sit down." I said, because Saint turned her head again, and said to her restored vision, "Lona, go upstairs first, I didn't call you, don't come down." Lorna rubbed her red eyes and glanced at Yinsheng without complaining, but still obediently went up the stairs and went to the living room on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. On the other side, after Phil Coulson and Melinda May glanced at each other, they both sat down opposite Instant, and Phil Coulson took the lead to say, "Mr. Lee, do you know the attack FBI agents, but felony to go to jail? Come on." Because Saint dismissed his lips, scorned to understand when confused, and the wicked Sue first, "Don't pretend, I already saw that, you are not FBI agents at all. Let's go." "Who are you? Why are you targeting me?" "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding." Hearing that, Phil Coulson quickly waved his hand and explained sincerely, "Yes, we are not from the FBI, but we do belong to the government department, and we are indeed investigating the case, not deliberately targeting you." Speaking of it, Phil Coulson took out his real credentials and placed it in front of INST. "We are agents of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, specializing in handling cases related to supernatural forces. It's because of the principle of confidentiality, that's why it's borrowing the name of the FBI. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency." Yinsheng looked at the document with a smile. "Okay, I am a bit convinced that this is true, Agent Coulson. You look like a smart person. If you plan to lie to me, you should not make one like this. The ridiculous name comes." Phil Coulson froze, and continued with a weird expression, "Actually, we have passed a genetic test and confirmed that you are not a mutant or a stranger. This time, it is related to another thing, May. Give me the tactical tablet." After receiving a black tablet from Melinda May, Phil Coulson opened a video and showed it to Instant. "Can you please explain, this afternoon in Colleen, what happened in Wenwu Guan?" "Okay." Gui Yinsheng only glanced, and immediately frowned, without answering. "You send someone to follow me. Let me justify that, at that time, we have not confirmed your identity, and monitoring your movements is a standard process." "Humph." With a sigh of unhappiness from Saint, after thinking about it, he said, "This matter is very complicated, even the grievances dating back hundreds of years. Are you sure you want to know? I remind you in advance that this is the big trouble. If it were me, I would never want to go to the bucket honeycomb. Hundreds of years ago." Instead of flinching, Phil Coulson asked with great interest, "Please elaborate. Where do you start?" Intent groaned and said slowly, "Danny Land first, he is the core of a series of incidents. You should know that 15 years ago, the plane in which their family of 3 crashed. In China, his parents were killed on the spot, and the crew was spared. Only he survived www.readwn.com and was rescued by a Kunlun monk." Kunlun. Phil Coulson repeated the name. "Is this a place name in China?" Kunlun is a hidden martial arts shrine. It is similar to our Gaixian stream. For thousands of years, it has been carrying on the practice of qi. After Qin Saint briefly explained it, he waved his hand and said, I'm not from Kunlun. More secrets, I can't come to tell you, you can ask Danny Land later. We went on to say that after being saved, Danny Rand stayed in Kunlun to study and dominate the heroes and became the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun's generation. After that, what are you doing with your hands up? I'm not here. Here you are. Phil Coulson put his arm down awkwardly and asked with a dry cough, what is Immortal Iron Fist? As long as you know that Immortal Iron Fist is Kunlun's strongest combat power, that's the same sentence. I'm not Kunlun's person. Their secret can't be said for me. Yin Sheng once again emphasized that he would not cross the border, and then continued, after Danny Rand became an Iron Fist, he left Kunlun without permission and returned to his hometown of New York. Well, I know you have to ask again. The Handicraft Federation is an underground force created by 5 Kunlun renegades. It has a history of hundreds of years and is spread in many countries around the world. It has countless teeth and powerful powers. You don't need to explain more. It should be understood that the club is Kunlun's deadly enemy, and Danny Rand, as Kunlun's strongest Iron Fist, is the fate of destroying the club. For unknown reasons, he asked Colleen when to help deal with the club. It almost killed her. Chapter 28, Kill Trick. Scissors. After all, Instant pointed to the tablet on the table, and finally said, the picture in this video is that I borrowed Danny Rand's Iron Fist to cure the poisoned dying Colleen Wen. As for what I did, why Tekken could cure the poison, sorry, these are all secrets. The situation is better than people. Even if Phil Coulson is deliberately asking, at this moment, he can only nod his head helplessly, took the tablet, and opened another video. Mr. Lee, I have another question. Colleen Wen, what's her identity? Those who took Danny Rand, right? She called. Because Saint hesitated a little bit, avoiding this problem intentionally, but felt that he had escaped from the first day, not 15, and after a little silence, he finally said the truth. They are hand-to-hands and talk to Colleen. That person is her master Batu and one of the 5 fingers of the hand union. It seems a bit contradictory, right? Phil Coulson frowned, questioning directly, you said before that Colleen Wen was injured because of the rivalry. No contradiction. Qin Saint shook his head slightly and explained intricately, Colleen didn't know that she played for the Handicraft Association. She always thought that Bozy runs a charity. Phil Coulson nodded doubtfully, hesitated, and finally asked, Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, I want to ask, what do you guys like Gui Xian Lu play in this? Roles. It's nothing for us. Yin Sheng Chao said with some scrutiny, our Gaixian Lu is different from Kunlun. It is a completely hidden hereditary sect. There are no external personnel at all in the world. As far as I know, the Gaixian Lu who entered the WDO so far disciple, I'm the only one, and if Colleen Wen is my old friend, I can't see death and I won't save it, and I won't mix in the grudges of Kunlun's association with the hands. Do you mean, does Kunlun have outsiders? How big are they? No comment, asked Danny Rand. Phil Coulson turned his head silently, and exchanged a look with Melinda May. After seeing her vaguely affirmative, quietly reached into his arms to get another pistol hidden in a tactical vest. Agent Coulson, don't rush to pull the gun first. Because Saint called out and stopped Phil Coulson's small gesture, while his face changed greatly, he pointed to the direction of the shop door. I know that the backup you secretly called has arrived outside the door, and most of it is with your instructions. They are all equipped with sunglasses that block strong light, and I want to ask you a word before you signal them to rush in. Are you ready to let them sacrifice? Because Saint uttered this sentence with a murderous face, and raised his index and middle fingers of his right hand, pointed his finger at the table in front of him, and made a light stroke, a light blue arc light. The blade quietly formed in the air with the cutting action that he pointed like a knife, and then, with the thunderbolt, he silently cut on the table, almost without being blocked. Just click ZI cut the entire solid wood table from beginning to end in half. Guess boxing, scissors condensate chi at your fingertips and release it. You can either draw the air blade horizontally or stab the air sword longitudinally. The speed, sharpness, and range of the air blade and air sword are all related to the output air proportionately. It is the strongest killing force in guess fist, stone scissors cloth. This kind of powerful and horrific killing method is obviously not suitable for use when the life and death are fighting. At this moment, it is used by Saint to show determination, and as a further deterrent, the effect is extremely significant. Phil Coulson, with a horrified expression, shouted into the headset in a hurry, "Stop action! I repeat it. All members stop action." Wise choice. Insane sneered and stood up, pointing at the group of special service soldiers who had fallen to the ground before, saying, "I did not hurt their lives, not because I was soft-hearted, nor because I couldn't do it, but because New York was me. Family, I just want to live here peacefully, and do not want to trouble myself. You better not break the peace, otherwise. You need to think about the consequences." Phil Coulson took a deep breath, calmed his mind a bit, and argued reasonably, "Mr. Lee, your ability is really strong, but it is precisely because of this that we cannot let you go. Once your ability is out of control, the harm caused will be inestimable, and I do not know how many innocent lives will be cut." Because Saint blew his nose, interrupting Phil Coulson's words, "Agent Coulson, have you misunderstood something? The ability is out of control? Do you think my strength, reading www.yuyugonshu.com is did you get it out of thin air like a mutant? Don't make a joke. The air blade just now is one of our entry skills for Kuei Xian Lu. Do you know how long it took me to learn? 10 years. Because Saint Turby gave a sign representing 10, I have practiced for a full 10 years before I have the strength today. Every trace of chi in the body is obtained through daily hard work, completely under my control. I ask you, as a trained combatant, would you accidentally go out when you hold a gun? Of course not, after a long time. Oh, I see what you mean." Phil Coulson showed a clear expression. "You mean, just like I can fully control the firearms in my hand through training, you can also fully control your own abilities through practice. You will not lose control. That's the truth." Union nodded, and threw the option to Phil Coulson. "So Agent Coulson, please tell me now, do you still insist on handcuffing me?" Phil Coulson thought for a while, raised his head and said, "I can't give you a reply right now. The development of things is beyond my authority. I will report your situation to the superior truthfully. It's up to them to decide what to do." "Yes." Quinn nodded in understanding and made a please gesture. "You are free, but before today passes, you'd better give me a clear statement." "It is good." Phil Coulson rose to his feet and pointed to the unconscious agents. "Can I call someone in and take them away?" Chapter 29, Mysterious One-Eyed Blackballed. "Of course." Yin Sheng followed and nodded his head and said, "I have no intention of holding hostages, but you have to take good care of your team members and say ugly that if they have any radical behavior, I will not do it again. His mercy. Please rest assured, they are all professional combatants, and even if they do not agree, they will never act against the order." After giving a guarantee, Phil Coulson issued a series of orders while holding the headset. As a backup, another special service team went into the store in a disarmed state and stunned them. Unconscious companions, as well as firearms scattered on the ground, were packed away and taken away. Then, Phil Coulson called Melinda May and said to Insant together, "Then we will leave first and contact you later." And many more. Yan Yin reached out and stopped them, pointing to the table that was cut in half. "I will pay my table money first." Phil Coulson looked at the table speechlessly. "It was your own destruction. Don't make excuses." Because Saint interrupted the argument in Collison's mouth, his eyes widened confidently. Do you know what it means to see the essence through the phenomenon? If it weren't for you, would my desk break? Hurry! Lose money! Phil Collison, with a helpless expression, pulled out his wallet from his pocket, and drew out a banknote. Enough. $100? Are you trademark teasing me? Quinn grabbed Cowlson's purse, opened it, and couldn't help but sip it. Agent Cowlson, are you too picky? Are you going to bring $100 with you? 100 is already a lot. Phil Cowlson snapped back his wallet and pouted, at least enough to buy a table. The plastic table is pretty much the same. Yan Yin rolled his eyes. Let's go. Remember. You owe me a good red wooden table. Your table is not red. Go and go, wait for me to have you drink tea. After driving Collison and Agent May away, Yin Sheng locked the storefront, pulled up the curtains, and cut off the outside sight. Just after doing all of this, he suddenly fell asleep and collapsed to the ground. Boss! Lona Lancel, who walked down the stairs, ran up and exclaimed, and lifted up Saint, are you okay? SHH. Yin Sheng first made a snoring gesture, and then patted Lorna's shoulder, soothing softly, don't worry, I just use Qigong continuously, the recovery of Qi can't keep up with the consumption, and the overdraft is too great, just take a break. Su Vinian said. Laura could not help but chuckle, boss, you really do. You have been holding on until now, but you still want to ask them for table money. What do you know? Because Saint looked at Lorna with contempt, this is bluffing. My sweat is already sweating on my forehead. They haven't doubted that I took off, but they can't be sure. If I show a little bit, anxious to let them go, that Cowlson will immediately turn his face. But Lona showed an incredible expression, did you not make peace? Ha. Quinn sneered, that's because Cowlson believes that if I force me to resist, it will definitely kill me. Otherwise, I would have been taken away. Boss, in my opinion, your idea is too gloomy, right? Agent Corson looks very kind. I think he should be a good guy, not as insidious as you say. Haha, naive girl, don't make me laugh. Hello. You're only 1 year older than me. If you speak in this tone, I'm going to get angry. Okay, don't say without saying, help me go upstairs and lie down for a while, I really have no energy. Hey! Boss, you are so heavy, my innocent little girl can't do it. After an hour, somewhere on the US map absolutely does not exist, the Shield Trident headquarters. Kunlun, the Hand Association. A bald black man wearing a half-black eye mask covering the entire left eye socket, wearing a long black trench coat, sitting behind a huge desk, staring at the hand with only one right eye. 2 investigation reports, saying these 2 names, they're starting to rest again. Secretary, do you know them? A black suit standing at his desk was Phil Cowlson, who looked at the one-eyed black bald with a surprised look, why have I never heard of it? This is a Class 8 secret, which is beyond your authority. One-eyed black bald glanced at Cowlson, but since you already know, then I can tell you clearly that the information you get is correct. Coulson secretly pouted his mouth, and interfaced, according to INT Lee, what kind of external forces exist in Kunlun? Do you know anything about it? He didn't lie. One-eyed black bald nodded, and concisely summarized, True Pure Society www.readwn.com. Although the forces are not as good as hand-to-hand meetings, they should not be underestimated. After all, the one-eyed black bald hummed with a sneer, don't be fooled by this name. The members of the True Pure Society are all professional killers, and can even be called dead men. After all, the only reason for their existence, it is the destruction of the Hand Association, so although the number is much less than the Hand Association, the degree of danger is not low at all. What about the Quasian Liu? Although Shank didn't say it explicitly, whenever he mentioned Kunlun and the Handicraft Association, he always unconsciously revealed a sense of superiority, which shows that the power of Geixi and Liuli, at least not worse than them. Hearing the words, the one-eyed black bald showed an interesting expression. This is the interesting place. As early as the last century, we already knew the existence of Kunlun and the Brotherhood, but the name of the fairy is still I only learned from you today. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Secretary, do you mean, because Saint is lying? There is no such thing as a turtle fairy. Do not. One-eyed black bald shook his head. Since he knows the secrets of so many Kunlun and Hand associations, he must also be from this circle, not an outsider. I think what he said is true. Turtle Fairy is a complete. The hidden school of martial arts has only one disciple in the world, and it is precisely because they are too low-key that we have never been informed. I heard him say that Coulson could not help but show a very surprised expression. Oh, this is really strange. Do you have time to believe the secretary? One-eyed black bald snorted, picked up the tactical tablet on the table, and looked again at the scene where Yin Sheng waved his blade. It's not that I believe him, but there is no other explanation except that. Chapter 30, The Invisible Deterrence of the Turtle Fairy. Anyway, the one-eyed black bald put down the tactical tablet and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Coulson, appease Incent Li. Before getting more information about Turtle Fairy, we try to take him as much as possible. Moderate means. Coulson raised his eyebrows halfway. His expression seemed more and more surprised. Secretary, do we have to be so afraid of that mysterious Turtle Fairy stream? Of course it is necessary. The one-eyed black bald body leaned forward and stared at Coulson with only one eye. I ask you, according to Yin Saint Li, all his supernatural abilities depend on learning and practice. Come here, do you have any doubts about this? Not at all. Coulson shook his head without hesitation. Although it is incredible, we have ruled out any other possibility, and the only answer left is no matter how incredible, that must be the truth. The one-eyed black bald slightly sit up straight, asked harshly, so, why should we not give the highest degree of attention to a mysterious organization that can stably cultivate supernatural combat power? I see, Secretary. Coulson nodded clearly. I will get as much information as possible about the Turtle Fairy from Incent. The one-eyed black bald said sitting back in a chair and leaning on a bipod on the desk. Go, this task is temporarily classified as a level 8 secret. Any information about the Turtle Fairy stream, you report directly to me, and before you complete this task, I will temporarily elevate your authority to level 8. Oh? Then if I complete the task satisfactorily, can the two words be removed temporarily? Yes, two words at the same time are also removed. Phil Coulson turned around silently and walked out of the one-eyed, bald-headed director's office, and saw Melinda May waiting at the door. Before she asked, Coulson raised one arm and said, May, you know the rules, 8 secrets, you don't know enough. You are not qualified. Melinda May frowned and frowned. You, like me, are level 7 agents. It's level 8 now. Phil Coulson shrugged, although only temporarily. Humph. Melinda Mellon snorted, and hate shifted and asked, when will we take someone to catch that kid? Can you always say that? We don't arrest him. Phil Coulson shook his head, and then added, or, we will not use force against him unless it is absolutely necessary. Why? Melinda May looked angrily. Although the kid has a lot of strange and weird methods, we can take him completely if we are prepared. I can only tell you that the director has other arrangements for him. Fuck. Calm, that kid didn't hurt you, did he? Phil Coulson shrugged again. Compared to the 6 unlucky eggs with a mild concussion, you don't even have a bruise. What's so bad about it? Haha. Melinda May sneered. Coulson, I just want to hit people now. As for who I hit, I don't really care. I heard that Coulson shook instantly, and coughed dryly. Cough, anyway. I plan to talk to him alone. You don't have to stay up with me, go back to rest early. Is this an order from a superior, 8 Agent Coulson? No, if you have to follow, I will not stop you, but you can only act as a backup and you cannot act with me. Haha. What does this mean? Don't leave now. Seriously. What does it mean? An hour and a half later. Phil Coulson drove to the restaurant near Lee's Chinese restaurant. He just pushed the door and got out of the car. A black suit greeted him. The goal was clear, the ground, however, because he closed all the curtains, we can only determine his position by infrared images, the specific situation is unknown. I know. Coulson nodded, took his cell phone out of his pocket, and dialed a phone. Hey, Mr. Lee, my name is Phil Coulson. On the second floor of Lee's Chinese restaurant, Shank rose from the bed and frowned and said to the phone, how did you know about me? Forget it, when I didn't ask. Say, what do you want me to do? I'm nearby. Can you open the door for me? We will meet in person. Please be assured that I am alone. Quinn silently pushed open the door of the room, and as he walked towards the stairs, he said on the phone, Agent Coulson, I know you are an agent, but can't you knock on the door like a normal person? I just want to be polite. Coulson walked to the main entrance of Lee's Chinese restaurant. Call before you come. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Isn't this standard etiquette? That would require someone to leave you a call. Quinn hanged up the phone and opened the store door. When confronted with Coulson, he said, I'm really honored to visit the cottage in one day. Coulson heard the obvious irony, but stubbornly understood, and smiled with a good temper. Yes, we do take you seriously. Please come in. The so-called do not smile at people, because Saint Tejan opened his body and greeted Phil Coulson, sit anywhere. The two sat opposite each other at a dining table, and Coulson took the lead to say, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Lee for his frankness. Through the verification in the Bureau, we have confirmed that the information you provided is completely true. That's right. Yin Yin nodded indifferently. What good is it to deceive you? As long as you don't bother me and let me live my life well, I can tell you everything I know. Thank you again for your support of our work, and we will try our best to meet your requirements. Coulson first spoke kindly, and then his voice turned, but Mr. Lee, please also understand that it is impossible for us to be completely indifferent like a powerful supernatural person like you. There will always be some necessary focus on behavior. I understand. I nodded because of the characteristics of the saint, and then the tone changed too. As long as it's far away from the attention, you can do whatever you love, but I don't want to care about it. But if you dare run into my store, install tap camera or something, haha, you better pray that your agents don't get caught on the spot. Chapter 31, The Reality Patron. Speaking, Yin Sheng pointed out the shop door and continued to say, maybe you have luck. I tell you in advance that there is a technique called breathing induction in our turtle fairy flow martial arts. Allow me to scan my body like a biradar by exploring the breath of the human body. For example, I now know that two agents belonging to you are hiding in the building opposite, in the third floor is somewhere to the west. Seeing that because of the strange means of Saint, Coulson is now a little numb. Although he was surprised, he was not shocked. He said for a moment, I understand, although I cannot give you a clear guarantee. But I will try to advise the Bureau and let them do things that you can accept. Very good. Because Saint got up with satisfaction, stretched out his arm and shook hands with Coulson. Agent Coulson, if everyone in your Bureau can be as polite as you, then I think we should get along very happy. In the face of obvious behavior of delivering passengers, Coulson smiled silently. Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, I actually have something to ask. Haha. Yin Yin sneered and taunted. I said, if there is no purpose, how can you become so good at talking? Coulson shrugged indifferently. Mr. Lee, in your own words, as long as we don't bother you, you know everything. Is it like that? Quinn could not refute what he had said. Of course, sitting down in his chair again, and then hesitantly said, "Okay, okay, what do you want to know?" Carlson sat down and inquired calmly, "Mr. Li, as far as we know, compared to Kunlun and Hands Up, your martial arts inherited from Kuei Xian Lu is very special, it can be done. It is said to be beyond a level. Why is this coming?" Rejoicing in the heart of Saint, knowing that he has worked hard to compose the Turtle Fairy stream, and finally became the patron of real existence, he smiled and pretended to have a proud expression. "The reason is simple, because we are strong, they are weak." Carlson gave instant a silent look. "Mr. Li, please be careful." All right. Yin Sheng's indifferent two-handed stand, in fact, in simple terms, it's the same thing. As for the complex, a long time ago, Kunlun suffered a calamity. I don't know the specific situation, only know as a result, most of their inheritance was cut off. Of course, compared with the Turtle Fairy stream that we have maintained a complete inheritance, of course, it will look much worse. As for the association, they defected from Kunlun after the crash, and we can't even compare. So it is. Coulson nodded clearly, and then asked, "If you don't mind, can I ask, where is your dojo of Turtle Fairy?" "It doesn't matter to tell you." Because Saint maintained a proud expression, he said with a bit of trouble, "Our dojo of Turtle Fairy is located in the South China Sea, but well, our mountain gate is special. If we do want to be found by you, you will never find it." We. Hearing that Carlson did not express surprise, but asked thoughtfully, "So, you are the same as Kunlun?" "In theory, it does not exist on the earth, but it is hidden in it." "Another dimension? Not bad." Yin smiled at Carlson with a smile. "Agent Carlson, it seems you are well prepared and have done a lot of homework." "Of course." Carlson nodded, and said with a smile, "I can't always raise your hand to ask questions, Mr. Li, I don't quite understand. Although you are of Chinese descent, but you have never been to China, how can you become Gaixian Li's disciples?" "Well." Quinn groaned a bit, clearly saying a lot of mistakes, simply perfunctory. "My master has been to New York, and when I was still very young, he had accepted me as a disciple." "Your master? Who is he?" In the face of Carlson's questioning, because of Saint's black pot of time and space, he was caught in the head of another innocent old man in another world. "The Turtle Fairy." Carlson frowned, thinking in pieces, the Turtle Fairy, this title, seems unusual. "Yes. Because of the sacred features," he said a lie. "Gaixianren is a respectable name, representing our spiritual leader of Gaixian Liu. It is not necessarily the strongest of us, but it must be the most respected person." Carlson quietly weighed the credibility of the remarks, and raised the danger level of Saint by a grade in his heart. Thinking for a moment, www.readwn.com asked, "So, your is all this ability taught by this Gui Xianren? Can you explain it specifically?" Wu Vinian said, because Saint frowned, without answering, "Agent Carlson, although it is not a taboo if it is only a general description, I must first ask, why do you want to know?" With a sincere expression, Carlson said frankly, "In fact, because your Turtle Fairy is too mysterious, our bureau knows very little about you, so I actually got the order issued by my superior. Collect as much information as possible about you." "I see. You want to figure out our means so that you can target restraint." I heard Incent say this, and Carlson quickly explained, No, let's just look at it so that you have a clear understanding of your Turtle Fairy martial arts, not." Because Saint slaped his lips and raised his hand to interrupt Carlson, "Agent Carlson, don't rush to explain, even then, I have no intention of concealing from you, our Turtle Fairy stream martial arts, but has been passed down for thousands of years. Is it so easy to be restrained?" I said, and Saint looked at Carlson, "Are you ready to take notes?" "Classmate Carlson." Cough. Collison coughed awkwardly, pointing to his collar and saying, "In fact, since I entered the door, this device has been recording audio and video, and uploaded it to our server in real time." Su Vinian said that because of Saint's silent cursing, it was obviously not a good word to see his mouth shape. Then, he cleared his throat and said, "Let's start with the most basic. Chapter 32, to maintain peace is to deter." There are 5 basic skills in our Turtle Fairy Stream martial arts, namely breath practice, breath induction, breath shielding, breath release, and breath giving. The practice of breath is the basic technique of training one's own breath. It can be described as the foundation of the foundation. As long as you persist in cultivation, you can continue to strengthen your own energy and strengthen your body. Most of the advanced Qigong needs domineering physique and strong breath to support. I have already mentioned to you the breath induction, which can detect the breath of the human body and various living organisms. I would like to add one more point, that is, the stronger your own breath, the larger the range that breath induction can detect. Breathing shielding, this is a technique developed for breathing induction, which can completely converge one's own breath, so that it cannot be felt by others, and can also adjust the strength of one's own breath, thereby confusing the other. The breath is released, and the gas in the body is simply released to generate high temperature in the form of energy release. I generally only use it for barbecue, but you can imagine a little, since the meat can be cooked, then people. And, this is also the basis of all released Qigong. Only by mastering this skill first can you practice all kinds of advanced skills. The breath is given, and the gas is gently delivered to others. The most widely used method is to enlighten the martial arts beginners, but its most important role is actually to help the injured companion. Qi is a kind of life energy. Significantly enhance the physical fitness and resistance of the wounded, and some of them have special Qi, which can even directly heal the wounded. Anyway, because Saint paused, got up and poured a glass of water, moistened his throat, and then continued, "Next, that's our entry-level Kung Fu of the Turtle Fairy, called Gui Chuan, stone scissor cloth. There are 3 ways. Stone is a boxing technique. It winds Qi around the fist and bursts out immediately after hitting the enemy. The higher the strength of the entanglement, the greater the power. You have asked me how to subdue the 4 gangsters. That's what I used. Scissors refer to work, which condenses air at the fingertips and releases it. You can draw the air blade horizontally, and you can also pierce the air sword, the sharpness of the air blade or air sword, the flying speed, and the range of the air. You've seen it before, it's very lethal, and it's a killing trick that you can't easily use. Cloth is a palm work that releases Qi from the palm of your hand and transforms it into force energy. You can push, pull, or restrain the target. Similarly, the higher the strength of Qi, the wider the range, and the greater the force energy produced. I have only learned this for the time being. Yuan Yinzheng raised his cup and drank saliva, signaled the science to this end. As for the more advanced Qigong, I only know a little about it and will not talk to you blindly. No, right. Coulson frowned, reminding in Saint, you will still have a Qigong similar to the flash bomb. I did not hear you mention it. Oh, you're talking Sun Fist. Yinsheng patted his brain. Accurately speaking, it is not an orthodox Turtle Fairy Stream martial arts, but a senior named Tianjin Fan created a unique move to lift Qi from his brain. It is emitted and converted into intense light energy. The higher the intensity of the output gas, the brighter the flashing light will be. Tianjin Rice. Collison remembered the name, and then asked indifferently, "And, you made a golden light ball, which cures Colleen Win. That's not the Turtle Fairy Stream martial arts." Yan Yinzheng shook his head, "Sorry, that trick is actually a banned trick. I shouldn't use it, let alone talk about it." Okay. Collison wasn't overly persecuted, and he changed his direction and asked, "Well, except for the next 2 moves, will all the tricks you have mentioned before, all of you Turtle Fairy?" Of course. Nodded because of Saintly's course, as if it really happened. It is said that it is basic skills and entry-level martial arts. Only if you have learned all the basic skills and mastered at least one of the 3 types of guessing, you are eligible. He calls himself a disciple of Turtle Fairy. Collison took a breath and said unbelievably, "You mean, with your strength, you are only the bottom of the Turtle Fairy?" "Yes." With a kind of "are you stupid" look, Quinn looked at Collison. "I'm only 19 years old this year, obviously the group with the shortest practice time. Isn't this an obvious thing?" Collison stared silently at Incent for a while. After all, he couldn't tell whether he was lying or not, so he just put it aside and asked some details without pain. Yin Sheng started making up stories about Turtle Fairy on the day he met Danny Rand. After telling a lot of lies, even himself already believed it. Since it's okay to lie to yourself, it's better to lie to others. No matter, poor Phil Coulson, he was fooled by him. Hey, oh, no, it was Phil Coulson who had collected enough information, leaving with a worried expression, hurriedly left Lee's Chinese restaurant. Yu read a book. www.yuyuganshu.com explained the 2 words of the agent who left the tail, and drove away in a drone. Most of the night, I don't know where he was in a hurry. At this time, it was more than 1 o'clock in the morning. After sending Collison away, Saint was going back to the room to sleep. As soon as she got up to the 2nd floor, she faced a pair of big green eyes. Reacted, "Why haven't you slept yet?" Listening to Instant's question, Lorna, who stayed here for the first time, couldn't help rolling her eyes, and replied angrily, "Are there agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. coming to your door? How could you fall asleep?" "Relax, this time they knew they were afraid, so they really made peace." Yin yawned, and bypassed Lorna and walked to the bedroom. "Go to bed and say something tomorrow." And many more. Lorna refused to let Incent do the same, grabbing his clothes and saying, "Boss, are you sure they don't doubt my identity?" "Okay," and affirm. As Saint turned around, he said impatiently, "Did I tell you before? Coulson said that you are not an ordinary person because of what happened in the martial arts in the afternoon. As for now, their attention has long since shifted, and no one has the heart to care about your little man." Lorna hummed, and stared at Instant dissatisfied. "How do you say that? Why am I a little man?" Quinn gave her a silent look at her. "Do you want to be noticed, or do you want to be noticed? As a big man, you are being watched every day, are you not satisfied? Boss, have you been monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D.? That is, I am a big man." Chapter 33, S.H.I.E.L.D. Who wants to practice martial arts? 1 week later, at 2:30 in the afternoon, Lee's Chinese restaurant. Lorna. Yin Sheng untied the dirty apron and walked toward the store entrance, and said to Lorna, "I'll go out and walk around, and the store will leave it to you." Wu Vinian said. Lorna pouted her lips. "Boss, are you going to play with the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. again? What do you know?" Yan Yin gave Lorna a scornful look. "I'm practicing anti-tracking skills. It's unbelievable in terms of your wicked personality, boss." "Shaw. Look at the store." Because Saint left the sentence badly, he strode out of the restaurant and turned on the breath induction. He searched for suspicious qi in the vicinity. All combatants have better physical fitness than ordinary people, and in contrast, the intensity of their qi should be more than that of ordinary people, and they should stay in the crowd, not to mention standing up as a flock of chickens. After a while, because Saint saw the 2 suspicious targets gathered together, he couldn't help saying to himself, "Are they replaced again? They really don't give up. Follow up, it really is them." As Shank got into the alley skillfully and felt that the 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came along, he suddenly stood up and used the fire escape ladder behind the residential building to get up to the roof 3 or 2 times and walk around it. Behind the 2 agents, watching them wandering around like a headless fly confused, a strange sense of satisfaction could not help but rise in their hearts. "Well, Lorna's words are right. I did it for practice at the beginning, but now it does have a bit of taste. Gui Yinzheng grasped the back of his head, his expression was a little tangled, or else, starting tomorrow, just forget it. 18 hours later, Shield, Trident headquarters. Phil Coulson sat at a desk and reported to the one-eyed black-bald Sink sitting behind the desk, "Secretary, Insane has played our new agent again today. No matter how we change people, they are always able to accurately identify them. I think this should be the breath induction of Gaixian Lu." After all, Collison added, in addition, he not only has an extraordinary investigative ability, but also can rely on the breathing shield to fool our various detection instruments. Once out of our field of vision, basically it can't be found again. Unless we can put trackers on him, we can't accurately grasp his whereabouts. One-eyed black-bald frowned slightly, summing up the sentence, in other words, in this whole week, we have not developed any effective targeted tactics for the Turtle Fairy Flow martial arts. Not at all. Coulson showed a bitter expression. We have to admit that because of the fearless attitude of Santana, it is not blind self-confidence. The inheritance of the Turtle Fairy is indeed very comprehensive, even from the perspective of modern tactics. Those skills are also very effective. If you face a group of people like him, unless they are silly to confront us, otherwise, our conventional means of attack will probably be ineffective, let alone because of Saints at the age, it may indeed be the weakest group in the Turtle Fairy stream. One-eyed Black Baldness remained silent for a while, touching his chin and asking, "How is our think tank doing research on breath practice?" Combined with all the gas refining data from Kunlun in the Bureau, those experts who are proficient in Chinese culture have concluded that if beginners can't feel aura through the way of giving breath, then, I am afraid that no one can sense his own anger without a teacher, let alone practice it in this way. One-eyed Black Bald gently jaws his head, that is to say, no one can learn by himself, and only a master must be introduced to it. Yes, this also indirectly proves that Incense Master Gui Xianren did stay in New York for a while, but after all, it was a decade ago, and we want to track him down. I'm afraid it will be more difficult. Wu Vinian, one-eyed black bald face knocked on the table with no expression. It took 10 years for Yin Sheng to claim to have today's strength. Has this been confirmed? There is no conclusive evidence, but according to information about Kunlun in the Bureau and various legends in China, we have reason to believe that he did not lie. I said. Collison's eyes flashed. Listen to the director. Do you have any thoughts on the inheritance of the Turtle Fairy? Of course I have an idea. As long as we can get this heritage, we can steadily increase the supernatural combat power. Even if the training period is a little longer, it is totally worth it. With one-eyed black bald words, he suddenly hit his fist on the table with a fist. However, the potential threat of Gaixian Lu is huge. www.readwn.com. We can't help but. Before you can figure out their heels, you can detect Tan Yin's tone, but be careful, don't arouse his alertness, let alone act lightly. Yes, Secretary. Coulson nodded in agreement. Just looking at Kunlun, who has been fighting for hundreds of years, he understands how the Gaixian stream will do to maintain its unique heritage. It must be at all costs, the portal must be cleaned up, but just a little thought, if there are more than 100 Insanes, an endless attack on the shield. After a shuddering shudder, Coulson returned to his heart, and then reported, one more thing, Danny Land, who was taken away by the Brotherhood, made a big noise at the Brotherhood last night. The stronghold in the outskirts of New York has clearly realized their true colors. This will happen sooner or later. One-eyed Black Bald scornfully poked his lips. He was Kunlun's immortal Iron Fist, and he was imbued with the idea of joining hands to endlessly from childhood, although he is the most stupid of the Iron Fists from Kunlun. But it is purely whimsical that the Federation wants to rebrain him and use it for his own use. Shall we not step in? Coulson said without worry. Kunlun's peripheral organization True Pure Society has been very disturbed recently, and is inquiring about the news of Tekken, apparently knowing that their leader has already appeared in New York. I always feel that if we continue to develop like this, a big war is just around the corner. Wait. The one-eyed black vulture narrowed its only eye. Keep an eye on the movements of the two sides, and when they concentrate their efforts, we will give them a fatal blow. Chapter 34, Colleen Wynne. But Collison hesitated. By that time, New York, which has become a battlefield, will probably suffer huge losses, innocent casualties, and even thousands. Coulson. One-eyed Blackbald looked up. Do you think we haven't taken action against an evil organization like the Hand Club? Coulson thought for a while, combined with the latest bad data, guessed and replied, their 5 fingers are really hidden too deeply. It's not realistic to want to start from the bottom. I think it should be these 2 reasons. The most important thing you missed is that their 5 fingers are always scattered all over the world. Even if one finger can be cut off, this hand will still exist. One-eyed Blackbald added a sentence, raised his right arm, raised his palm, and slowly squeezed the 5 black fingers into a fist. For all these years, I have been waiting for an opportunity to be able to beat them all at once. And the immortal iron fist of Danny Rand is my best bait. Hearing words, Coulson's eyes flashed an intolerable look, but in the end, he still said nothing, but nodded silently. At 11 o'clock that night, Insant, who was practicing in the quiet room on the 2nd floor of the Lee's Chinese restaurant that had been closed, suddenly opened his eyes suddenly. It's so strong, this is Danny Landay. He is back. Yin Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged, jumped up from the floor, and after a careful induction, murmured, sure enough, Colleen is with him. Wait. It seems a bit wrong. How could they fight? Because Saint opened his eyes in surprise, opened the door of the quiet room, and the whole man rushed out like a gust of wind. He ignored the stairs leading to the 1st floor, and went straight over the railings of the balcony. From the 2nd floor after jumping up, he adjusted his balance in the air, and his feet fell on the ground steadily. With the help of a squat action, after removing the body's gravity, he immediately kicked his legs and rushed to Colleen Wenwu's direction. Until then, on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, I heard a series of moving. Lorna only then opened the door of her room, and her head was puzzled. Boss? What happened? It's been far away from Incent, which is 100 meters away from the Chinese restaurant. Of course, it is impossible to hear this problem. In less than half a minute, he crossed the distance of hundreds of meters and came to Colleen Wen's armory. Downstairs, immediately afterwards, he stood up from the ground again, stepping on his toes on the windowsills, and through constant borrowing, he struck the 3rd floor in a blink of an eye, smashing through a glass with his body, accompanied by wow, a crisp sound. He flew into the martial arts hall, and shouted, stop it for me. Colleen Wen, who held the katana in both hands, and Danny Rand, who was glowing with his right fist, were both surprised, and after a few frowns, they exclaimed in unison, because of Saint. It's me. Yan Yin intervened without hesitation, facing Danny Rand. What the are you two doing? Why are you starting? After hearing such a question, Danny Rand's surprised expression instantly turned into a face full of anger. These words should be asked of your old friend. Do you know that she is actually a fraternity? For so long she has been deceiving us ever since. Because Saint knew this fact long ago. He was not surprised at all. He was surprised that in the original plot, after Colleen Wynne helped Danny Rand escape the stronghold of the club, Danny Rand did not forgive her. How could it be such a tit-for-tat today? Danny, calm down, is there any misunderstanding? Listening to Incent's words, before Danny Rand had time to say anything, Colleen Wynne had taken a step forward and put his hand on Incent's arm. Instant, you need not say, he no wrongdoing against me. I'm the man of the Brotherhood. It's his enemy. You let it go. This girl, because the idea of life has completely collapsed, have you renounced it? Because Saint was thinking so, he got lucky and sank. He wanted to push away Colleen when he just pushed on a wall that was motionless. He wanted to say something. Santa shouted, "Shut up for me! Stand behind me!" With such a push from him, if it was left to normal, Colleen Wynne would have caught him up. However, at this time today, she looked at Instance not wide back, but what was it? "I can't speak, I just feel warm and I feel safe." Originally, under the sudden change of Colleen Wynne, Yu read a book www.yu. The entire person of calm has fallen into the illusion that the whole world has abandoned her, but because of Saint S coming forward, she is undoubtedly telling her that you are wrong. At least one person is willing to be unconditional block in front of you. On the other side, Danny Rand clenched his teeth and stared at Instant. "You heard her, if you plan to protect her, you are also my enemy. Danny. Think about it. Colleen, she's not like that." Quinn took a step forward, trying to convince Danny Land. "Have you never thought about it? Was Colleen actually deceived?" "Ha." Danny Rand sneered, totally unwilling to answer the stubble. He raised the glowing fist in his right hand and issued an ultimatum. "Instant, you have said it yourself, if I summon the Iron Fist, you are not my opponent at all, let it go. I don't want to hurt you. I put it more than half a month ago. This is true. As for now." Because Shang shrugged his lips, he didn't know if it was a fight. He raised his arms without saying a word, and put 10 fingers on his forehead, "Sun Fist." His words did not fall, and a strong white light had covered every corner of the martial arts. Unprepared Danny Rand and Colleen Wynne screamed at the same time, both were blinded. Because Saint Teresa lowered his arms, walked towards Danny Rand lightly, turned around behind him silently, aimed at the arteries on his neck, and waved an insignificant hand knife. He was very knowing Danny Rand's current level. As long as he is stunned now, after he wakes up, even if he can't calm down, in a short period of time, he doesn't want to summon an Iron Fist. Chapter 35, After Image Boxing. Beyond the Naked Eye. Snapped. With his eyes closed, Danny Rand suddenly raised his left arm backwards, accurately blocking Incense's hand knife, and turned sharply at the same time, waving at him the golden yellow light. "Fist. Guess the boxing, cloth." Stunned by a shock, he slammed aloud in his mouth, and pushed Danny Rand in the air with a single palm. "The indestructible and immortal Iron Fist." This sentence is not just a casual talk. If he eats one with your fist, lying in bed for 10 days and a half months is light. By the way, although he doesn't have a large range of breath induction, but relying on the breath emitted by himself, it is enough to detect the movement within a few meters, and I taught him this trademark myself. I almost got into the shipwreck in the gutter. At this time, I felt a kind of self-injustice cannot live. Well, it was a very simple abuse of food, and now it became a boss battle. In the case where sneak attack is no longer possible, in the face of a fist that cannot be touched, how does this trademark fight? If you can use the scissors for killing tricks, it's not that much of a headache for Saint. The problem is, not to mention Danny Rand is half of his friends. Even if it is NT, he doesn't want to let the future Tekken became one-armed Yanguo or single-legged Taigwai Li. Because Saint was still struggling, Danny Rand, who was wearing an Iron Fist, had recovered most of his vision in just a few seconds, and his eyes were red with redness. He stared fiercely at Insane. "You sneaked into me? Despicable. Trust me, it's for your good reason." Yan Yin crooked her mouth arrogantly. "Danny, put away your Iron Fist, I don't want to hurt you, don't force me to be real." What he said was returned by the original sentence of Saint, and Danny Rand could not help but be furious. "Don't think. Because of Saint. You made me hot. I won't show mercy again. Go ahead." Yin Shang extended his left hand outwards, retracted his right hand inward, and put out a starting gesture, deliberately irritating Danny Rand. "I will try my best to prevent you from being seriously hurt." "What?" I heard that. Danny Rand couldn't help getting more angry and rushed up with a roar. After all, he was the strongest combat force cultivated by Kunlun. Even in the state of anger, his moves did not lose his rules. With his indestructible iron fist, combined with the stormy offensive, even if Shang had Sun Wukong's lifelong battle experience, he fell completely in the blink of an eye. After two people entangled themselves for more than a dozen moves, the situation of Saint was already in danger. If it were not for guessing, cloth, he could push Danny Rand apart from the air, and he would have been given it hit, but after so many times, his chi has been consumed a lot. Knowing that this is not the way to go, he could not help but bit his teeth secretly. Is it really necessary to use scissors? Wait, maybe, can you try something new? It's just that I'm not very skilled yet. At this time, under the Sun Fist offensive before Incent, Colleen Wen, who was also blinded by her eyes, has basically restored her eyesight. She looked at the two people who were in a group and felt like one. It's messy, but I don't think it's possible to intervene, nor is it intervening. At the moment when Colleen Wen was in a dilemma, her body was erratic instant, and suddenly she was stupidly standing in place, letting Danny Rand's bare fist face his chest. Waved over. No. Colleen Wen screamed violently, threw away the katana that was pinched in her hands, and rushed to Inst, regardless of her body, and wanted to pounce on him, and suddenly her eyes widened again, suddenly stopped the pace at her feet, and saw that, in front of her eyes, there were two instants. One of them was still standing expressionlessly, facing Danny Rand's iron fist, and the other one was suddenly behind Danny Rand and raised. He pointed his arm like a sword and swung it around his neck. Danny Rand waved his glowing fist and hit Instant's chest, but it seemed to have hit the air and passed through without hindrance, and he was shocked and confused. At the time of the expression, the back of the neck was taken a heavy blow, and then, only the eyes were black, and the whole man fell forward, bang! And fell on the floor, his eyes closed and passed out in a coma. The fist that lit up from the inside, gradually extinguished the light. Ah! After a hand knife brought down Danny Rand, because Saint himself was also awkward, he fell to the ground at almost the same time as him, screaming and hugging his right thigh. Under the attack, swearing and swearing, lie. Sorrowful. Colleen Wen watched with all her eyes, the instant www.readwn.com hit by Danny Rand disappeared into the air like a plume of smoke, and could not help but stupid for a while. Then, he walked to Instant, who fell to the ground, squatted down and asked, "What happened to you?" "Muscle strain." Yin Yin took a few sighs of coolness, and then added, "Hope it's just a strain. I feel like a tear." Corinth Wen glanced at him silently, with the complaint in her eyes, "Are you hurt yourself? You are really right, since you are not sure, don't be stubborn. How dare you say me?" Because Saint took a pair of eyes and met Colleen Wen's gaze, "It's not because you suddenly rushed over. Although my remnant boxing has not been fully practiced, but if it is not distracted, that would not be the case. I'll find something, and I'll give you a cold compress." Colleen Wen rarely looked back, entered the kitchen behind the Wu Guan, found some ice cubes from the refrigerator, walked back with a towel, pressed on the swollen thigh of Yincheng, said softly in her mouth, "Thank you, Incent." "Who?" Feeling the cold sensation from his legs, Saint took a sigh of relief, stretched out his arms subconsciously, and pressed his hands firmly on the pack of ice, but accidentally caught Colleen Wen's soft hands. After he froze a little, he kept this movement thickly, without any intention of letting go. Colleen Wen bit her lower lip gently, apparently feeling a bit shy, but she didn't know what kind of psychology. She also maintained the original posture, and did not pull back her hands for the first time, so the two were stacked. The palms of the hands were pressed together on Insanti's thigh. Chapter 36, Girlfriend? I haven't. In this awkward atmosphere, Yin tickled her fingers a little bit, and stroked gently on the back of Colleen Wen's hand, and immediately got her a strange look. Then, the tenderness his little hand slipped out of his palm. Ahem. Yin covered his embarrassment with a dry cough, and asked without a word, Colin, where have you been these days? I heard him ask. Colleen Wen's face suddenly gloomy. Can we not mention this? Quine Saint was a little silent, and said in an astonishing endless statement, actually. I already knew that. Your master Batu is one of the 5 fingers of the hand union. What? Colleen Wen's bright black pupils narrowed sharply, and she kept asking, do you already know? How early? When? On the day of healing you. Instant told a painless lie. When you mentioned his name, I was a little skeptical. Later, the shield was also involved. The process of the matter was long and not careful. Having said that, in short, it is almost a few hours after you leave, and I have already confirmed that he is the Bosie of the Hand Association. Colin Wen was silent for a long time, with a bitter expression on her face, and said slowly, so, you know, the orphans I teach martial arts, all joined the army of the Hand Union. Hey! Colleen! Quine Saint yelled out Colleen Wen's name and looked into her eyes seriously, saying, it's not your fault. You've just been deceived by a Bosie. Colleen Winlan looked a little, also looked into Incense eyes, and asked, do you believe me like this? Haven't you ever doubted me at all? Am I a hand-to-hand person? Of course not. Quinn shrugged his shoulders and said in a light tone, if you were, wouldn't you say I'm blind? How could a man like me who is narcissistic admit it? Cut. Colleen Wen couldn't hold her face, she smiled and poked, instantly, you are really narcissistic, and this can also drag you. Quinn smiled hee and shrugged his shoulders again, Colin, you're not a hand-to-hand person at all. Don't use their mistakes to punish yourself. On hearing that, the smile on Colleen Wen's face disappeared, with a helpless expression. How can you say that is simple? Over the years, I thought I had helped a lot of people. In fact, I gave them to advancing the fire pit. Why am I not wrong? It was easy. Yan Yin said with a smile and a cold voice, who deceived you and let you do bad things with good intentions, and you will tenderly die, tender and immortal, I will help you. You help me. For this murderous discourse, Colleen Wen's concern is a bit strange. Aren't you mixed with the grudges of Kunlun and the Hand Union? It's different. Because Saint first pointed to Colleen Wen, and then to herself, this is your personal grudge. Of course I have to help you. Otherwise, how could the waiter in my family be better than the boss? Have you got me? You mean Lorna? Colleen Wen's face suddenly changed. Don't go overboard and say, instant, you also said, this is my personal grudge, please don't get involved, let alone tell Lorna. Su Vinian said that because of the sudden response from Saint, he said something wrong. The meaning of that sentence is as if he was planning to help Colleen for Lorna. When I say something, it's like pouring water. It's impossible to take it back. Because of the regret in Saint's heart, I didn't try to remedy it. I just gently put my head down. Well, I respect your choice. Colleen Wen also nodded, but just said gently, saying nothing. Quine Saint thought for a while, trying to use a casual tone as much as possible, watching Colleen Wen asked, Colin, after all, your master is your master, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Colleen Wen was silent for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, because of Saint, my mind is determined. No matter what you say, I will not change my mind. You seem to have misunderstood. Ken Yin shrugged his shoulders for the nth time. I want to say, haven't you always wanted to learn our martial arts of Gaixian and Liu? How do you think, I just did the trick remnant boxing? Colin Wenqiu raised an eyebrow, and looked at Instant with a strange expression. Instant, are you asking me to be your girlfriend? After hearing what she said, it was because of Saint that she had a joke on her and said that she wanted to learn the turtle fairy flow martial arts and had to be her girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Colleen Wen was really serious. With an equally weird expression on his face, he said, "I didn't ask for anything, but well, I can do everything. I don't have a girlfriend yet. You want to be beautiful." Corinth Wenjiao glared at Yinsheng. "Tell me about this remnant boxing fist." Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. "Is this your trick to make to yourself? It was obviously you who proposed it. How did it become beautiful to me?" Instant murmured such a sentence, and then said in the eyes of Colleen Wen, "Yes, the so-called afterimage boxing is to let out your own energy, create an own illusion in place, and at the same time chi is transformed into force energy, which bursts out from under the feet, pushing itself to move at super high speeds. The explosive speed that can be reached in an instant, even exceeds the dynamic visual limit of the naked eye. In contrast, this will affect the body. Cause a great load, especially on the legs," he said. Yinsheng pointed to his swollen thigh. "If you are not careful, this will happen. Whether you want to learn or not, think about it before you decide." "I learn." Colleen Wen nodded her head without hesitation, which might hurt her a little bit. It was obviously not enough to stop her desire to become stronger. After affirming her determination, she added the rules very well. "Rest assured, I understand the taboos of teaching martial arts in private, and I also understand the risks you take. I will never leak what you teach me to anyone, and I will not easily use residual image punches." "Of course, I am very relieved," Yinsheng responded casually. In this world, Gaixian Liu is just his compiled existence. Where are there any so-called taboos, and even risking a fart, he continued without pressure and said, "Learning before the afterimage boxing, I still have to teach you breath practice, otherwise, if you use Kunlun's refining method to use our turtle fairy flow martial art, it may cause problems." Chapter 37, Frustrated Obstruction. Kunlun. Colleen Wen frowned, and said a little puzzledly, "I didn't learn from Kunlun, it was my teacher. I was taught by a disciple. He was rebelled from Kunlun." Yinsheng peeked his lips. "Don't you know yet? The things taught by the association are actually from the martial arts of Kunlun. Of course, they certainly won't admit it. If they change their looks a little, they are called self-made, yes." Wu Vinian said that Colleen Wen's brow was even tighter, and even the word Chuan appeared on her brows, "So it is. In short, because Saint took away the ice pack on his leg and sat cross-legged. I teach you breath practice today. You have already laid the foundation. You should get started quickly, and you can learn by tomorrow at the latest. The afterimage is punched. It is good." Colleen Wen also sat cross-legged, looked at Danny Rand, who was unconscious, and pointed at him with a bit of scruples, saying, "Do you want to start learning now? Would you wait for him to wake up?" "It's all right." Quinn waved his hand. "I know my hands, at least half an hour before he wakes up." Sure enough, more than 40 minutes later, Danny Rand only snorted and woke up with his neck wrapped around his neck. At this time, Colin Wen, who had already finished his spiritual practice and learned from him because of Saint, had learned from him. Even already practicing alone. "You're awake." Quinn stood up, limping towards Danny Rand, stooping and extending an arm to him. "Are you calmed down now?" "Humph!" Danny Rand snorted. Slap! The fly flew in Scent's arm, and stubbornly climbed up. "Incent, you don't need to be false, we are not friends anymore. In fact, I haven't regarded you as a friend before, and you can speak nicely. If you barely count half a friend, if you don't speak well, you are just a rich acquaintance." Because Saint stunned, she stepped back and said, "Is it a friend? I still have to say to you that Colleen was deceived by the Union, otherwise she won't help you escape." "Ha ha!" Danny Rand sneered and looked at Colleen Wen, who was sitting far away from the martial arts hall. She told you so? Because of Saint, you were fooled. It was Joey who helped me escape. Colleen didn't actually say that, I just guessed. Quine saintly said this is the case. It seems that because of his arrival, a lot of things that would have happened in the Marvel world may change because of this. In the future, you can't take it for granted. Danny Rand showed a mocking smile, apparently not very convinced, and did not know exactly what he thought, even trying to use this to counter incentive. I told you long ago, from the beginning, she was the person of the club, the Colin Wen you know, but it was an illusion she pretended to be. Wake up and you. Because of Saint, he took a silent look at Danny Rand. Danny, you just met Colleen soon, and you do nt want to believe her, I can understand it, but I have known her for a long time, you can't believe my judgment. Humph. Danny Rand snorted again, and with a hostile gaze, looked at INST. Since you have to be obsessed, I don't have anything to say. Don't stop here. INST don't say I don't have I warned you. Handicraft is my endless foe. Since you chose to stand by Colleen Wynne, the next time you meet, you will also be my foe. Stop. Because Saint stopped drinking and stopped Danny Rand, he was not a good-tempered man. He had previously tolerated Danny Rand repeatedly, but in the end he only exchanged two dead enemies. Since each word has reached this point, how can it continue to swallow? Danny, I can't say something. I do nt have the habit of letting go of tigers to the endless enemy. Do nt think I do nt know, now you there is no way to summon an iron fist, hey. Without that indestructible fist, I only need one move to kill you. You. Danny Rand obviously didn't expect that because Saint would say that he would turn his face and turn his face. Although he was very discouraged in his heart, he still did not give in, because of Saint. You are too arrogant. Let's do it. See what it is who killed who. Let him go. At this moment, Colleen Wen, who had been silent, suddenly stood up and said to Instant, let him go, I'm not a weak person and don't need your protection. That won't work. Because Saint was not accustomed to Colleen Wen's intentions at all, and still stopped Danny Rand, saying, Colin, don't mix in, you can't control this. Since he made a choice, be sure to treat me as his enemy. www.readwn.com, then bear the consequences. Who said I couldn't control it? Colleen Wynne relaxed her tone of voice, slowly moved behind Incent, her chest against his back, the whole person was pasted, her hands passed under Incent's armpit, and she hugged from behind when he reached his waist. She tiptoed her head and raised her head, and said softly in Incent's ear, I know that you are all for me, and of course you must listen to me. I don't allow you to mess around like this. Are you there? Because Saint only felt stiff, his sharp eyes suddenly became stupid, and for a long while, there was no further action, and all his mind was neglected by the nephrite jade sent by Colleen when Xiang was attracted, especially from the back of him, those two soft, hurriedly kicking. Seeing this, Danny Rand opposite them showed an unspeakably distorted expression, and his eyes seemed extremely complicated. If he followed his gaze and took a closer look, he could see from his enlarged pupil distinguish jealousy, regret, pain, and even remorse. All in all, at this moment, Danny Rendwan realized as clearly that he had completely lost a very important thing in life, and the empty feeling in his heart made him mad. It wasn't until this moment that Danny Rand suddenly realized that he wanted to kill Colleen Wynne just because he cared about Colleen Wynne too much. Because I care too much, it's hard to let go. However, now I want to understand that it is obviously too late. In fact, even if he could think about it earlier, it would be too late. I was born as soon as Yinchenged, and came to the day of marvel. Some of the established destinies were already doomed to be tampered with. Chapter 38, Gentlemen? Usabi. The next moment, Danny Rand lowered his head and bypassed the two men who were hugging each other. He silently walked out of the martial arts hall, leaving only a very sad back, without any ruthless words. Instant, who had stopped in front of him, didn't care about his departure at all, only knowing that he breathed in his nose greedily, and wanted to more clearly distinguish what the aroma came from behind him. A taste. Immediately afterwards, the scent master suddenly realized that the scent master let go of his hands around his waist, and the whole person was like a slippery loach, and slid smoothly against his backward arm. When he left, he instinctively turned around, stretched his arm and grabbed it, but as a result, he still got empty. Colleen Wen, who had a flushed face, took a step back slightly and skillfully, avoiding the St. Claus claws. She opened her large watery eyes and silently gave out a warning look, then she bit her lip gently, but her thought was, what should she do if she still rushed to her because of her eyesight? Really want to resist? Don't you really resist? Fortunately, Instant, who is always very unruly, showed an amazing gentleman's grace at this time. After receiving the warning from Colleen Wen, he immediately bowed back slightly and covered up. Indecent between the legs, he said, it's not too late, so I'll go back first. See you tomorrow, Colleen. Colleen Wen watched Insanity, who almost fled and fled. She disappeared at the entrance of Wu Guan with her legs on the ground. After standing there for a while, she suddenly laughed again, sample. There is no thief. At the same time, Instant walking on the street suddenly felt like a neurosis, slamming himself hard, you really are a sobby. A moment later, Colleen Wen, who was cleaning the broken glass on the floor of the military hall, suddenly turned her eyes, dropped the broom in her hand, picked up the mobile phone on the table, and sent a message to Yincheng, you still owe me a glass. In just a few seconds, the reply from Saint appeared on the phone screen, will I send it to you now? Colleen Wen was speechless for a long time. She didn't know what to return for a while. She didn't dare to let Instant come over now, and something would happen. At this moment, just listening to the ding, Colleen Wen Sunshung lowered his head and looked at the vibrating mobile phone, suddenly angrily. I saw, there was another line on the screen, small. Since you don't have the courage, don't come and dial this man. Colleen Wen has the heart to smash the phone, and said in shame, asshole. Why don't you die? In response to this, Yin Shang returned an emoji, the smiling face of fangs. Ah! 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 Colleen Wen shouted 3 times in a frenzied slap. Patted the phone on the table, gritted her teeth and picked up the broom again, and went to the ground with broken glass. Half an hour later, Colleen Wen just sealed the glassless window with black tape, and heard the cell phone on the table ring. She didn't care, but finally picked up the cell phone and lit it. Screen. I am going to sleep, good night. Seeing these simple 5 words, Colleen Wen was so warm in her heart that she didn't feel angry anymore. After holding a mobile phone for a while, she smirked and returned 2 words to Yincheng, good night. The next morning, a rare lazy instant was awakened by a rhythmic knock on the door. Then, Lorna's voice passed into his ear, boss, are you in there? I'm here. Yan Yinsheng rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up from the bed, and shouted across the door, what's the matter? He Vinian said. Lorna pushed in the door, where did you go in the middle of the night yesterday? When did you come back? I depend. Yin Yin screamed and grabbed the quilt, covering her naked upper body, I didn't ask you to come in. Seeing this, Lorna walking into the door couldn't help twitching, are you wrong? Are you a man or am I a man? Yin Yin was silent for a long time, and he was very powerless to argue, I'm used to sleeping naked, okay. This is normal conditioning. Lorna looked at a pair of pants on the bedside, combined with the bulge of the quilt covered by Saint, and took a silent sip. Don't look away, do I need to avoid it? Yincheng pouted his lips, forget it, what did you just ask? What happened last night? Was it someone from Shield who came to trouble in the middle of the night? Oh, that's not it. Colleen is back, I'm going to Marshall. Master is back? Then why don't you tell me? Only halfway because of Saint's words, Lorna interrupted him with a stare at her eyes. Boss. You promised me, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If you feel the master's anger, you will be notified immediately. Because Saint knew what she said, she inevitably lost some ground, and explained kindly, the situation was urgent at the time, and I could not care about you at all. When I came back, you would have fallen asleep already, and I would not have wake you up. Is she still in the martial arts hall now? Should be there, I was, yesterday. As Saint watched with all eyes, Lorna turned around neatly, walked out of the room without looking back, and disappeared at the door. Then, a sound of stirring staircase came from outside. At least bring the door. Jin grinned because of Saint's toothache, and the whole person fell back to the bed. What a... This is the end of the incident, because it is obviously impossible for Saint to fall asleep. After lying on the bed for half a minute, he suddenly lifted the quilt and began to put on clothes one by one. 10 minutes later, due to the washing of Saint, I went down to the first floor. After checking the restaurant's inventory, I felt that there was no need for replenishment. I just ate something in the kitchen and went back to the second floor and went straight. Entered the quiet room to practice. Although he only gained the knowledge of Sun Wukong and did not get his memory, as time goes by, Yin Santa's style is still closer to him, and he will soon become a typical cultivation and battle mad. 2 hours later, the alarm clock at 11 o'clock sounded on time. Due to the ending of the practice, Saint came to the restaurant's back kitchen and started to prepare preparations such as side dishes before the lunch time. After another quarter of an hour, Saint put down the kitchen knife in her hand, wiped her hands with a towel, took out her mobile phone and sent Lorna a message, "Will you come back for dinner?" Chapter 39, Relationship is no longer the same. After sending the message, because Saint looked at the homely phrase "can't come back," she was stunned, and felt quite afterwards. Since Lorna moved into the store to live, he seems to be real. It's more like a family. Although there are more troubles and concerns, but since crossing into the Marvel world, Yin Sheng always feels a kind of lingering loneliness, until there is one more Lorna Lancel at home. A ding phone rang and woke up Indint in a daze. When he looked at the illuminated screen, he saw Rona reply, "Return right away, boss. I invited the master to have a family dinner, you be prepared to eat more. Corinth is coming?" Yin was agitated in Saint's heart, and for a long while, he returned to an emoji erected 3 fingers, a gesture of OK. After putting the mobile phone back in his pocket, Santo cooked a few more ingredients, and then picked up the iron pan and started cooking. It is worth mentioning that there was no flame under the pot he was holding. The hot oil is exploding in ZZ. 10 minutes later, Lorna returned to the restaurant on time, and pierced her head in front of the back kitchen. "Boss, what shall we eat today?" "Kung Pao chicken, wooden whisker, fried sansi, mapo tofu, boiled beef, tomato, and egg soup." Yuan Yinsheng raised his head, reported the name of the dish, and pointed to the cooking table behind him. "It's just right, serve the dish." "Wow, so rich? That's great. I eat barbecue every day, I'm going to vomit." Lorna took a step forward with a saliva, and took a look at Yinsheng in surprise. "Boss, have you changed today? Usually you are too lazy to die, you can only make one dish, and you will never add another soup. Is this something unknown?" Yin Yinsheng looked at Colleen Wen, who appeared at the back door of the kitchen, and said to Lorna without a word of mouth, "Because you have more teachers today, you have entrusted her." I said, "Why are you suddenly so good?" Lorna suddenly held up 2 plates and walked to the table where she usually ate, while she skipped and said, "It really has purpose, and the thinking is not simple at all. Master, you must be careful of this big satyr." After hearing what she said, I walked past her and walked into Colleen Wen, the back cook, only to feel that her cheeks were a little hot, and she couldn't help but glared at Yin Cheng as she passed by him, concealed. Reached out a small hand, and slammed his waist. Suddenly taking a breath because of Saint's pain, he immediately fought back without hesitation. In the name of revenge, he reached out to capture Colleen Wen's thin waist, across the thin shirt, not light. He squeezed heavily, and for a while, he felt that his hands were all silky, and his heart could not help but sway. Colleen Wen opened her eyes sharply, turned around like a thief, looked at Lorna's back, and then pushed her hands with instant, twisted her waist and escaped his claws. Then, again, raised his fist and waved it as a warning. Quinn smiled indifferently, lifted the right hand that pinched his waist, deliberately put his finger under his nose, and made a provocative action with a sniff, an expression of insignificance. Colleen Wen was angry and ashamed, and was about to reward Yin Cheng with an angry fist. When she saw that Lorna had already returned, she turned around immediately, took a pot of boiled beef, and pretended to be one. As if nothing happened, walked towards the table. Quinn Saint admired Colleen Wen's back from behind, and watched her walk out of the kitchen. Then, in Lona's contempt eyes, she took off the fairly clean apron, picked up the tableware and followed. When Instant put 2 pairs of chopsticks and 2 pairs of forks and spoons on the dining table, he heard the ding bell from the door, panting, and Peter Parker arrived as usual. "Boss, Sister Colleen, Sister Lorna." Peter first greeted the 3 politely, then hurriedly ran into the utility room, put down his bag and changed his work clothes, then washed his hands, and then returned to the dining table. Today, because of Colleen Wen's insistence, because Saint waited until Peter was on the table, he picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let's move," which made Peter quite flattered, seeing the large table in front of him. Later, she even cheered, "Wow! So much delicious! Boss, you worked hard." "Thank you." "Peter, you thank the wrong person." Lona pointed at Colleen Wen with a fork, and said yin and yang strangely, "If the master is not here, the black boss would not be so kind. You should thank her." "Yes." Because of Saint Cheek's cheek, this degree of ridicule and irony, he could not even break the defense. He nodded indifferently, "Peter, you and Lorna are stained with Colleen. Thank you, thank you." His voice didn't fall, he just felt a sharp pain in his calf. Apparently someone was kicking him severely under the table. "I didn't yell because of Saint's pain." www.readwn.com. I looked at the expressionless Lorna and looked at Colin as usual, but I couldn't tell at all. Who did this? Blackfeet. The only thing I can be sure of is that Peter Parker must be innocent. When Saint was tangled, he only heard a ding bell from the door. He raised his eyebrows gently, and without looking back, he said directly, "Agent Coulson, you can really pick time." Phil Coulson, who shoved in the door, was a little surprised, and then looked back at Saint. "Mr. Lee, did I come by accident? Did you bother? Actually, for me, whenever you come, that's bothering you." Guiyin turned his head off, and asked symbolically, "Have you eaten yet?" Coulson was shaking his head to say no, and he just listened to Instant and said, "Have you eaten? Oh, then you can sit by the side and wait for me to eat before I talk to you." When Coulson was silent, Sahaha smiled, "Oh, Agent Coulson, you really should look at your expression. Don't mind, I'm just joking with you. If it is disgusting, just eat with us. Please sit down." "Thank you." Coulson took a chair and sat down, thanking him dryly, apparently not very grateful. God knows that just a few seconds ago, even with his good temper, he couldn't wait to pull out his gun. Instant a bullet. "Agent Coulson, you've seen Lorna, this is Colleen, this is Peter, Colleen, Peter, this is Agent Coulson." After Quinn Saint briefly introduced the 2 sides, he asked Coulson again, "Will you use chopsticks?" Chapter 40, Courtesy Phil Coulson. "Sorry, I won't. After getting a negative answer from Carlson, Yin Sheng raised his 5-finger open right hand, waved his arm in the air, and made a hold, then pull action, and then, far away on a dining table a few meters away, a pair of forks and spoons spontaneously emptied and flew in the direction of Yin Sheng, which he grabbed in his palm. In a few surprised eyes, Yin Sheng used the guessing fist, cloth in the same way, tore a plate and a rice bowl, folded them and handed them to Carlson. The rice is in the pot over there, don't hesitate to eat more. Carlson took the whole set of cutlery. Although he had learned the ability of the turtle fairy stream martial arts for a long time, he witnessed this magical scene like magic, and couldn't help but be shocked. After a short while, he said again thank you. Due to the presence of more government agents, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became dull. Both Colleen and Lorna adhered to the principle of silence is golden, silently only eating, but Peter, the newborn calf, fearless tiger asked, "This? Agent Carlson, which agency are you on? FBI? CIA? DEA? NSA? This is confidential." Carlson shrugged his shoulders and made an exclusive joke of the spies, "If I tell you, I must kill you." Peter blinked and did not get fooled, this seems to be a common line in movies. Carlson smiled and nodded, "I always wanted to say this last time, but the secret is true, you still don't need to ask." Peter said oh, and then changed the subject relentlessly, "Agent Carlson, you seem to know our boss very well, why? Is it because he knows Kung Fu? Confidential. I think it must be, does it mean? Is he actually your secret instructor? It must be so. Right? I guess right. Confidential. Wow. When you look up, you finally look a bit like the agents in the movie. By the way, I've always been curious, why do agents have to wear sunglasses? Even during the day, wouldn't it be silly to wear sunglasses at night? Carlson, as an uninvited guest, was consciously unable to win the host, and had no choice but to glance at the host of instant and silently pointed at Peter, meaning do you care? Seeing this, Incent, who was watching the show with his rice bowl, unveiled Carlson's old man mercilessly, "Peter, Carlson is an agent of the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Agency. They specialize in handling and supernatural forces. I will get to know the relevant case, and if you gain superpowers in the future, you can also call him." Cool. Instant's sentence was obviously worse, Peter shouted with a frown, and looked at Carlson with excitement, "Agent Carlson, then you must know, the one that has been rumored recently. Daredevil in Hell's Kitchen, are you superpowers? I bet $10 with my classmates, can you give me a hint? If so, just blink your eyes, not twice. What are you turning to do? I can't see." Carlson didn't understand what Peter was saying at all. He looked at Incenter with a grin and suddenly understood something. Why, as a professional senior agent, would Melinda May wish to give this kid a frustration? Gray. Noisy. At this moment, accompanied by a coquettish drink, Lorna turned her head and stared at Peter fiercely, "Peter. Please be quiet for me. Don't disturb others for dinner." Peter shook his neck in fright, and immediately uttered "oh," and honestly bowed his head to eat. It was a bit of tofu, one thing at a time, because Saint, as the boss, didn't speak so well. Carlson was so touched that she almost did not cry, and immediately gave Lorna a grateful look. If she didn't think it was a bit inappropriate, a thank you would almost burst out. Without Peter's turmoil, the table was immediately cleared, and there was only the sound of the collision of a fork and a plate. After the sound of ding dang dang stopped, there was only a table with Inst Colleen when, two people using chopsticks, continue to struggle with the food in the bowl. Because of the fact that Saint was a rice bucket, Lorna and Peter knew it long ago and didn't think it was strange, but the little Corinne was so edible, it was unexpected, and they were surprised. When he couldn't keep his mouth shut, Phil Carlson, sitting on the other side, showed a thoughtful expression. After the meal, Lorna and Peter habitually started to clean up the table, and Saint then stood up, pointed to another table near the door of the store, and said to Collison, "Agent Collison, reading.ucansha.com, let's sit over there." Actually, Coulson stood up and pointed to Colleen Wen, who was beside Incent. "The reason why I will come today is also related to Ms. Wen." Su Vignan said that it was not surprising for Saint to slap his lips. "I know it is so, your agents are really dedicated, it was so late yesterday." Cough. Collison coughed and pointed at Peter and Lorna with their ears raised. "Mr. Lee, there are some things that you shouldn't involve your clerk, do you think? I was negligent." Guiyan nodded as good as he could and beckoned to Colleen Wen, "Let's go and let the two of them clean up, let's change the table. You sit first." After arriving at the shop entrance, Yin Sheng locked the door by the way and hung the closed business sign, then brewed a pot of tea and put it on the table along with 3 black pottery tea cups. After doing this, Yin Sheng sat down next to Colleen Wen and said to Collison, "Please say, Agent Collison, your shield, what advice can you offer today?" "Okay." Collison froze, and looked at Instant very suspiciously. "Mr. Lee, how do you know the name shield?" "So far, only our internal staff will use this occasionally. The short name has not been officially announced." Accidentally said the leaked Incent, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Please, this is not a complicated puzzle. If the conjunction N is not counted, spell the first letter of your full name. It's shield. If you do nt pronounce it as shield, can you read it letter by letter like this? Chapter 41, Come to Shield." "Okay." Coulson also shrugged his shoulders. "In fact, you are the only outsider who remembers the full name of our bureau. Others do nt say you spell the full first name, and you can remember more than 3 words. That's good. It's... Haha." With a laugh from Saint Stein, there was a semblance of disagreement. "Agent Collison, that's the end of the gossip. It's time to talk about business." "It is good." Collison nodded, pulled out a tactical tablet from his briefcase, opened a video, and asked with a positive tone, "Mr. Lee, this person is you, right?" Because Saint glanced over his head, he saw that it was the picture of him jumping from the ground and stepping on the 3rd floor all the way to the 3rd floor. However, because the location of the photographer was too far away from him, and only a vague figure can be seen in the video, and no identity can be identified at all. Why? Because Saint gave a sly mouth, and although he acquiesced to Shield's attention behavior, this did not prevent him from showing unhappiness under surveillance. "The response of your 2 agents is it's pretty fast. It's been less than half a minute since I showed up outside the restaurant, and it's less than half a minute after the video. They were filmed like this?" Collison didn't answer that wisely, and then opened another video on the tablet. "So, can you tell me why you have a conflict with Danny Rand?" "Because I..." Faced with Coulson's question, before Instant spoke, Colleen Wen rushed to answer, "Agent Collison, Danny Rand is coming at me." Instant is just nosy. "What is nosy?" I didn't like to hear this because of Saint, and muttered angrily, "I thought Immortal Iron Fist was so easy to deal with? If I didn't arrive in time, I am afraid you are cold now." How do you say?" After Colleen Wenger sprayed Instant, she immediately stretched out her foot without hesitation and kicked him the calf. She acted like a stream of water and seemed very proficient. Yan Yin didn't hold back at this moment. She opened her mouth with a sigh of grief, covered her calf with one hand, and pointed at Colleen Wen. "It just happened that you kicked me." "What about it? You wait for me. Sooner or later I want you to know what makes a gentleman move his hand. Dare you? I chopped your salty pig." Just cough. At this time, Coulson, who was regarded as heir by the two, coughed hard, showing his weak sense of existence. He asked Incent and Colleen with a strange expression. "A sentence from when, Mr. Lee, Ms. Wen, may I ask?" Are you two a couple? I heard that. Colleen Wen Yinsheng looked at each other, and rushed to deny in unison, no. No. When he saw this, Carlson shrugged his lips and coughed again, and then asked the previous topic in his mouth, cough, let's continue to talk about business, Ms. Wen. According to our investigation, although you are not a club person, but your master is one of the 5 fingers of the club's 5 fingers. Is it because of the conflict between you and Danny Rand? Do you know the bosom? Upon hearing this name, Colleen Wen's face changed suddenly. She sat upright with frost, and said coldly, Agent Collison, please don't call this person my master, he is not worth. Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Carlson apologized politely, ignored the topic understandingly, and continued to say, actually. I just want to say. About the misunderstanding between you and Danny Rand, we God the Shield is happy to be an intermediary and to clarify on your behalf. We have collected enough evidence to prove that you have been deceived by a Confederate. After hearing what he said, Colleen Wen turned her head subconsciously, glanced at Incent, and saw that he waved his hand and made a you decide action, then nodded and said, if you can it would be great to dispel the misunderstanding, thank you, Agent Carlson. You're welcome. You were innocent. We should return you innocence. Seeing that everything went well, Carlson could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and resolve the contradiction between Incent and Danny Rand, but one of his most important tasks today is Danny Rand, the immortal Iron Fist, in Aegis. The future plan of the Bureau occupies a very important position, and Insanti, who is carrying the martial arts of the Turtle Fairy, is in the eyes of the director of the Shield Bureau. On the sidelines, Qing Yinsheng also saw some clues. He stood up www.readwn.com. He took the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea, which were placed in front of Colleen Wen Collison, and then he poured himself another cup, and after taking a sip of hot tea, he said with a sneer, Agent Collison, are you a peacemaker today? Your shield is so idle. You can't say that. One of our job is to avoid fighting among superpowers. When Carlson threw out a cliché, he held up the black pottery teacup in front of him. He looked at the clear tea in the cup and couldn't get away. He secretly slandered, no coffee or cocoa. No milk added, can this also be called tea? Yin Yinsheng looked at Collison with a tangled expression and guessed that he was not used to drinking authentic Chinese tea. Of course, knowing it and knowing it should ignore it as well. In the end, Carlson put down the teacup with a mouthful and swallowed his mouth hard. It was as if his throat was moistened. Then he picked up the tablet again and opened a new video. Saint said before, one more thing, Mr. Li, if I'm not wrong, are you pointing at Ms. Wen's martial arts? Gui Yinsheng glanced at the tablet, and said ambiguously, what about it? Collison did not expect him to admit it directly, take back the tablet, and continued, as far as we know, you even pointed Danny Rand, right? What on earth do you want to say? He squeaked his lips impatiently because of Saint, don't go in circles. In the martial arts world in China, there is a saying like this, the Tao is not transmitted to others but the law is not transmitted to the 6 ears. Collison uttered a strange Chinese accent in his mouth, and Tu Kunjian asked, you turtles and fairies, don't you have this taboo? Chapter 42, very lowly reassuring. My God! Please stop speaking Chinese. Because Saint made a grinning expression, and answered the question nonsense tauntingly, are you a little self-aware? You are a foreigner who can't even speak vernacular, but dare to drag the classical Chinese? You can't go to heaven? Listen to you accent, I just want to kill myself. Coulson silently compared the force value of himself an instant, and resisted the urge to give him a punch. Mr. Li. Please be careful. No sense of humor. Yin Sheng shrugged his shoulders and straightened his face, how could there be no taboos, but well, we do have a lot of turtles, so there are not so many rules. If it is only our own understanding, not our unique skills, in fact, there is not so much attention to teaching. It is solely a matter of personal will to teach. That's it. Collison nodded. So, let's suppose, if we hired you to be an instructor, would you like to point us at our agents? Yin Yinzheng thought for a while, and put on a dead face. How much is it? I don't do it if it is low. Collison looked at Instant, who could not take more than 3 seconds, and replied very helplessly, everything is said to be hypothetical. Can this question be left out? Well, just when you can afford me, I am willing to teach you. Yin Sheng expressed a disdainful expression, but, can your agents understand my instructions? Colleen and Danny Rand have spent at least 10 years laying the foundation. I don't think S.H.I.E.L.D. will have such agents, or do you intend to invite me again in 10 years? Collison scratched his face awkwardly. In fact, we just want to ask you how to lay the foundation. No. Yin Sheng simply refused to say, it is impossible for a beginner to get started and not teach each other. Our unique skills in the martial arts of the Turtle Fairy, I dare not pass it on, it will be dead. Will death? Collison narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Li, is this just an exaggeration? Oh, I think so. Quinn shook his head. Agent Collison, since you've been studying Chinese recently, haven't you heard the word clean up the portal? I understand. Collison just tried it out, and he couldn't be disappointed. He knew that he couldn't ask anything else, and he stood up and resigned. Mr. Li, Miss Wen, I have to rush to. If you visit the Rand group, don't bother, we'll see you another day. After sending Phil Collison away, Colleen Wen approached Instant with a worried expression and said softly, Instant, in fact, after I learned breath practice, I already felt changed. Much stronger. Otherwise, don't teach me the afterimage boxing, this trick is too conspicuous. Su Vinian smiled because of Saint's playfulness, crossed his head, and whispered in Colleen Wen's ear, relax, in fact, I lied to him to clean up the portal or anything. Con man. Colleen Wen symbolically hit insanity, and then continued without worry, however, this is always a taboo, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. knows that I will be like a punch, no you know you lied to them. Don't think so much. Gui Yinzheng waved his hands indifferently, even if they knew, I just need to tell them that the afterimage is my own. Will they believe it? Don't believe it's my fart, this is just an excuse. After Colin Wen was silent for a moment, she said intently to Instant, if you don't change the way you speak, one day, you will be killed. Anna, I can sense the breath. No one sees better than my eyesight. As long as I meet people who can't beat, I will be very polite. As for what I can beat, haha. Yes, just try it and see who kills. You are so cheap. Thank you, actually, I am narcissistic, you really don't have to boast about me. Today, because of Coulson's visit, and because Saint had already been suspended from business, he decided to go out of business for a day, so he put the leave of Lorna and Peter, and he was carrying a glass. Went to her martial arts hall with Colleen Wen and repaired the window he had broken. Later, Yin Sheng began to teach Colleen Wen to remnant boxing. After tangling for more than half of noon, Colleen Wen finally decided to learn and was reluctant to be so strong in martial arts. Of course, it is one of the reasons, but more important. The reason is that so cheap Yin Sheng is really reassuring, the so-called scourge for thousands of years. Colleen Wen spent an entire afternoon, basically understanding the mystery of the residual image boxing, but there is still a long way to go before the real learning. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com knows her instinct clearly, and even requires her to clearly not allow her to practice the afterimage boxing until she has completely mastered her breath practice, and can only simulate in her mind. After having dinner, because of the abnormality of Saint, she did not go to the quiet room to practice, but stayed at Colleen Wen's martial arts hall, and accompanied her to practice for a whole night, not only for Colleen Wen, but also for himself. The practice should have been a combination of static and dynamic. Because there was no conditions before Saint, he could only build his own car behind closed doors. After a breakthrough in the relationship with Colleen Wen, naturally he would not miss such a perfect sparring. Not to mention, this still has welfare. Relatively speaking, Colleen Wen, who is inferior to Instant in every aspect, naturally gains more benefits in practice. Under the guidance of Instant, she newly learned breath practice can be described as rapid progress. Therefore, even in the process of two people practicing, because of Saint's salty pig hand has not been very honest, she just glanced at Yi. Of course, also it is because Saint can have this treatment. If she changed someone else, she would have been hacked to death. After what happened last night, although in nominal terms, the relationship between Colleen and Instant has not changed, the intimacy between the two has undoubtedly been greatly improved, and men and women the relationship between them, once it has broken through a certain stage, generally it will not go backwards again. The hands that are held are not difficult to hold. At 12 o'clock this evening, in theory, when the day has passed, Dead Skin Lai was forced out of the martial arts by Colleen Wen, facing Instant, who did not want to leave. He suddenly returned to his restaurant, separated by the door greeted Lorna, and then he planned to wash and sleep. Chapter 43, That Eye-Catching Turquoise. When brushing his teeth, Yin Sheng unintentionally saw the tattoo on the back of his hand, the bright golden color that would fill all the 5-pointed stars, and silently reminded him that it was only 2 or 3 days away from the full power of Dragon Ball. Already. The second wish. Quinn Saint murmured to himself, I really look forward to it. I just hope that none of the 6 Dragon Balls have landed in a bad place. Because Santa Te has not forgotten, the reason why Dragon Ball will be recharged so fast is precisely because it fell near some incredible energy body, and as far as he knows, the most suspect is undoubtedly called the Cosmic Cube Gem of Space. With his mind full of thoughts, Sun fell to the bed mixed with joy and sorrow. Because of his heavy heart, he stayed awake all night until daybreak and failed to enter deep sleep. In the early morning of the next morning, Instant, who did not sleep well, walked out of the bedroom with a yawn and walked to the bathroom. He turned the door and opened the door. One foot just stepped into the bathroom. With his sleepy eyes, he suddenly opened wide. I only heard a loud sound of bang, taking a step back because of Saint Lightning, closing the bathroom door with heavy force, and even shaking the wall near the door with a fly ash. He slightly after alleviating the violent heartbeat, the wicked immediately yelled, Why don't you lock the door? In the bathroom, Lorna, sitting on the toilet with her thigh bare, had a look of stagnation for a while, and then screamed hysterically, Damn! Are you peeping? Until this time, Insane's eyes were still flashing Lona's 2 white thighs and the small black silk cloth hanging between the 2 calves. At a glance just now, the small group of hairs that were exactly the same color as Lorna's real hair did not escape his eyes. In fact, under the large white skin, the small group of green is extremely eye-catching, even if he wants to ignore it. Because I did see something I shouldn't see, facing the roar of Lorna, Saint replied with a bit of anger, I didn't mean it. I didn't see anything. You're personal scum. Do you think I would believe it? Lorna was ashamed and annoyed, screaming frantically across the bathroom door, Get away! I really didn't mean it. Quinn Saint emphasized once again that he was really unintentional, and he stepped back slowly, You first, use it, I will come back later. Lorna raised her ears silently, listening to the footsteps of Santan as she drifted away. She was not really skeptical, because Santan was deliberately peeping. Since the day she learned to shield her, it has not been solved in the past. It can be said that in this world, she is the only person who cannot be detected by breath induction due to Saint. Moreover, Lorna actually understood in her heart that this matter cannot be blamed on Yin Sheng, she who has not locked the door, and Yin Sheng who has not knocked on the door. Both sides have certain responsibilities. Of course, the reason is this principle, but whether it is outside the subconscious or in the subconscious, Lorna will never admit that she is wrong. It's all because of Saint's fault. Lorna lowered her head with gritted teeth and glanced at her nightdress that had hit her waist, and the small inner liner that had fallen over her ankles. Then she turned her head again and looked at the door of the bathroom. After simulating in Saint's eyes in her mind, she covered her face with both hands and murmured with a mosquito-like voice, "Everything has been seen." In this moment, Lorna's heart has already been killed. She even seriously thought about how much sharp metal she should control after unscrewing the shield of the atmosphere, and to give instant a chance. How many times has it been worn, and which metal parts should these metal be inserted into? Fortunately, after this moment elapsed, Ronald, who had been insanely killed countless times in her mind, had no intention to take action. The reason she gave herself was that this would expose the mutants' identity, was killed by the Shield and Sentinel Secret Service. Because of the scum of Saint, it is not worth her to die with her. In short, for Incent, who had escaped a disaster, it was really an early morning full of hope. Next, for a whole day, Incent did not say a word to Lorna. In fact, after slowing down God, he had already realized that, no matter what, he should always say "I'm sorry," but he looked at Lorna, who was frosty, and tried to say sorry a few times, but he didn't dare to say anything. With mysterious intuition, there is a kind of enlightenment because of Saint's secret. If you don't want to find death in his lifetime, it is best not to start in front of Lorna. What happened this morning? When it was time to close the job at night, www.readwn.com Instant took the opportunity to say and run, and spoke to Lorna. "Lorna, I have an appointment with Colleen, and I am going to woo the museum practiced with her, and the store gave it to you." Lorna took a knife-like gaze and gave Yin Sheng a severe glance. She didn't want to tell him for half a word, but just waved her hands like a fly and motioned him to get away. Quinn Saint wanted to maintain his dignity as a boss, but considering the consequences of angering his employees, he did not put a fart in the end and silently stepped on the solace of dignity. After fleeing the Chinese restaurant with a tail, Yin Sheng went straight to Colleen Wen's armory and was about to start practicing with her directly. Colleen Wen, with a weird expression, handed him a black leather folder. "This morning, the lawyer of the Rand Group sent me this." She raised her eyebrows in surprise, reached out to take the folder, opened it, and there was a stack of thick legal documents. He took a cursory look and realized that this was a real estate transfer agreement. The so-called real estate, it is this martial arts hall under his feet, and it is stated in the agreement that the current legal owner of the martial arts house is actually Danny Land, and the object to be transferred is Colleen Wen. "Danny Rand is your host." Quinn turned and looked at Colleen Wen. How could it be so coincidental? What a coincidence is this? Colleen Wen poked her mouth, an expression that did not dare to compliment. "When he asked me to help deal with the handicraft meeting half a month ago, I didn't agree at first. He went to my original landlord and took the wugwan I bought it for a premium and promised me that I would never collect rent. Otherwise, I would have run with him to China, and it would have almost killed me." Chapter 44, 20 Seconds of Crazy Courage. When Yin Yin was feeling speechless, Colleen Wen handed him a small note. Well, it came with the transfer agreement, and this one. After receiving the small note again, Yin Sheng spread it out and saw that there were only 3 simple English words on it. "I'm really sorry. Danny Rand confessed to you wrong. It seems that Carlson did a beautiful job." Because Saint returned the small note to Colleen Wen and said with a smile, "Congratulations, not only have you cleaned up your grievances, but you have also got back the innocence. This apology is so sincere, alas, millions. Sincerity. I don't want it." Colleen Wen gave Insanti a nasty look. "How could I take such a valuable property? Tomorrow, when the Rand Group's lawyers come back, I will let them bring Danny Rand a replying to the letter said that I forgive him, but I definitely won't sign the agreement." "Why can't I accept it?" Because Saint shrugged his lips, shoved the folder of the transfer agreement in his hand, and stuffed it into Colleen Wen's arms. "It must be collected. How can you be wronged in vain? Forgive him for being able to. He's not good at cheap. Sign up now. Colleen Wen looked at Yinchengd, who looks like a grandson of money, and gave him a white eye again. Yinchengd, the reason I will tell you is because this matter has something to do with you. Not consulting your opinion, whether to sign or not is my business. You can't count it. Why not? Because Saint is a standard poor force, where is she willing to watch? Millions of dollars are just slipping away from her fingers. Of course, she is rolling and doing everything. You said that, too. My son has something to do with me. If you get compensation, then I will forgive Danny Rand, but if you do nt sign it, I am not as generous as you. I'll definitely go to him for another fight. After hearing what he said, Colleen Wen was very angry and funny. Although she thought this was ridiculous, she didn't dare to take it seriously, because she knew so well, do nt care about ridiculousness. Specially made. Rogue. Colleen Wen glanced at Yinchengd with a happy look. Danny Rand wants to transfer the martial arts to me, but not to you. Why do you care so much? Of course I care. Gu Yinsheng replied without hesitation, if this martial arts belongs to you, you will never move away. Wu Vinian said that Colleen Wen's pair of black and bright pupils enlarged sharply, and she gaped for a long time, but she couldn't speak at all. All she thought about was he used the word forever. Forever and always. And because of Saint's subtext, Colleen Wen understood it, of course, because Saint's home is here. If she never moves away, it means she stays with him forever, and she is done in her heart. At the same time, I just felt a warm current, from the position of her heart, all the way to the top of her head. She nodded strongly under the heat of her head. Okay. I sign. I heard her agree, and because she was overjoyed, she helped Colleen Wen spread out the folder, and supported her fingers with her arms supported above, and waited for her to sign. After Colleen Wen picked up her pen, her impulsive mood had begun to recede. Before the pen was about to be written, she felt a little regretful, but when she looked up, her eyes fell on her face intently looking at her. At that time, I couldn't explain how I regretted it. I just gritted my teeth and lowered my head again. I wrote my name on every agreement that needed to be signed. Congratulations, you are about to become a millionaire. Listening to Instant's words, Colleen Wen raised her cheeks, and she didn't know what she was thinking, and she replied, if you really want to say this, aren't you a millionaire? The Chinese restaurant at home has 2 floors, which is more valuable than this martial arts hall. That's different. Yan Yin shook his head vigorously, that was left to me by my parents. I can never sell it. Although it is said that Instant is no longer the original Instant, after all, he has obtained a part of the memory of the original owner, and it will inevitably be affected, and even if this factor is ruled out, he will also reincarnate himself. The family they belong to deserves the respect they deserve. And now Colleen Wen, it's completely impossible to hear the word forever, especially from Instant's mouth. She felt heart tremor as soon as she heard it. She bit her lip after hesitating. He finally shook his head shyly and echoed in a quiet voice, me too, I will never sell this martial arts hall. Because Saint turned her head sharply and took a deep look at Colleen Wen, apparently hearing her affection hidden in the voice. When her heart was about to move, a movie line suddenly popped into her mind. Come 20 seconds. You just need to gather a kind of crazy courage in these 20 seconds, and something beautiful will happen. With the encouragement of this line, you read the book www.yuyuganshu.com because the entire Saint was slammed out, and his arms were very domineering, forcing Colleen Wen into her arms. She stopped symbolically after struggling. She put her mouth to her ear and said gently, you will never be able to leave me. Colleen Wen not only trembled, but her body trembled. She took a bite of silver teeth, twisted her waist and adjusted her posture. She put one hand on Incense's chest and held him with one hand. With the courage to know where it came from, the anti-customer looked up. Wrong, because you can never live without me. It was said that Yin Sheng threw away the folder in her hand, and with the free hands, she wrapped Colleen Wen's thin waist in one hand, holding her delicate cheek with one hand, and lowering her head firmly, kissed the red lips near her eyes. Along with a charming nasal sound, the black folder flying in the air fell far away on the other side of the martial arts hall. Patter fell to both sides and spread, and those who had made $1 million trade the legal documents floated out of the folder one after another, and scattered all over the place. At the same time, Yin Sheng's hands went down, past the raised double peaks and the sunken thin waist, and reached the rounded two flaps. His arms were slightly hardened, and he held up Colleen Wen in his arms. Let her leave the ground and hang on her body. When Colleen Wen was off the ground with her feet, her instinctual legs were bent, and she was wrapped around Incense's waist, stroking his chest with both hands, sliding over his shoulders, and hooking the neck. In the whole process, whether it is due to Saint, or Colleen Wen, all the actions are completed with eyes closed, and the four petals combined by the two people have been entangled with death. Never separated. Chapter 45, You are asking for yourself. The next moment, Saint clenched Colleen Wen's thigh tightly, fixed her firmly on her body, strode forward under her feet, passed over the legal documents scattered on the ground, and went straight to the martial arts hall. He left the bedroom in the back, pulled out a hand in his busy schedule, and banged on the door. What happened after knocking the door, then there is no need to repeat it, please imagine yourself. The next day, it was basically because of the saints who hadn't slept all night. It was a matter of course that he got up late. It was indeed the spring night is bitter and short, and the king has never been early. He was not until the third day of the day. Colleen Wen, who opened his eyes hard and hugged and slept with him, was still sleeping very sweetly at this moment. As Saint looked at her peaceful sleeping face, couldn't help crossing her head and stealing a kiss. She took a sip. No more. Colleen Wen uttered a half-dream with a very lazy voice, and at the same time turned over subconsciously, away from the hungry ghost in the color of Saint, and got rid of entanglement with his limbs. Because of the smirk of Saint He, he lifted the quilt lightly, crawled up from the bed, and then pulled the quilt again, covering Colleen Wen's incense shoulders, and then frankly fruited, went straight to the bathroom to wash. After taking a hot bath, Yin Sheng returned to the bedroom, picked up the clothes he wore yesterday, and had no choice but to continue to put on his body. After neatly dressing himself, he looked at him still asleep. Colleen Wen, rather reluctantly, left the bedroom and walked to the kitchen on the other side of the martial arts hall. A few moments later, Colleen Wen on the bed sniffed, seduced by the aroma of food, and sat up abruptly. Before her eyes were fully open, she jumped out of the bed wrapped in a quilt. Leaning out of the bedroom, across the entire martial arts hall, poking out his head at the kitchen door, "Why are you still here? I thought you were gone." Oblivion sounded, because Saint turned around, and said in a pun, "I haven't fed you yet, of course I can't go." Corinth Wen apparently didn't hear the pun, and rewarded a brilliant smile from Yinsheng, "Count on your conscience." Quinn turned the pan in his hand, turned a large pancake in the pan, shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you don't wear clothes, my conscience will not be able to hold it." Colleen Wenqiao blushed and took a sip, apparently remembering some shameful thing, subconsciously tightened the quilt tightly, shouted the nickname that was newly released by Saint Teresa last night, "Little colored dog, just know what to think about it. I warn you. Don't make a bad idea. I warn you too." Gui Yinsheng looked at Colleen Wen with an aggressive look, "I won't leave if I don't leave." Upon hearing this, Colleen Wen Lima retracted her head and disappeared at the door of the kitchen. After a while, Incent, an ear-struck group, heard the whispering sound of water flowing in the bathroom opposite the kitchen. Because Saint swallowed hard and almost exhausted all his perseverance, he rushed into the bathroom without following the sound. In order to resist the temptation, all his mind was put on the pan in his hand. The 2 fried onion egg pancakes are the pinnacle of life. Time passed a while later. When Instant put pancakes on the table and laid them on the dining table, Corinne, with her wet hair, wrapped in a towel and appeared at the kitchen door. At a glance, the whole person was like it is delicate like hibiscus. Dare to call Uncle Ben? You are seeking your own way. Because Saint couldn't bear it any more, he shouted with a dumb throat, dropped the plate and rushed forward. He hugged Colleen Wen's waistline, in her yet, raising her arms to lift her up, resisted on her shoulders, stepped forward half a foot non-stop, and went straight to the direction of the bedroom. Colleen Wen was shocked, ashamed, happy and annoyed, and slapped her hands on the back of Yinchenged. Let me down. Eat first, I'm hungry. Let it go. I can't take it anymore. Feed me before I say it. Little colored dog. You just said that it was full, what did you mean? What do you think it means? That means it. What? With a scream and only a loud bang, the bedroom door was knocked down again. After the incident, Yinchenged and Colleen Wen covered the same quilt, and lay on the bed half by shoulder side by side with a piece of green onion egg pancakes, both gobbling. What? Colleen Wen did not respond until halfway through the meal, and drummed her cheeks vaguely and asked, "It's been so long. Why is the cake still hot?" Because Saint's mouth was very busy, how could she explain to her when she had time, stretched out her right hand, and groped it on Colleen Wen's lower abdomen, and used her breath to release it, giving a demonstration directly, like this. Hot. Colleen Wen conditionally twisted her waist. www.readwn.com. I slapped it on Insant's arm, probably about the level of an ordinary weak woman, asshole. You want to bake me? Can I bear it? Because of the rhetorical question from Shenged, you have been using roasted meat every day since the day when you reopened the store. The temperature control has been extremely familiar. I have a sense of heart, which is better than your body temperature. It's just a few degrees higher, not even a burn, let alone cooked. This is a good move. It's more convenient than a microwave. Colleen Wen, as a 10-finger female who doesn't touch the spring water, has no talent for cooking skills. Because of the atmosphere used by Saint to assist cooking, she directly thought of taking out food such as heated pizza. I want to learn, teach me. Ro. Yan Yin nodded without hesitation, teach you after eating the bread. Right now. Colleen Wen raised her eyebrows in surprise, what time is it? Aren't you going back to the restaurant? What time do you think it is? It's all afternoon. Okay, noon lunch is long past. Quinn despised Colleen Wen's concept of time, then went on to say, again, I have informed Lorna and Peter in the morning and let them take half a month off. Well, the salary is paid. Half a month. Colleen Wen's voice was raised 10 degrees at a sudden, instinctively pulled up the quilt, covering herself strictly, little colored dog. What do you want? I don't think half a month is enough. Quinn saw that Colleen Wen had misunderstood, and did not plan to explain for the time being. She teased her from wrong to wrong, saying, look at it when the time comes, and continue to take holidays. Chapter 46, Awakening Dragon Ball. Not enough. Colleen Wen screamed and asked a question, staring at Saint with shame and timidity, how many times have you done this last night? Don't you feel satisfied? Are you really a dog? Ha ha ha. Because Saint smiled straight forward and leaned back, patted the quilt with his hands, and opened the misunderstanding, I laughed at me, I can't hold it anymore, you really thought that I was going to stay in bed with you for a while month? I have to go far in the past 2 days. I was going to take them off. You are not there, but it is a day or two in advance. Ah. Wu Vinian said that Colleen Wen couldn't help but be ashamed, and anxious to find a place to drill down. She yelled 3 times in a frantic manner, and rushed to Instant with disregard, asshole. I fight with you. Her unrestrained behavior is obviously a standard way to send sheep into the tiger's mouth. Just as Instant subdued Colleen Wen and was about to get down on this Bainan lamb, a rhythmic knocking came from the entrance of Wu Guan, interrupting his hand. Action! What? Colleen Wen screamed again, shoved Instant, and hurriedly put on her clothes. I forgot everything, the lawyer of the Rand group said, come here this afternoon of. Gui Yinsheng showed a very helpless expression, using a two-shaped posture, fell heavily on the bed, muttered resentfully, damn lawyer, I really can't pick time. Colleen Wen glanced at the bulge on the quilt, while eating and smiling, she put on a t-shirt and jeans, looked at herself up and down, and felt that there was nothing wrong with her. He slipped out of the bedroom, leaving Instant a shy back. I'm coming. Corinth Wen responded to the knocking again, and Trot rushed to the door, opened the door, and saw that it was the middle-aged woman who was here yesterday and one of the exclusive lawyers of the Rand group. Please come in, sorry, I was not very convenient just now. It's okay. A middle-aged woman accompanied by a poker face, walked into the door with broken steps, and asked directly, Ms. Wen, excuse me, have you signed the agreement I sent yesterday? Signed, it should be. Colleen Wen nodded, turned around and saw that the black folder was still quietly lying on the floor of the martial arts hall. The legal documents in the folder were scattered in a mess. Around, she froze a little, and said with a little embarrassment, accidentally fell to the ground, wait a minute, I'll sort it out. The middle-aged woman followed her gaze, her mouth twitched, and she got $1 million real estate in vain. She would be so indifferent. For the first time, she saw. A few moments later, Colleen will organize the folder and pass it to the middle-aged woman, please tell Danny Rand and say I forgive him. If he needs help, he can call me. Okay, I'll convey it. With a serious expression, the middle-aged woman nodded slightly, but her heart was disapproved. Danny Rand, as a billionaire, can I help you? But Colleen Wen thought at this time this martial arts hall today, but her and Yinsheng's token of love, of course, cannot help but accept it. Big deal, in the future to help Danny Langda several times, just give him back this big favor. If you let Danny Rand know that he has spent a lot of money for Colleen Wen, but the result is to make a wedding dress for Incent. It must be that he has repented his intestines. That night, Yinsheng took advantage of the deep night to sneak into his restaurant like a thief. He pulled out a change of underwear in the bedroom, and just wanted to continue to slip into the bathroom lightly, but just pushed away. At the door, I saw Lorna leaning against the opposite wall, sneer at him with arms folded. Quinn inexplicably produced the illusion of being trapped in a bed, and said with a smile, no nutrition, you haven't slept yet. In the face of his conversation, Lorna still behaved as if she had ignored yesterday, and when she saw this, she could not help but secretly defame, nervous, right? Did you come to kill me with your eyes? Really don't say, the power of Lorna's eye-killing can't be ignored. Under her cold gaze, because Saint felt more and more uncomfortable, when he was trying to escape into the bathroom, Laura N.A. Langbuting asked, since you went to the Wuguan last night, you haven't been back until now. With no mental preparation at all, Yin Yinsheng was asked by Lorna so suddenly that he couldn't help but gape for a long time before he replied, yeah, that's right. After receiving an affirmative answer, Luo Luna smirked her face and turned around without any muddiness. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com returned to her room and closed the door tightly. She's jealous? Quinn Saint is quite certain about this. The question is, whose vinegar is it? Is it for the man? Still eating women? According to his observations, Lorna has always had an extraordinary interest in and care for Colleen, and as far as he knows, the future Miss North Polaris is not without a tendency to lace. Because Saint was thinking with his brain full of thoughts, he took a bath that was questionable for a long time. When he dried his hair and returned to the bedroom, it was past midnight. He fell on his familiar bed. Almost instantly fell asleep in the second. In the previous 24 hours, Yin Sheng was basically crooked with Colleen Wen. Both people knew the taste of the food, but they didn't know what to do. How exhausted he was at the moment, that is conceivable. However, after only sleeping for less than 4 hours, a throbbing from the soul level made instant suddenly wake up. He felt the call from deep into his soul from 6 different directions. Understand immediately Dragon Ball has been full of energy, and recovered from the stone state into a crystal ball, you can summon Shenlong again. As Saint leaped up from the bed, his original tiredness seemed to be swept away instantly, and he turned his head energetically, looking to a west-north direction, murmured in his mouth. One of them is very close. The straight line distance from me should not exceed 100 kilometers. Just in New York. At this point, Saint couldn't wait to put on a suit, rushed out of the bedroom and walked down the stairs, through the back door of the restaurant, and came to the alley behind the restaurant. With a bunch of old keys, he opened the layer of grey that had accumulated. Garage door with a black coupe inside. Chapter 47, Tony Stark's Arc Reactor. This is a Chevrolet Camaro, yes, it is the Camaro of the Hornet. Of course, this is the first-generation Camaro that started in 1967, which is the original used car of the Hornet. The shape, remove the racing pattern on the front of the car, and replace the bright yellow paint with faded black paint. This is the car in front of Yincheng. What is interesting is that the Camaro in front of Vincent was also bought by his predecessor, Xiao Li, in the second-hand car store. When crossing, I even doubted whether this car was a transformer. Because of this, since Comrade Li was killed in the air crash, Xiao Li has never driven the Camaro again, and has been locked in the garage. Today, this car is in the Sant's hand saw him again. He went into the garage, pulled the car door and sat in the driver's seat. He tried to insert the key and turned it. He was pleasantly surprised by the roar of the engine. He thought it was all in the garage. For many months, this classic car may not catch fire. He drove the black Camaro, rushing northwest because of Saint, followed the close connection between the Dragon Balls, constantly adjusted the direction, and came to the vicinity of the Dragon Ball before dawn. Sink. Yin Yin stepped on the brake slowly, looked through the windshield, and looked at the big, striking trademark not far away. He muttered to himself, I know where this Dragon Ball is. The simple trademark of this letter with a silver hook is exactly the famous Stark Industries and the world's #1 king of arms. And if Saint had guessed correctly, the specific location of this Dragon Ball is exactly that of Stark Industries, the giant arc-cold nuclear fusion reactor. For this speculation, because Saint has 99% certainty, he frowned slightly while relieved. The reason why Sue was relieved was that since he had figured it out, it was actually the arc reactor that recharged Dragon Ball, so he no longer had to worry about the problem of the cosmic cube. As for frowning, not only because this Stark industrial factory area is a place where the idlers are free from arms, more importantly, the owner of the arc reactor, that is Tony Stark. Moreover, after he became Iron Man, the arc reactor was even his inverse scale. If you don't want to provoke him, it is best not to touch this stuff. Although Tony Stark is still just a super dude and has not been promoted to a superhero, even if he does not take into account his post-autumn accounting, because Saint does not think that he is a mess it's up. That is a full of Jian Kun Yi throw skills, and there is a pervert in the pocket of silver. With or without a steel suit, he smashed people with money. The only difference was efficiency. Stark? Quinn Saint thought more and frowned deeper. At the end of the thought, he turned the car head very straight and started to go straight back along the way. Obviously he didn't plan to take this Dragon Ball for the time being. When the sky was already bright, Yin Sheng drove back to the Hell's Kitchen and left the black Camaro in a repair shop near the restaurant. After all, this car has been left for a long time and needs maintenance. On the way back to the Chinese restaurant, Vincent bought a map of the United States and a map of the world, both spread out on the floor of the living room. Then, he began to follow the Dragon Ball of Stark Industries. Derive the approximate location of the other 5 Dragon Balls. I'm 69 kilometers away from Stark Industries. This Dragon Ball is the second closest, the direction is 17 degrees south-southeast, the distance is about 6.5 times that of Stark Dragon Ball, that is about 450 kilometers. Nima in the sea. Fortunately, it's okay, and it's still on the continental shelf. In theory, it won't be more than 200 meters deep. The third closest, 35 degrees south-southwest, is about 3.3 times the distance of the previous one, which is about 1,500 kilometers. In the central and southern plains of China, this should not be difficult. Fourth, it is 11 degrees west-north-north, and the distance is 2 and 3 times that of the previous one. It looks like 3,500 kilometers. Canada, the problem is not big. Fifth, 3 degrees northeast, lying down. It's the Atlantic Ocean over there, the distance is 1 and 7 times that of the previous one, less than 6,000 kilometers. Well? Cross the sea. In the UK? Easy to handle. The farthest one, 20 south-southwest, is 1.33 times the previous one, 7,800 kilometers, Brazil? A little trouble, there are not only large tropical rainforests, but also everywhere it's all cliffs, and the terrain is very daddy. After figuring out the approximate locations of the other 5 Dragon Balls, Yin Sheng took out his mobile phone and began to check air tickets and tourist visas. Britain and Canada are exempt from visas, and Brazil will be within 7 working days. Then fly to London www.readwn.com and then to Toronto, then return to China to find 2 in the country, and then take a visa to fly to Rio, Stark's last. After Yin Yin had planned, she kept going out again and went straight to Colleen Wen's armory, and banged the door. A few moments later, Colleen Wen, with scattered hair, appeared behind the open door. It was seen that Saint Peter was standing in the doorway, and suddenly called out his full name, in saintly. "You know what time is it now? 7:15. After Saint casually reported the exact time, he entered the door unceremoniously and said straightforwardly, "Colin, I'm going to go a long way now. The time is estimated to be longer. Would you like to join me?" After hearing that, Colleen Wen was sober for a long time. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, and she stomped her feet and said, "How can you be like this? It was so sudden, how can I answer you? My teeth, they haven't been brushed yet." "Then you wash your face and brush your teeth first." Quinn nodded in understanding and turned to the direction of the kitchen. "I'll get us something to eat." "It is good." In Colleen Wen's kitchen, the ingredients are very limited. Because Saint didn't have many choices, she could only continue to make pasta. After kneading and rolling the noodles, they were served with eggs and green onions, and 2 bowls of green onion eggs were made. Surface. After a short while, the two sat opposite each other at the dining table in the kitchen, with long hair Colleen Wen tied up, and asked, "Where do you mean when you say the far door?" "UK, Canada, Brazil." Quine Saint simply reported the names of 3 countries, and then added, "There are 2 places in the country to run in the middle." Chapter 48, 5 Dragon Balls in your hand. This answer is obviously completely beyond Colleen Wen's expectations. She widened her eyes and kept asking, "Run around the world? What are you doing? How long does this take?" Because Saint thought for a while, he did not intend to lie, but he did not intend to be completely frank, and he replied partly, "Go look for a few things, some may still be in the wilderness or even under the sea. I can't estimate it, I'm not sure." Colleen Wen, with a tangled expression, took a few mouthfuls of time, and decided to say, "I'm not going. The blogger may come to New York recently. I have a bill to calculate with him." "Boss." I heard Yan Yin frowned. "Where did you get the news?" "Previous student." Colleen Wen slapped her lips in a complicated look. "It is said that the bodily will deal with Danny Rand in person. Be careful, this may be a trap. Because Saint frowned even more, forbearing his inner desire for protection, and did not treat Colleen Wen, who is also a martial artist, as an ordinary weak woman, but just reminded her, your former student, that's the current member of the Handicraft Federation. Do not worry. Colleen Wen showed a cheerful smile and promised to instant, I will definitely protect myself, this is a promise. Because of the 3 sounds of Saint Teresa, Colleen Wen glanced at him in a puzzling manner, what are you talking about blindly? Do you know what is Li? You give me good practice and master the afterimage boxing as soon as possible. By the way, you have to remember that whether it is practice or actual combat, you can only use the afterimage fist once, and never use the second one until the body is fully rested. Okay. Corinth Wenfei not only did not abandon Yincheng, but instead rewarded him with a sweet smile, I remember it all, you can rest assured. Rest assured that is impossible. Yin sainted, his tone suddenly changed, well, no matter how worried I am willing. Colleen Wen bit her lip silently, and suddenly got up from the chair, her upper body crossed the dining table, and responded to Yincheng's sweet words with a sweet kiss that was delivered to the door. Then, with 2 ping-pong sounds, the 2 noodle bowls originally resting on the table fell to the floor, and the noodle soup, noodles, and scallions and eggs were all sprinkled. 5 hours later, Incent was alone on a flight to London. After landing in the United Kingdom, she immediately called Colleen Wen to report her safety. She also sent a text message to Lorna by the way. He took a night's rest in London, and went out of the hotel non-stop the next morning, driving a rented car, driving in the direction of the sensed Dragon Ball, and driving towards the periphery of the city. At this time, I noticed that Instant had left the border of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had already transmitted the order to the British branch. A large black off-road vehicle, as early as last night, Instant left the airport. From the moment he started to hang behind him. Because of the special breath induction near him, of course, he found that he was being tracked in the morning, but he didn't care much. As long as he was still using transportation, his movements could not be hidden, and the tail behind him had to be thrown off, but it was not right now. After searching for a long time, Yin Sheng has determined the exact location of the British Dragon Ball. He rented the rented car at the door of a country house, and then quickly carried the bag out of the car. With the shelter of the building, he got into a dense forest and disappeared into the sight of S.H.I.E.L.D. When the 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally determined his whereabouts based on the trail left by Incent, Incent had already found a Samsung Dragon Ball in the bushes of the jungle and hid it with him. In his backpack, when he returned to the car carrying his bag, the 2 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were still confused in the woods. The reason why Incentive came to the UK and what they did was completely confused by S.H.I.E.L.D. It did not give up on it. It still persisted in attention to him. Every time Incentive arrived at an airport there must be 2 agents outside waiting for him. In the next 20 days, Incent took the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. from England to Canada and found a star bead, and returned from Canada to the United States, and found 7 star beads and 4 star beads. After a good visa, I flew to Brazil and found 2 star beads. After spanning a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers, I returned to New York with 5 dragon that were found one by one. At this point, there are only the 6 star beads located in Stark Industries, not in the hands of Incent, but only the fist-sized Dragon Ball. He has 1,000 ways to hide it. UU Reading Book www. Not only one of the 5 Dragon Balls found by UUGonshu.com has not been seen by S.H.I.E.L.D., and even every time he passed the security check at the airport, he played a trick and did not let the Dragon Ball machine be photographed, although said, "Watch in the eyes of an unsuspecting person, Dragon Ball is nothing more than a special crystal ball," but because of Saint, he doesn't want to take a little risk. This is the only secret that he must keep in his guard, no matter how careful he is. Therefore, until Incentive stepped out of Kennedy International Airport and took a taxi to rush home, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't say what the purpose of his worldwide run was, even a decent guess. Nothing. Incent, who was sitting in a taxi, was bored while playing with his mobile phone. An outdated news appeared on the screen of his mobile phone and caught his attention. Stark Industries chairman, talented scientist Tony Stark, disappeared in Afghanistan. Haha, who was quite gloated by Saint, looked at the timestamp of the news, and found that it was 5 days ago, that is, on the day after he flew to Rio. Tony S. Tucker was on the other side of Afghanistan, and suffered a missile from his own family. Although he was not lucky, he was caught by the 10 Commandments and locked in a dark cave. The reason why he laughed was not because of how hostile he was with Tony Stark, but because of this, he could safely take the last Dragon Ball boldly, at least within 3 months. Don't worry about this future Iron Man who will come to his troubles. Originally, Incent was only thinking that if he must provoke Tony Stark, it is best to make a wish to Shenlong immediately after the provoke. I did not expect that I would have gotten so big just after returning to New York. A surprise. Chapter 49, Night Crash. Stark Industries. Want to rush to Stark Industries now, but out of prudence, Saint decided to wait until it was dark. After all, it was a heavy weapon, and the prevention would never be lax. It would be too dangerous to sneak in during the day. After arriving at the Hell's Kitchen by car, I didn't enter because of Saint's passing through the house. I went directly to Colleen Wen's armory. Although the two talk on the phone almost every day, there are some things that must be done in person. In Saint, who wanted to give a surprise, he got a fright. He knocked on the gate of the martial arts hall, and the person who came to open it was Lorna. If only that was the case, because Saint was just shocked. However, Lorna appeared in front of him. Compared to when he left, it was a big change. She not only washed off the black hair dye and recovered a pair of turquoise hair, but also changed the matching of the dress, replaced with a cool style mainly based on dark tones. At the moment when she saw her, Saint even had the illusion of traveling through time and space, as if only before her eyes. The 18-year-old girl has become like the Polaris of the future, which is a bit scary. Boss? Are you back? Lorna also showed a surprised expression. After 20 days, her relationship with Yincheng had already returned to normal. Well, at least on the surface, it had returned to normal. Just arrived. Gui Yinsheng whispered, and pointed to Lorna's head. When did you stop dyeing your hair? Lorna curled a strand of hair subconsciously, pulled it in front of her eyes, and asked, "Don't it look good?" "It looks good, I just don't get used to it." Quinn shrugged his shoulders and walked into the door and said, "What about Colleen?" Lorna was silent for a while, and seemed to think of some bad memories, and spit out a noun expressionlessly, "The bathroom." Gui Yinsheng followed the silence for a while, and turned his head away, looking away from Lorna's head, looking at the eye-catching turquoise green. He would always think involuntarily, what he saw accidentally that morning. At this time, with the sound of a door, Colleen Wynne walked out of the bathroom and rescued the somewhat embarrassing situation. Lorna gave her a gesture of "I'm going there" and walked away with interest and knowledge. Entered into the locker room of Wu Guan, and gave the entire Wu Guan dojo to her and Yincheng. Colleen Wynne nodded to Lorna, and went straight to Instant, but did not have the surprise reaction he expected, but just plainly said to him, "You are back? Really, not in advance say, I'm not free now. Isn't this a surprise?" Yin Yin said so weakly, with a sense of frustration in his tone. He looked at the white exercise suit on Kellen Wen, guessing, and asked, "Why? Are you teaching Lorna Aikido?" "Okay." Corinth nodded, and smiled at herself at the same time. "Now, I only have her as a student, not teaching her who to teach." "You made the right choice to close the martial arts hall. This is the only way to protect your students." Quinn stretched out his arms comfortably and held Colleen Wen in his arms. "Don't be discouraged, you can call them back until the clan is destroyed." "How could you say so easily?" Colleen Wen leaned against Incent's chest and squirked, "The students I have taught before are now also members of the association," should I also destroy them together? I heard her say this, because Saint waved her hand. Where did you want to go? As long as the leader is eliminated, the association will no longer exist. It's useless. Colleen Wynne smiled and shook her head. Actually, because I didn't want to worry you, there was something I didn't tell you. The blogger was dead 7 days ago, but I went to see it yesterday. The stronghold, as if not affected at all, is still operating normally. Su Vinian frowned slightly because of Saint, and asked Xi Ruhan as much as possible, is it you? Okay. Colin Wen gently twitched her head and deliberately omitted the process. Her eyes seemed a bit complicated. I used the residual image punch, which is fatal. Quinn hesitated, and asked a rather strange question, did you stab him, or did you cut his head? Stabbed. Colleen when she gave a twisted answer and raised her head backwards, glanced at Instant suspiciously, did you know anything? I was actually a little strange. That night, the people in the hand-to-hand society were desperately dead. He snatched the corpse of the man, as if he can be resurrected. Because Shank finished filling up the words of Colleen Wen, he nodded and said, it's true. The 5 fingers of the hand union have been transformed by the dragon marrow. The vitality is very strong and it is not so easy to die. Otherwise, they won't live for hundreds of years. He's really not dead. Colleen Wen gritted her teeth, her eyes gradually sharpened, no wonder that stronghold still exists. Then www.readwn.com hear what you mean, if you cut your head, he's dead. Chopped his head and burned it, should it be almost? Do you think he is a vampire in Twilight? It's almost there, anyway, it's all undead monsters. Instantly. When can you be serious? I'm not kidding, this will definitely kill him tenderly, I promise. Go. I'm going to teach Lona. Okay, it's not good to keep her in the locker room all the time. By the way, I have something to do at night, maybe I can't come over. Who is Rare? Get out of here. Not honest at all. Don't get a knife. I'll go. At 11 p.m. that day, Incent drove a borrowed blue car from the viaduct to the ground, and came to a factory area on the highway next to Stark Industries. He stopped the car. After an inconspicuous position, he immediately got out of the car and pulled out a bundle of black nylon rope and a grinning monkey face mask from the trunk. Not to say that it is a mask from Sun Wukong to the west. Yin Sheng put on a monkey face mask, slung nylon rope, and came to the back of a multi-story factory building next to the expressway. Follow the sewer pipe that is only thicker than the arm, in a way that ordinary people can't do it. He climbed up the roof all the way. He looked around at the waist, and did not find any security cameras on the roof of the 10-meter-high factory building, so he followed the direction of the 6-star Dragon Ball and passed through it with a big swing. On the rooftop, he stood on the edge and looked at it. The giant arc-cold nuclear fusion reactor, which was several floors high, immediately caught his eyes. Chapter 50, 2ND Summon Dragon. After estimating the distance between the other plant where the lower boat reactor is located and his location, Yin Sheng thinks that if it only speeds up and jumps over, it is purely a dead act, but if you use the residual image boxing, the huge force that erupted instantly under the feet, combined with the jumping action of his own muscles, should be enough to send himself to the opposite side. No problem. Physics is only an introduction, and the parabolic formula is all based on Guinness, who took a little deep breath and took a half-squat position with a slightly bent knee, and then stopped still. Even the expressions were also stuck at this moment. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the mid-air between the 2 multi-story powerhouses. After drawing a circular parabola in the air, it landed on the roof of the powerhouse where the arc reactor was located. Until then, because of the afterimage of Saint who remained in the place, it was gradually dissipated in the air, as if it had never existed. Incent, who felt that his skin was completely taut, resisted the urge to let go of his howl, and stood there for a long time before calming down the violent heartbeat. He took a long breath and twisted his neck toward, walked forward and came to the huge glass skylight directly above the arc reactor. The moment Impress stepped on the sunroof glass, around the arc reactor below, suddenly began to flash a bright red light, and a harsh alarm sounded suddenly. Sink! Kun Yinsheng made a swearing, guessing to himself, pressure sensor? Or motion detector? Thinking about this problem now is obviously meaningless, because Saint hurriedly untied the nylon rope slung across his body, and used a piece of guessing stone to break one of the glass in the huge skylight and broke the nylon. After one end of the rope was tied to the steel frame supporting the sunroof glass, he immediately pulled the rope and jumped down, and fell from the sky to the top of the arc reactor. In a recessed position on the top of the arc reactor, Incent found the rolling 6-star Dragon Ball, plunged it directly into his pocket, and did not look at the nylon rope hanging from the roof. He was at the beginning. That factory building, the rooftop is higher than the one where the arc reactor is located. If you jump back from this side, because of Saint's thought, then it's fine. After climbing down from the arc reactor, due to the detection of breath induction by Saint, he found the direction with the least security personnel and rushed directly to the wall of the factory area. As for the ubiquitous security cameras, he can now completely can't care anymore. After rushing all the way out of the factory area, Saint destroyed the monkey face mask and went straight to the car that he borrowed. After driving back to Manhattan Island, he returned the car to the position it had before borrowing. By foot, I walked the last few kilometers and returned to my Chinese restaurant. It was already more than 1 o'clock in the morning, because Saint opened the back door of the restaurant lightly, and did not wake up the sleeping Laura, then silently penetrated into the basement and locked the iron door to the ground. Come on! Dragon! Realize my wish! With Incent taking out 6 Dragon Balls from his backpack, placing them with his right hand, and shouting out this secret phrase. Which is not a secret phrase, the whole basement was swallowed up again by darkness. Except for Dragon Ball itself, here in the enclosed underground space, any kind of light source that would illuminate was suppressed by a mysterious force. 26 Dragon Balls, combined with the tattoo on the back of Yinsheng's hand, turned into 7 of light, forming a shining dragon. Speak your wishes, any wish can be realized, but there can only be one. After nearly 2 months, I heard the phrase any wish can be fulfilled again, because Saint still couldn't help but let go of his lips and muttered without grieving, the brave waste dragon. Although he had long made up his mind to obtain the Scion physique this time, because Saint didn't hurriedly make a wish, but in the spirit of lack of greed and snake devour, he asked tentatively, Shenlong, if I want to get 99,999 billion Xiandu, can I do that? Sun Shenlong seemed to be scared, and it took a long silence to answer, you want Xiandu, but only one. Wu Yinsheng poked his lips again and asked, so, if I want to get the seeds of Xiandu and how to cultivate Xiandu, can I do that? These are 2 wishes, and I can only fulfill one of them at a time. A dead dragon. Angrily cursed for a while, and left Xiandu behind for a while, and changed a question, Shenlong, if I wish to obtain the knowledge of Bulma, I can make a storage capsule in the Marvel world. Shenlong was silent for a long time again, and it seemed to be calculating something. After a while, he answered, no, Yuuganshu www.yuuganshu.com. Although there is no conflict in the rules of the universe, Bulma is a scientific genius, the brain beyond ordinary people. With your brain development, if you want to gain her knowledge, it can only be washed out by a lot of information and become a lunatic who can only talk nonsense. Insanity, whose IQ has been despised, changed his face expressionlessly. So, what if I wish directly and want to get a storage capsule? Wu Vinian said. Shenlong shook his head without hesitation, sorry, I can't do it. Reason. The Marvel world does not have the resources needed to make it. If you have the zero substance in Dragon Ball world, you can do it. Slum. Where can I get you? Oh. Yin Yin first made a swear word, and then he responded, "So, if I wish to get zero substance, can I do that? This is very simple." Yin Yin sneered because of Saint, and was persecuted with delusions, asking in detail, "Is the zero substance obtained by one wish sufficient for me to make another wish to obtain storage capsules?" It depends on the specifications of the storage capsules. If the internal space is less than 343 cubic meters and the storage weight limit is not more than 169 tons, it can be done. Any one of these two limits is exceeded, then not. Because Saint's expectations were lower than this, he was not disappointed. He thought about it and asked hypothetically again, "Shen Long, if I want to get a gravimeter for auxiliary cultivation, I can do it." "Sorry, I can't do it." Quinn rolled his eyes and asked weakly, "What is needed again this time?" Substance 0. Chapter 51, Marvel Scion. Because the corner of Santa's mouth twitched, he was quite clear. The so-called zero substance is probably equivalent to the vibration of gold in Marvel. The black technology in Dragon Ball world is estimated to be from this stuff. Developed on my body. As long as I think about it, if I want to order some of the black technology products of Dragon Ball world in the future, I will have to use more than 2 wishes, because Sant feels liver pain. If I can make it myself. Why my IQ is insufficient? Instant, who has never been a reading material, silently burst into tears in his heart, and felt that there was no more to ask for a while, and then went to the topic, "Shen Long, if I wish to obtain the Scion physically, am I a pure Scion like Sun Wukong or a mixed Scion like Sun Wufan and Sun Wushan?" Neither. Your body belongs to the Marvel world. Although it is similar to the Earth people in the Dragon Ball world, it is not the same. After the Scion genes are fused, it is a unique existence. If you have to give this constitution by name, you are Marvel Scion. Unique. I love to hear that. Quinn Saint used a grin that was very useful. "Dragon, please give me the Scion constitution. Your wish has come true." Just as after the last wish, after the dragon said this sentence, it immediately split into 7 streamers, one flew towards the back of Instant's hand, and the other 6 paths showed a radial shape and flew to a completely different one. 6 directions. Because Saint was well prepared this time, before the 6 streams of light penetrated the wall of the basement, using the explosive speed brought by the afterimage boxing, he stopped the one closest to him. He used his hands full of chi. Holding on to the streamer transformed by Dragon Ball, controlling it between the palms of both hands, and turning it into a trembling light ball. With time, the light ball slowly stopped the tremor, and gradually faded into a grey ball-shaped stone. After successfully intercepting a Dragon Ball, Yin Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he will only need to find 5 Dragon Balls next time. Moreover, the Dragon Ball obtained in advance can also let him take the initiative to give Dragon Ball as charged, that is, artificially placed near an energy source. Although the 5-star bead on his right hand can also play the same role, if the energy source cannot move, he cannot put himself chopped his right hand and stayed. "I'm not polite, I will never say goodbye every time I say goodbye." I almost never reacted. "Wait a minute." After the Dragon Ball was put away, because Santa was muttering with no nutrition in his mouth, he suddenly showed a startled expression, and then he widened his eyes after seeing it. "It's not right. My speed just now, not just mine, my physical fitness has increased and my anger has grown. I am many times stronger. I can understand the increase in physical fitness, but how can chi increase? Doesn't that disused dragon say that strength can only be practiced? Can't you get it out of thin air?" Yan Yin opened his breath induction by gritting his teeth. After exploring his own breath, his heart burst into an unbelievable ecstasy. Is it wrong? 37 times of ordinary people. I do not believe. Because Saint suddenly raised one arm, slowly pinched his 5 fingers, and made every effort to use the guess fist. Stone, I saw, a dazzling blue light, covering his entire fist instantly. Even the position of the wrist was also completely covered by the air wrapped around the fist. It's really 37 times. Yin Sheng would like to punch him on the wall to see if he was dreaming, but at the moment of his death, he finally remembered it. This is his own basement, and he decisively dispersed the blue light on his fist and touched it. The Qin thought, what the is going on? After a while, Yin Sheng showed an expression of sudden realization, because he got the knowledge of Sun Wukong's lifetime, and was in a state of eyes and hands low for a long time, which led him to ignore the most basic common sense of the Dragon Ball world, which is physical strength is strong. Sun Wukong's lifelong knowledge, in other words, his ultimate realization of power, in the late stage of Dragon Ball, all pay attention to Qi is strong but strong, not to mention the end period. Therefore, Yin Sheng has always used the practice of Qi to drive his physical fitness growth. He never thought about it. In the current initial stage, if his physical fitness has improved dramatically, Qi will also grow crazy. Yes, this is called black under the lights. As for why my physical fitness has increased significantly, Saint is quite clear. The planet inhabited by scions has 10 times the gravity of the Earth. www.readwn.com. If the genetics are not strong enough, where can you live? Get down. I was only 6 times more angry than an ordinary person, that is, after I merged scion genes, I added an additional amount of energy to look like 30 people. Because Sheng calculated his account, he couldn't help but stun the terrible scion. Even if he does not practice for a day, when he is an adult, he has more than 30 times the strength of the Earth people. It is 300 times as powerful as the Earth man. Thinking of this, Yin Santa reached out his hand subconsciously and touched his tailbone. Fortunately, the waste dragon did not talk nonsense. Since it will not change my appearance, of course it is impossible to grow a tail. Now, I don't want to become a monkey-shaped green fat every full moon. Uncontrollable power, no matter how strong and has an egg, it will only counteract itself. Because Saint also understood over it, strength can only be practiced and cannot be obtained out of thin air. In this sentence, Shenlong is not a nonsense. Physical energy can increase rapidly, and energy can also increase rapidly. However, the skills to control the two, but it needs to be honed day by day. If he did not practice for a period of time, he gained the scion physique, then, just like the mutant who just awakened, since he could not control the sudden increase in physical fitness and breath, it does not really mean that power has been obtained. 37 times the average person. Yin Sheng groaned and said to himself, if you consider ordinary people as fighting power is only 5, I have 185 fighting power? The initial world's first Budo convention, can I fight for the championship? That means. Qine's eyes shined brightly, I can fly. Chapter 52, Conquer the Sky. At this point, Yin Sheng was still able to live where he wanted to live, and he flew out of the basement like a gust of wind, and then passed through the back door of the Wuguan, along the fire ladder of the residential building next to the alley, all the way to the rooftop. After a while, in the central position of the rooftop, because of the sacred sky slowly rising, it floated upwards like a balloon, floating in the air. It is dancing air. To be precise, this is the starting form of dancing air technique, which consumes the air in the body to transform the force energy, pushing itself to generate an upward buoyancy, so as to offset the gravity exerted by the planet on itself, leaving the entire person in a position this relative weightlessness state. In fact, Incent, who is so embarrassed by the word flying, has learned the dancing air technique early on, but with his weak qi before, he even floated up. The state of weightlessness cannot be maintained for a long time, let alone a formal flight. After completing the air dancing technique, it is necessary to eject the air from the body to propel himself to fly. Because Saint gritted his teeth, his heart was a little uneasy. In this next step, he not only never haven't tried it, and the knowledge inherited from Sun Wukong is quite unreliable. Probably in his later years, flying has long become an instinct. Sun Wukong's ultimate understanding of Wukong is not very theoretical at all. It can even be summed up in a very ruthless sentence using "I floated up in my hands, and then I wanted to fly, then fly." As for the flight experience of Sun Wukong, it is extremely rich. The problem is that before he flew, Yin Sheng could understand it. Do not care. Just die. Because Saint made a ruthless noise, he folded his legs together in the volley, raised his feet, and the instep and the calf were in a straight line. Based on the principle of caution, he used only 10% of the force and at the same time from both legs. Toe, the air out of the body. Oh 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 oh. The next moment, accompanied by a weird cry of ghosts and wolves, caused by the whole of Saint, like a discouraged balloon, a zigzag line flew in the air crookedly. Compared with flying birds, he flew up to a height of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. After that, he continued to twist left and right, and scrambled all over the sky. With the passage of time, I can finally fly out a straight line. Through my own deeper and deeper understanding, I gradually understood the flight experience of Sun Wukong and learned how to use his arms to adjust his balance. When he was able to draw a beautiful arc in the night sky as he wanted, he began to gradually increase the jet of gas, and the speed of breaking the air was getting faster and faster, and at the end, he had to wrap his body with gas to withstand the huge wind pressure from his face. In this state, Yin Sheng is like a big blue light bulb, which not only looks too eye-catching in the night sky, but more importantly, the consumption of gas is too scary, so he has to give up after trying to test the limit. He ejected the gas in the opposite direction, sharply reduced the flying speed, and dissipated the air that wrapped the whole body. He suspended above the kilometer altitude in a sudden stop. He saw looking at the dazzling night view of the city under his feet, his ears only heard his violent heartbeat. After a long breath, he suddenly burst out laughing like a neuropathic ha-ha. "I will fly." After feeling good for a while, Yin Sheng roughly estimated that if he was not protecting his flight, he could only withstand a speed of 100 or dozens of yards, probably about a car on a highway. Almost, if not, it can be doubled at least. The upper limit is unknown. It is worth mentioning that the higher the total amount of qi, the higher the qi recovery within unit time. Previously, the starting hand style of Saint Trent even could not be supported for a long time, but now, if only the state of floating is maintained, the recovery amount of qi has exceeded the consumption of qi. After floating for a while and restoring the qi in his body to the full state, Yin Sheng flew over the city again before falling down on his head, intending to land on the ground. Before that, he used his breath induction swiped, confirming that the two shield agents who followed him were still in a coma. Even before entering the Stark industry at night, Yin Sheng shot and stunned the two innocent agents. Although this way, SHIELD will inevitably establish the invasion of the arc reactor with him to some extent. Contact, but it's better than finding him something unexpected when he went to fetch Dragon Ball. Everything else is easy to say. The only thing is Dragon Ball's secret. It is because of the unreachable inverse scale of Saint. He feels that it is better to hide himself and try to hide from others. After Saint had landed in the takeoff place, it was 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and he had just conquered the sky. At this time, he was still in a state of extreme excitement. Where there was a trace of drowsiness, he simply stayed on the roof. On the rooftop, Yu read the book www.yuyugonshu.com, constantly waving his fists to adapt to his soaring power. Every other time, he rises again into the air, practicing unfamiliar flying skills. It wasn't until the bright days that Ancent, who didn't want to be noticed, returned to the quiet room of his restaurant, sat cross-legged on the floor, and planned to test his practice after incorporating Scion genes. How much faster? Strange. After a few moments, Saint frowned and opened his eyes. Not only hasn't it got faster, it's slowed a lot. Is it because I have suddenly become several times stronger, and the control over qi is lower than before? Quinn whispered speculatively, it seems that before you can fully adapt to the Scion's physique, it is not a good idea to quickly upgrade. Although I was inevitably a little disappointed, because Saint had just jumped several levels, and of course there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. After trying it a little, I left the quiet room and planned to go to the bedroom for a while. Days later, he must start work today. The only marvel Scion, you have to earn money to eat, because Santa Te has not forgotten, Scion can eat that is famous. He even a little doubted that the remaining more than 4,000 deposits, not enough to eat for half a month. Not only that, before the whole world went to find Dragon Ball, Yin Sheng had a deposit of US $29,000. After giving Lona and Peter a total salary of more than US $3,000, there were still 25,000 left. More than $1,000, which means that he spent more than $20,000 to find a Dragon Ball. Although he said that because of the lack of one Dragon Ball that Santa needed to find next time, he still felt that before the Dragon Ball was full of energy again, at least he had to save the same amount of money as last time. Chapter 53, Dating in the Night Sky. Oh, I should have bought more discounted air tickets, and red-eye flights are not a big deal. 3 days later, after purchasing large quantities of ingredients from Incent, the deposit dropped sharply again, feeling deeply poor, and he began to regret the arrogance of the other day. Neither should I rent such a good car and live in such a good hotel. Fortunately, after the reopening of Li's Chinese restaurant, the business turned out to be as good as ever. Compared with the time before the closing, it was even more popular. Because of the surprise of Saint, now it is reflected. This is inadvertently playing a hungry marketing. Unexpectedly, it was not just the business in the store. He originally thought that although he had just knocked out the agents of the Shield and did no harm to it, it was also an attack. Even if Shield doesn't want to turn its back on this little thing, at least it should be condemned and condemned. But after 3 full days, there was no movement at Shield. It's impossible to guess that I did it. Because St ended a day's work, before closing the shop, he opened the breath induction routine, swept away the 2 Shield agents who followed him, and rushed to ask them, why don't you come my trouble? Although there is an impulse to put it into practice, because of the more important things to do in Saint, after taking off his work clothes, he deliberately took a bath, put on a neat hairstyle, and wore brand new clothes. In theory, said today, but his first date. Hey, my first date in Marvel. At the same time, Colleen Wen climbed the rusty fire stairs and climbed to the top of a brown building. While walking up to the rooftop, she patted the stained rust on her body and asked her up in her heart. In Saint, scolded a dog blood shower. For 3 consecutive nights, all mysteriously did not know why she went, and today she was invited to such a ghost place. Colleen Wen secretly ruthlessly, and later due to the Saint, be sure to let him good looking. You came so early? I was 5 minutes early, but I was late. At this moment, because of Saint's voice, suddenly sounded behind Colleen Wen, scared her almost jumped up. She glanced at the fire staircase in front of herself, with a frightened expression, turning his head to look at Instant. You haven't heard how to walk? Where did it come from? There. Quinn Saint pointed to the direction behind him, and then twiddled a red rose from the back and handed it to Colleen Wen. Give it to you. It's up to you. Colleen Wen was not stingy because of Saint. After taking the rose generously, she naturally held his arm and leaned his head on his shoulder. Say, why ask me to come here? Yin Yin smiled mysteriously and asked without answering, do you still remember, I told you for the first time, why didn't you believe me when I was learning the turtle fairy martial art? Of course I remember. Colleen Wen raised her head and gave Yin Sheng a white look. It's only been more than a month, how could you forget it, because you said you could fly? No, no. Quinn shook his head, biting the words and correcting, I mean, one day, I can fly. Colleen Wen was slow again, and now she reacted. She let go of Incent's arm, and turned to his front, staring at him straightly and asking, don't tell me, today is someday. Pap. Yin Sheng patted the slap gently. I guess it is close enough. In fact, I flew up 3 days ago. Would you like to guess again? Why did I tell you for 3 days? Guess you. Colleen Wen gave Savage a fist very brutally. Will you talk to me, okay? Because Sheng shrugged his lips silently, and did not make any sense of mystery, slowly stretched out his arms, embraced Colleen Wen's waist, held her tightly in her arms, and then said, my neck. You want to do? Ah. Colleen was only halfway talking, only feeling a sudden underfoot, while screaming, his hands hugged Incense's neck, resting his chin on his shoulders, and his feet were skilled. Hooked on his leg, the whole person stuck to him, leaving no gap between the two. Don't be afraid, I have been practicing for 3 days myself. Quinn Saint, with the starting hands of the air dance, floated upwards with both of them, and said in Colleen Wen's ear, trust me. I'm not afraid. It's just because. Accompanied by Colleen Wen Zhen's deafening screams, Sheng hugged her and soared into the sky, away from the rooftops where the two were standing, carrying the whistling wind, constantly climbing upwards, straight to the starry sky going by the night sky. www.readwn.com. When Incent flew to a height of 100 meters, Colleen Wen stopped screaming, first gave a bite on Incense's shoulder, and then in his ear Bien shouted, bastard! Wouldn't you give me some mental preparation first? Isn't it boring then? He shouted out of Santo for granted, it's the excitement of this. Colleen Wen retorted intentionally, but had to admit that, without any preparation, she suddenly rushed into the dark night sky, which felt really exciting. Because Saint flew all the way up to 1,000 meters, this reduced the speed, hovering in the air holding Colleen Wen, and turned around like a ballet, boasting in his mouth and saying, this is our first, how about a date, do you feel satisfied? Humph! Colleen Wen snorted at all, crossing her legs around Incense's waist, and said to him, hold me tight, I will let go. Because Saint was a bit inexplicable, after tightening his arms slightly, I saw Colleen Wen let go of her hands, and at this height of 1,000 meters, she made a dangerous move of her head back, and then tie your hair with rubber bands. You really have a broken head, blood can flow, you can't lose your hairstyle. After the hair blown by the strong wind was tied into a sharp ponytail, Colleen Wen put her hands on Incense's shoulders. The first sentence that came out of her mouth was, this trick is called dance empty, right? When will you teach me? Yin Sheng shrugged his shoulders, you can teach at any time, but don't hope too much. The consumption of air dancing is very scary. With your current anger, you can't hold it for a long time. Don't even think about it. Chapter 54, Scion Full Power. Are you more angry than me? Colleen Wen frowned a little, puzzled. When we first consulted, weren't you weaker than me? Several times better than you. He responded lightly by avoiding the importance of the saint. In terms of combat effectiveness, an ordinary person's anger is about 5 points of combat effectiveness. I am now 187 and you are 28. Colleen Wen Banu didn't say anything. She originally thought that after learning to breathe practice, exhale breath, and after image punches, her strength was already moving closer to Incent, even if it was not as good as him, but she was definitely called not a burden, but it was completely unexpected that the gap with him would be so big. In fact, it was indeed the case before Incent made a second wish to Shenlong. The fusion of Scion genes allowed him to increase the fighting power by more than 150. Originally, he was stronger than Colleen Wen. The place is mainly due to a variety of martial arts skills and extremely rich combat experience. Its own combat effectiveness is only in its early 30s. Seeing that Colleen Wen's mood was a little bit low, Yin Sheng spoke and comforted her, Colin, you have progressed very quickly. When we first discussed, you only had a dozen or so combat power, although say, this is because your breath practice has unearthed your potential, so your energy will increase rapidly, but you have a solid foundation for 10 years and a lot of potential to be tapped. When I heard him say this, Colleen Wen didn't feel good at all, and re-struck Incent's neck again. Fly at the fastest speed, I want to see what your full strength is like. It is good. Although this is not without risk, because Saint still did not refuse, first let out the air to protect himself and Colleen Wen, and then exerted the maximum force, ejecting the air from the toes. I saw a bright blue humanoid light ball that cut through a bright meteor-like trajectory in the night sky, passing over the city, and then disappeared again. When countless viewers who found this shooting star looked into the night sky, Yin Sheng had already dissipated the light from his body and quietly brought Colleen Wen to the ground from high altitude, avoiding the public eyes. The rest of the night, of course, was spent in Colleen Wen's martial arts hall. For this surprise tonight, he pressed himself for 3 days, and he had already exceeded the limit of patience. I can only say that there are things that are worth waiting for. The next morning, Saint woke up on time. Although last night he had only a handful of real sleep time, but he is now a scion. It is a natural fighting nation. They are all very strong. Considering that his meal might eat up the small food reserves of Colleen Winburn, because Saint made only one breakfast, left it on the bedside table, and kissed off the sleeping Kailin Wen, hungry, returned to her restaurant. From the freezer in the back kitchen, she took out dozens of pounds of raw meat at once, roasted by hand, shredded by hand, wiped the seasoning with her hand, and then directly into the belly stuffed. After eating breakfast, because Santon calculated the account, he just ate about $60. This is still the cheapest pork and chicken, and it is also the wholesale price. If it is replaced by beef and mutton, this number must at least be turned over double. As for grains such as rice, Yin Sheng said that this much digestible thing can occasionally be changed for taste. As a staple food, you can't eat enough. Out of a long habit, Incent is still eating 3 meals as usual, that is to say, after becoming a scion, he will eat at least $180 a day. If you want to spoil yourself a little, he will break through the $200 mark casually. As for the upper limit, he has not yet tested it out. With deep worries that he might be bankrupted in the future, Saint walked into the quiet room on the second floor of the restaurant, sat cross-legged on the floor, and continued to think about a man who had been tangled for 3 full days and failed to make a decision. Major issues. If you ask Yin Sheng, why did he choose Sun Wukong's knowledge when he made his first wish, he would not hesitate to answer because Sun Wukong is the protagonist, only he can King of Kings. In the Dragon Ball world, is there any other skill that can increase one's strength and increase it by multiple? Hey, Super Saiyan! What is a Super Saiyan? Transformed into a Super Saiyan state, that is equivalent to an enhanced version of 50 times King Boxing with special effects. However, the problem tangled by Saint is exactly after several years of becoming a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong improved the original King Boxing and added special effects to it. I said that no one knows what is going on in the improved World Boxing, but if you change your name, you should be familiar with it. The Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com is also called Scion Full Power. The so-called Scion Full Power, that is, in the House of Spiritual Time, Sun Wukong taught his son Sun Wufan a special form of transformation between Scions and Super Scions. Maintaining some of the characteristics of the Super Saiyan state and avoiding the negative effects of the Super Saiyan state. As we all know, Jawankan can increase its strength up to 10 times, but in the duration, the higher the multiplier used, the greater the load on the body and the greater the consumption of qi. The special transformation form can also increase its own strength up to 10 times. Moreover, no matter how much the multiple is, there is no load or consumption under the premise of no hands. It sounds pretty good, right? It's even better than Jade King Boxing. The problem is, whether Sun Wukong or Sun Wuhan, they can practice this trick after they can transform into Super Saiyan. Without any precedent, who knows the consequences of learning the full power of Scion without changing the Super Saiyan? If that's the case, I won't be entangled because of the Saint, so I do want to learn this for the time being. If he wants to learn the king of boxing, he can only learn the improved Scion full power. Just try it, isn't it a problem? Yan Yin stiffened his nails nervously. The big deal is failure, probably shouldn't die. Words such as explosive body, spontaneous combustion, cell burst, gene collapse kept flashing in the mind of Vincent, and when he was afraid of giving up, he transformed, powerful, the most handsome hairstyle, enhancement and other words, and kept jumping out to seduce him. Chapter 55, Transfiguration? Transform. That book. I'm not trying to increase 10 times, what am I really nervous about? Because Santa gritted his teeth fiercely, his expression looked a little embarrassed. I'm a scion, how can I double up, how can I not carry it? The next moment, the terrible cry of cries suddenly sounded in the quiet room, listening to the ears of the unsuspecting person. I am afraid that everyone must think that this must be the sorrow of human death. A short while later, when Lorna Lancel, wearing a black nightdress, appeared outside the door of the quiet room, the scream of Saint had been silenced, and Lorna had a look of uncertainty. Knocked on the door and said, "Boss? Was it just you, miserable? Was it just your voice?" After waiting for a few seconds, Lorna didn't get a response. She immediately stretched out her arms, pushed the door and opened the door. When she walked in, she looked with a shocked expression, old, bored. I saw, in the center of the quiet room, a handsome young boy with blonde hair stood upright, and his turquoise pupils were bright and deep. From the contour of the face, it was a little like a saint. But on the whole, it doesn't look like instant at all. First, Yincheng's face is not so handsome. Second, because of the racial characteristics of Saint, it is standard Asian, with black hair and black eyes. Third, because saints are usually full of suffocation, the person in front of him is full of body, exuding an elegant and indifferent aristocratic temperament. Therefore, even Lorna, who is very familiar with instant, was a little unafraid for a moment, and opened her eyes and asked, "Boss? Is it you?" Under Lorna's inquiry, Yincheng, who had changed a lot from the inside to the outside, seemed to have not heard her, and still stood still with staring eyes, as if the whole person was just a perfect sculpture. "Boss?" Lorna frowned and took a step forward, and gently pushed Instant, which made him woke up and turned to ask, "Lorna? When did you come in? Boss, are you awake?" As a mutant, Lorna Lancel immediately thought of the X gene, but after Saint's turn screamed for a while, the whole person suddenly became unrecognizable, and it seemed that there were only 4 gene mutations. The word is a more reasonable explanation. Because Saint raised his hand subconsciously, and touched the blonde hair standing on his head, shook his head and said, "No. Lorna, can you go out for a while? I have something to figure out for myself. Explain to you." "Oh." Lorna nodded, and reluctantly poked his lips, "All right." Before her words fell, Yincheng was once again in a state of loss, trying to enter the state of mysterious epiphany just now, and he knew almost instinctively that this was related to his future desire to break through the Super Scion, the threshold that must be experienced. It's a pity that after being interrupted by Lorna, Yincheng can no longer find the feeling just now, even if she wants to remember it, she can't do it at all. Pity. Yunyan Saint frowned and muttered, but did not blame Lorna. Out of concern, he should not be blamed anyway. After a little regret, because Saint didn't think about the still far future, he slowly raised his fist, feeling the hidden force under the calm appearance, could not help but make a noise sigh. This is the full power of Scion. Sun Wukong is really a genius. Oh! No, Scion full power is a 10-fold increase, and I am still far from the name. Qin Saint laughed with a self-deprecating smile. Well, it should be called twice the Scion full power? No, that's not 20 times, well, it should be called 2% Scion full power. 10 times 20%, that's twice as much. Because Saint had 187 combat power before the transformation, now it is 374. This improvement is all round, strength, speed, response, all multiply, without any shortcomings, and, under the premise of no shot, no load on physical energy, no consumption of breath. This is the double boxing king boxing without any negative effects after Sun Wukong's improvement. As for the higher multiplier, for example, it is equivalent to 3% of Scion full power, equivalent to 3 times the king boxing, and equivalent to 4% Scion full power, equivalent to 4 times the king boxing. Before the gravimeter, he should not continue to die. After all, without a gravimeter, it is impossible to test the pressure limit that it can withstand. Previously, Saint felt that he could handle the transformation process, which is purely taken for granted. Since Scions can get used to 10 times gravity, then, after incorporating Scion genes, the lowest double-fold increase in Wangchuan www.readwn.com should not be a problem. Right now, bets are correct. In fact, it is considered that he is lucky, if not satisfied. What isn't that looking for death? After experiencing the transformation status of 20% Scion full power, Yin Sheng stepped out of the quiet room and wanted to go to the bathroom and look in the mirror. When she stepped out of the door, she saw Lona staring at him eagerly. Apparently still waiting for the explanation he promised. "I'm not a mutant." Yin Sheng first said such a sentence with certainty, then paused for a moment, and then thought and said, "Lona, I don't want to lie to you. To some extent, I am special like you, but do NT ask for specifics?" "No, it will only become a burden on you." He Vinian said. Lorna rolled her eyes. "Aren't you the Scion? You just want to keep it secret, isn't it too late?" I heard her say this, because Saint immediately showed a stupid expression. "How do you know?" Lona shrugged her shoulders and smiled slyly. "It's not that I overheard, it's because you were just inside, talking to yourself very loudly." Because of Saint's silent sneer, was the word quiet room just plain? But he transformed it by himself, and added a layer of foam board by himself. How is the sound insulation effect? He himself would not know. If Lorna wasn't close to the door, she could hear him talking to himself. "So, what is Scion?" Listening to Lorna's question, Yin Sheng responded with a perfunctory response. "The aboriginal people who once lived on the Scion planet are called Scions." "What?" Lona's eyes widened, and she didn't even notice the word once. "Boss, are you an alien?" Chapter 56, Naive Mortal, you are right. "Of course not, I am a native of Earth." In Saint's mind, he added another Earth that is much more normal than this, and shook his head on the surface. "I just fused the Scion genes, just like you have more X genes than ordinary people." "That's the case." Lona frowned. "So, why did S.H.I.E.L.D. take your blood sample and determine that you are a normal person? Did you use something similar to breathing shield?" "No, it's just because, at that time, I hadn't fused the Scion genes." Because of the secret of Dragon Ball, Saint did not explain the reason in detail, but broke the topic. "Lona, why do you suddenly ask this? Is anyone doubting your identity?" "That's not true." The dead fox of Lona Rabbit sighed sadly. "Well, prevent it before it happens. Once I know the same kind of mutants, once they reveal the identity of the mutants, they either disappear suddenly or disappear, or they can only escape from Tibet and flee. I don't want to end up like that." "Lona, you seem to have made a mistake." Frightened because of Saint, he said righteously, "I teach you breath shield, not to let you hide yourself, but to let you learn to control your own mutant ability. Lorna, I have long been told you that your ability is very strong. If you can play 100% of your stability steadily, you don't need to dodge the glitter, whether it is the shield or the Sentinel Secret Service, you dare not provoke you casually. What you said is simple." Lorna took a look at Yin Sheng and said, "How can it be so easy? I have learned to adjust the degree of breath shielding for almost a month, but until now, it is only a 10th strength variant ability, I have it still not well controlled. It's not until the year of the monkey that you can reach 100% of your strength. He Venian said. Yin Sheng felt his chin for a moment, then asked, how do you practice the ability to mutate? Just like this. Lorna stretched out an arm, and as her 5 long and tender fingers lighted a colorful light, a metal thermos cup emptied from the coffee table in the living room and flew silently to her palm, and then under her control, floating around her body. That's it. Yin Sheng looked at Lorna with a contempt, a little imagination? Let me teach you a way. Let's buy tens of pounds of iron sand back, remember to buy 2 different colors, and then control both kind of different iron sands, paint on the floor, finish painting and then distinguish the 2 iron sands again and again, so if you feel you have more power, you can increase to 3, 4, 5 and so on. Analogy. Lorna was a little unconvinced at first, but her eyes brightened when she heard it. She obviously thought it was a good idea, but she didn't give her instant who despised her. This method doesn't sound good, alright, let me try. Since it's not good, what are you trying to do? Because Saint slandered such a sentence, and did not tear through Lorna's dead duck. She patted her shoulder and said, actually, you don't have to be too anxious, remember. You are now a member of Lee's Chinese restaurant. It's helpless, no matter who is looking for your troubles, you have to pass me first. Listening to what he said, Lorna took a moment's notice, and then said with a strange expression, boss, although you say that, I'm still very touched. But, you say, I'm 10 times more angry than you. Even if I can only play less than 1/10 of my strength, you seem to be weaker than me, right? Where is the self-confidence, dare to say such a big word? Ha. Because of Saint's sneer, the toes were slightly lighter, and the whole person left the floor, floating in the mid-air about 1 meter high, and then slammed from his body, and at the same time burst out his body with up to 374 fighting power. Naive mortal, you know nothing about my true power. A large block of golden yellow light was instantly transmitted from the body of Saint, like a large group of jumping flames, enveloping his entire body. An invisible pressure also appeared at the same time, distorting his body. The air of the week set off a gust of wind. Lorna's pair of turquoise pupils suddenly enlarged to the limit, her conditioned reflex took a big step back, her expression was not without panic, although she knew that Yin Sheng would definitely not hurt her, but it was not uncontrollable. The instinctual fear rises from the deepest part of my heart. However, this fear did not last long. The next moment, Lorna watched intently, because Saint was carrying the golden light across the air from the living room and drifted into the bathroom all the way. Oh? Boss? Why are you going? Look in the mirror. I can't stand it. You big man www.readwn.com how so beautiful. Haha, dare you touch your conscience and say, am I not handsome now? After looking in the mirror, Yin Sheng determined that if he transformed himself with 2% of Scion full power, and then deliberately wrapped his breath around his body, he could completely impersonate Super Scion. If you don't consider the difference in strength between the clouds and mud, the difference between the two is just one of the special flame effects and the other one is added later. After being intoxicated for a while in front of the mirror, Yin Saint dissipated the air that wrapped his whole body and released his transformation. When he left the bathroom by walking, he had restored the normal black hair and black eyes. Appearance. Oh? Why do you change back to the original look? Can you still do that? Facing Lorna's inquiry, Saint shrugged innocently, I said that, can't I change back? Big liar. You're hiding it on purpose. Lorna pouted her lips, so, when you become like that, are you the strongest? Yes. Nodded because of the characteristics of the saint, in fact, even then, the total amount of my chi is still lower than you, only 70 times that of ordinary people. You can imagine a little, if you can play 100% by chi, Where are you going? Su Vinian said. Lona, who stepped on the stairs down the stairs, shouted without looking back, by iron sand. Because Saint silently watched Lorna's back, disappeared at the entrance of the stairs, and said to himself, forget it, scion or something. Lorna herself is a mutant, so don't stress with her, and surely knows confidentiality. Chapter 57, Defenders Union. After 3 hours, Yin Sheng stood at the stairs and shouted in the direction of the second floor, Lona, come down for dinner. Wait a minute. I will separate the two types of iron sand. After another half an hour, Lorna was still missing, because Saint shouted again in the same position, Lorna, come to work. Don't rush me. Asshole. Mix up again. Because Saint suddenly felt that the suggestion he had made earlier seemed to let Lorna have developed an extraordinary hidden attribute. In the future, Miss Polaris, wouldn't he be stigmatized by him as an advanced obsessive-compulsive disorder? Lorna neglected his duties for more than 10 minutes before walking down the second floor of the restaurant. At this time, there were a lot of customers in the store. Insanti, who was so busy as a dog, had not had time to preach to Lorna. She was the first to blame, Black Boss. Blame you. If I hadn't been taken aback by you, I would have been late for work. It's your fault. Don't deduct my salary. Hey? Quine Saint's head was full of question marks. Did I say anything? Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Who is the boss? Today, until the snoring in Santa's restaurant, the shield still didn't come to trouble him. He still sensed his breath and swept the two agents monitoring him, suddenly raising his eyebrows, showing a very surprised expression. It's time to find trouble, not trouble, but through the induction of the breath, Saint suddenly found that the 4 strong breaths are at a faster speed than ordinary people. Come to him, one of them is familiar, that is Danny Rand, the remaining 3 are not unfamiliar, although he has not officially taken a picture, but this is not the first time he has used breath induction to detect these 3 street heroes of Hell's Kitchen. What happened? How did they get together at this point in time? Yin Sheng frowned, walked quickly outside the store, and said that Lona, who was already suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder, was rearranging the dining table. Lona, lock the door, don't come out for the time being. Boss, you. Because Saint Gu couldn't answer Lorna's inquiry, he went out the door without looking back, came to the shop door, and looked around, and saw that under the yellow street lamp, a 4-man group of 3 men and 1 woman was facing him together. This way to run away. The blonde with curly hair is Danny Rand. Followed by a masked white man, he covered the upper half of his face with a scarf, yes, the upper half of his face, including his eyes, exposed only the nose down. At a glance, you can see that no one can use this costume to run wild on the streets at night, except for the driver Matthew Murdoch, which is mainly based on hearing. The only woman among the 4 had long black hair and a white and tender face. She was slender and tall, with a temperament, dark and decadent. Because Saint knew very well, do-nt look at her thin, but more than 10 times stronger than ordinary people, it is the hero who is the least like a hero, and the powerful Jessica Jones. Falling to the rear was a tall, burly black man wearing a t-shirt with holes everywhere, revealing the dark skin with metallic luster beneath it. This is the Luke Cage of copper and iron. The whole body is inaccessible, even the eyes are no exception. Because Saint was about to meet them, and just took a step forward, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, and saw that, under the leadership of Danny Rand, the 4 turned sharply right and got into him. In a familiar brown building, the 3rd floor, there is the Colin Pavilion of Colleen Wen. It turned out they were going to Colleen. Because of the convulsions in the corner of Saint's mouth, he felt a little self-conscious, and took a step under his feet and continued to move forward. Although the trouble was not for him, but since it involved Colleen Wen, he only can take the initiative to find trouble. As soon as he got up to the 3rd floor where the martial arts hall was located, Yin Sheng heard bursts of fierce quarrel and got out of the gap between the halls of the martial arts hall. He frowned and walked to the door, knocking the door. "Colin, it's me." Oblivion sounded. The Wugwan suddenly became quiet, until Colleen Wen opened the door to instant and ushered him in. A dissonant voice sounded, "Who is this again?" Quinn stared at Jessica Jones, who had a poor expression, and ignored the trauma-conscious woman, and turned to say hello to Danny Rand. "It's been a long time, Danny." The last time the two met, the end was very unpleasant. Although the misunderstanding was later relieved, the lossy Danny Rand was unavoidably a little embarrassed, showing a very reluctant smile, and nodded to Yin Sheng characteristics. "Long time no see, because of Saint." After greeting the only acquaintance, Yin ignored the other three, took Colleen Wen's hand, and asked, "What happened? Why don't you tell me?" Venian www.readwn.com. Colleen Wen showed a helpless expression. "They are uninvited, I don't know myself, what can I tell you?" I heard her say. Danny Rand's expression was even more awkward, and he interjected, "Sorry, the situation is urgent, I can't think of any other place for a while. No time for you to chat." Just then, Matthew Murdoch stepped forward, looking at Danny Rand and said, "We must immediately discuss a plan. It is impossible for the crew union to let us go so easily. It did NT catch up, it might just be convening people." "We?" Jessica Jones followed the previous step. "There is nothing us here, you have to deal with what's up, that's your thing, don't get involved with me. Give me the scarf on your face, me got to go." "Jace." Luke Cage also came up. "You can't go, whether you want it or not, we are all involved now, and the order will only fall into greater danger." Seeing this, Danny Rand can only join in, too. "Believe me, if we don't eliminate the Hand Association, they will not give up, not just ourselves, our loved ones, friends, will in great danger." He didn't say that. It was okay. When he said that the side was fried, the only calm Matthew Murdoch had become impatient. "What are you still hesitating about? Immediately with me together, go join the forces of the true pure society. As for the two of them who are not related, let them stay here." "Who wants to stay here? Bring my scarf. I'll go now." "Jace. Calm down. You guys." Chapter 58, The End of the Pure Society. Gui Yinsheng looked at the four people who were noisy again, and could not help but chuckle. Is this the future Defender Alliance? The status and personality of these four people are all very different. Wanting to form a team is a long way to go. At this time, Colleen Wen quietly dragged in Scent, took his hand to the side, and asked in his ear, "These people look weird, they don't look like ordinary people, except that bluff, it doesn't look like Xi Wu comes from, do you know them?" He nodded because of the characteristics of the saint, with the mentality of watching reality shows, introduced them to Colleen Wen one by one. "You're not mistaken. In addition to Danny Rand who has Tekken, the other three people are also unique. Function, that woman is Jessica Jones. Don't look at her as thin as a bamboo pole. In fact, she has amazing strength, 10 times stronger than the average person, and even cars can be thrown away, but well, she hasn't received any decent training, so although, in theory, she is much stronger than you, she should not be your opponent." The man is her ex-boyfriend named Luke Cage. Not only is he strong, but he is also very resistant to attack. You can't make him scratch the skin with one stroke of your best effort, but this is actually his weakness, because he is accustomed to not be broken. The first reaction when he is attacked must be hard resistance. If you have a good knife, sharp enough to break open his skin, then I can't stop you. The man, head has something to do with Jessica. It is the lawyer who defends her. His full name is Matthew Murdoch. You must not see that he is actually a blind man, although he has lost all his vision. However, his hearing, smell, touch, and taste are many times that of ordinary people. They are real biradars. Moreover, not only that, but also Danny Rand, they are all from Kunlun's disciples. His master's stick club is the leader of True Pure Club, but he is not in harmony with the concept of stick club, so he cannot be regarded as a True Pure Club person. Ah, yes, you may not have heard the name of Matthew Murdoch, but you must be familiar with another name, he is the Dark Man of Hell's Kitchen. When Colleen Wynne heard the last sentence, she could not help but open her eyes and pointed to Matthew Murdoch, he is the Dreaver. Guyans Hung nodded again, just wanting to continue, his expression suddenly froze, he patted Colleen Wynne's back of the hand, and let go of her hand, I'll talk about it later, as if something happened. Cough. Anyway, because Saint turned to Danny Rand and others who were still arguing, and coughed hard, covering his mouth, the sound was so loud that they immediately attracted their attention. Then he went to the window. Up, pointing to a distant direction, Danny, a lot of chi is disappearing in a straight distance of more than 10 kilometers from here, that is to say, many people have died there. Do you have a relationship? No. We've been fooled. Danny Rand's look along in Saint's arm suddenly changed his face, apparently recognizing the position he was pointing at. The goal of the club is not us from the beginning, but True Pure Society. Matthew Murdoch had taken off his hooded scarf at this time, and showed a handsome face. He frowned, with a chaotic, out-of-focus eyes. Look towards the Saint. How could you know what happened a dozen kilometers away? Because of the Holy Spirit's breath induction, you can detect the human body's chi from a long distance. Danny Rand explained it instead of incent, and Tai Ching said to Matthew Murdoch with a face, Matthew, don't doubt, since he said something, it must be something wrong. Erica. Ma Xiu shouted a name nervously, snatched the scarf that had just returned to Jessica, put a bag on his head, covered his face, and the man had rushed out of the martial arts hall. Matthew. Danny Rand had no time to stop, but had no choice but to follow in his footsteps. The four uninvited people suddenly left without saying goodbye to two. Because Saint showed a thoughtful expression, and combined with the news he just got, he could probably guess why the Shield would not take care of him. It must be because of the Hand Association and the Pure Society, which started in New York. After a large-scale rally, even today is the day of their decisive battle. He was thinking of God, and Jessica Jones suddenly came over, and coldly asked, So, you are also a freak? What is your ability? Spirit medium. Yin Yin gave her a silent look, and said secretly in her heart, Elder sister, I know that you have experienced ups and downs. www.readwn.com. He is very sad, but there is no need to catch who bit him. How could I provoke you to be called a freak by you? Moreover, the spirit medium is almost the same as a liar, and it is not a good word. After a little hesitation, because Saint still ignored Jessica, he is not a psychiatrist, and has no ability to remove people's heart devil. When he speaks, it is estimated that it will block people. Well, he is good at this. After Saint decided not to provoke Jessica, she ignored her again and turned to Colleen Wynne. Would you like to make fun of it? Now that the cup has made such a big move, it is possible for the disciple. It will appear there, although I do not know the characteristics of his chi, I can't recognize it, but there are 3 strong chi over there, it is very likely, oh. One of them should be stick, keek, even if there are only in the club, the probability is quite considerable. Colleen Wynne hesitated a little, clenched her teeth and nodded, go. If he is here, this time, don't try to escape again. If he is here, you have to be careful. He is your master, and he is stronger than you. He has already suffered a loss of remnant boxing, and he cannot be unguarded. Quinn Saint first reminded him of this sentence, and then added, although I promised you not to interfere with your grievances, I would never watch you hurt. I will win. Colleen Wynne showed a resolute look, took out the white samurai sword in the box, put on a white hooded sweater, and put on a white ninja mask. Then she showed up with a pair of eyes and couldn't help but vomit in her heart. Dear. I know you like white, but now it's night, do you dare to be more prominent? Chapter 59, Aureole in the Back of Shield. After changing the dress, Colleen Wynne threw another spare mask to Instant and said, "Can you try it on? If not, just wrap it in a scarf." "No need." Quinn returned the mask to Colleen Wynne. "I don't need it." By the way, before Colleen Wynne spoke again, because Saint used 20% of the Scion's full power, accompanied by a cry of, his blonde hair, his face increased, and his hair turned upside down. "The body image is shining again. Motherfucker. Holy shit." Two national scolds belonging to blacks and whites, respectively, came out of Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. They are indeed former couples, and they seem to have a tacit understanding. Took a step back invariably, all with a kind of monster-like eyes, staring at the greatly changed Yinchengd. His. "Neither of you are normal people, okay, can you make such a fuss?" Because Saint's mouth was sizzling with cold air, although it was much better than the first time, when he turned this time, his body was still full of pain, especially the tingling from his eyes. Until he finished talking about Jessica, they still haven't disappeared. He frowned and blinked his eyelids a few times before beckoning to Colleen Wynne, "Come on my back, let's fly directly past." Colleen Wynne clenched her teeth and didn't show the surprise in her heart. She stepped forward without expression, jumped to Instant's back, wrapped his neck around with one hand, and pressed his waist with one hand. He screwed it up and asked fiercely in his ear, "Say, how many weird abilities do you have hidden?" "No. This is just learned today, do not believe you ask Lorna. Lorna knows better than me. She lives with me." "Where did you sleep last night?" "Nonsense. You are here. Then think about it again, who do you live with?" Jessica Jones and Luke Cage looked so stupidly, because Saint held Colleen Wynne's thigh, walked to the window with her chubby all the way, and then opened the window flew away. "Jace, I suddenly started to feel that it wasn't we who were weird, but the world." "Luke, let's follow it up." "Okay. I'd like to see, in addition to the blind man who can hear neon lights, my stink who can hurt my fist, and a psychic medium that can change shape and fly, what ghosts will emerge today." "Go, you borrow the car, I'll drive." "No, who borrowed who is open." "Tut." On the other side, after Saint was carrying Colleen Wynne for a while, she found them under her feet. Danny Rand and Matthew Murdoch, who were running along the road, couldn't help but whisper, Is this a deadhead? A dozen kilometers of road are actually used? They are clearly running." Colleen, due to temperature from Saint's shoulder after Tanzania Day published the views of its own, they ran all the way, not running to how to do. "Borrow a car. Who can I borrow it from? Roadside everywhere, no car. Called stealing. Do not also be called stealing. Is also a borrowed. Why are you so excited? You stole." It was said by they. "You really stole." Because Saint speechless, the only thing they flew forward, and pretty soon, I heard a burst of intense gunfire, far past over. Gunshots. Because Saint frowned slightly, "Hands together will be pure and true," are the heritage of martial arts from the Kunlun. The two sides are not only members of martial arts experts, are also proficient in the art of assassination, basically only use each every kind of cold steel, even in applications requiring long-range weapons, that is like Eagle Eye, as used to quietly hidden weapon and use bows and arrows. There is the case of gunfire, then there is only one possible, the Aegis board finally hands. Colleen. Because Saint adjusted his flight posture, mouth, and shouted, "The situation has changed," hugged a little, head shrink to go behind me, pressed his face to me, "I want to accelerate it." In two Scion turned into a state of full power due to their combat effectiveness doubled, because Saint physically able Yingkong air resistance the maximum limit also will be improved a lot, even if no gas to protect the body, but also the speed of hard-flying sports car level, but, if not blocked off in front of him, Colleen temperature cannot stand the pressure so strong. He just flying speed seems to have very fast, in fact, less than half the highest speed. After a few minutes, due to more than 200 yards Saint speed, roared in the sky arrived in the battlefield, which is an interruption of the construction of a building site. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is commonly known as unfinished house. He looked down, at first sight, that is, the blood flowing all over the floor, as well as countless dead bodies, precisely, then it is already the former battlefield, the entire site, not a living. These shocking pictures of brutal, not only did not let adverse reactions due to give birth Sans, but brought him a blood-like excitement burning. Apparently Scion genes are everything. He landed on the floating ground after, put Colleen Winter said, because of the emergence of the Aegis board, the three share a strong gas, now spread out, the direction is toward three different escape. After three directions were pointed, because Saint frowned and said, "Sorry, Colleen, I cannot take you to catch them." Colleen warm ears came the distant bursts of gunfire, screams and screams, revealing a clear understanding of the expression, "You want to help those who have been affected by the innocent civilians." Under the Aegis board of the raid, the army will have hands to defeat, and they are very smart? Or should I say very professional? In short, they are in the neighborhood to run. However, the Aegis board they did not seem to let go, even though there may therefore cause collateral damage, also the expense. Because St nodded his head, although overall, he is spared the man, who would not deliberately to save, but if it happens to coincide with the next, he will be out of respect for life, and the choice to go who protect the innocent, and now he has this ability to complete. Go ahead. Colleen felt a pleasantly warm with like-minded, smiled and gently pushed due to a saint, mouth, said, I then went to, in fact, just like you, my first choice, but also want to help they. Chapter-60, Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff. It is good. Because Saint nodded again, and it was not a good choice to fly with Colleen when under the circumstances of fighting at any time. He was a little tiptoe and took off. Before flying away, he was concerned about Colleen. Wen said, "Be careful, don't be stubborn. You too." Following the breath-inducing scan, Saint flew to the apartment building nearest him, bang! Smashed the window of the outer wall, floated into the aisle on the third floor, and actively involved in a confrontation situation. What the hell? What the fuck? Along with 2 swearings and the direction of the aisle, a total of 6 SHIELD Special Service teams changed their faces. 3 of them turned their muzzles and aimed at Yin Sheng suspended in mid-air. Special. Because Saint glanced at the muzzles of those black holes, he instinctively let out the gas in his body, and formed a beating flame around him. After protecting his whole body, he ignored the more tense shield agents, he turned around and looked away. The other side facing the shield was a man holding a black samurai sword, wearing a black and red-handed ninja suit, and a black and red-handed ninja mask on his face. His left hand without a knife was holding a 10. The little white girl, about a year old, held the knife's right edge around the girl's neck. From the black ninja suit with a red line, Saint recognized him as a member of the Brotherhood. In fact, by this time, the Pure Society was already in name, even if there was no whole army, only small there are 2 or 3 cats. Of the 2 sides that were ambushed by SHIELD at the same time, the only one who is still dying is only the Hand Union. The ninja man holding the hostage tightly held the samurai sword in his hands. Compared with the nervous SHIELD agents, his eyes seemed very calm, and the clear threat was due to Saint said, "Whether you are who, let me go. I promise that I will never hurt this child after leaving. I believe you." While Yin Yinsheng nodded, he suddenly raised his arm, extended his palm to the ninja man, and volley made a hold, then pull action, but I don't negotiate with terrorists. At the next moment, the samurai sword in the ninja man's hand suddenly came out, tilted and flew into the air, and with a horrified expression, he wanted to rupture with a tiger's mouth, and bleed his right hand to grab the little girl's neck at the same time. Instant, who was several meters away from him, appeared in front of his eyes like lightning. Then, he felt only a pain in his head, and his eyes were dark, and he didn't know anything. As the saint picked up the unconscious ninja man with one hand, he threw it in the direction of the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., let him slide against the floor, and said without looking back, "He is yours." A young agent squatted down, examined the condition of a ninja man, raised his head and said, "Captain, he is alive." On the other side, Yin Sheng also squatted down in the air and touched the little girl's head. "Little sister, don't be afraid, you are safe." Ginny. At this moment, a white woman in her 30s, suddenly rushed out of the corner, stumbled towards Instant, and caught the little girl in front of him, crying incoherently, "Thank you, you are all right, are you all right?" The little girl Ginny seemed to be frightened, and it took a long time to stretch out her arm and pinch the woman's neck. "Mom." Yuan Yin smiled a little, and did not disturb the reunion of the mother and daughter. The whole person drifted back a bit, and then flew out from the window he had broken when he came. Until then, Ginny's mother suddenly reacted, rushed to the window holding Ginny, and shouted into the sky, "Thank you! Thank you for saving my Ginny!" At the same time, the young agent pointed to the window and said, "Captain, we just let him go. All units pay attention, there is a superpower who can fly, the strength is very strong. I repeat, there are flying." After Instant left the apartment building, he was rescued by a bullet-filled rally, and rescued 2 civilians who were unfortunately involved in it, and subdued 3 ninjas. It was still the same as before. Killer, just knocked them out. He began to think that S.H.I.E.L.D. could be regarded as an ally for a while. He suddenly descended from the sky and flew a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent preparing to fire. This agent's companions turned their muzzles immediately, but then found out that the agent was preparing to shoot, not just a ninja with a union, but also a little black boy hiding in the shadows. Not to mention the necessity for black people to wear shiny ornaments at night. After half an hour, www.readwn.com Instant has been on several different occasions and rescued more than double-digit civilians. When he followed the breath induction probe again, he came to a 2-apartment building. When I saw the situation on the court in the small alley between them, I could not help raising my eyebrows, showing a surprised expression. Because Saint originally thought that this was also a group of 6 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, as they had encountered a few times before, and was hunting for a ninja of a handicraft. However, it was not the case. It was actually a female agent. He was hunting for 6 full-scale ninjas, and by the time he arrived, 3 had fallen on the ground. The female agent in black tights has long curly red hair and an extremely figure. The perfect body curve of breasts, thin waists, and round buttocks can only be described in breathtaking words. Coupled with her charming goose egg face and fluffy flame red lips, the whole person is just a walking hormone. She is Natasha Romanoff. Because Saint swallowed his mouth spit, forcibly restrained the source of the desire of the heart ape, he looked at the iconic big red wave and secretly said in his heart that even the Black Widow appeared, this time by S.H.I.E.L.D. action, really came out of nowhere. The little handsome guy in the sky, don't you plan to help me? Listening to Natasha's words, Int's glances have fallen to the 3 ninjas on the ground, shrugging his shoulders and saying, "I don't think you need my help. But I also." Natasha leaped violently, a pair of plump thighs, and pinched a ninja's neck. She used this as a fulcrum, and in a dazzling way, she rolled it to the ground. Then I made up the words in my mouth, "I don't mind your help."